When did your something is very wrong here feeling turned out to be true? TLDR, my dad was really sick and needed a lot of hospital care. When he needed his finger amputated was when I felt in my gut that it wasn't going to be okay. My dad has had health issues since 2008 when the first stroke hit. Since then he was always in and out of hospitals, and it became just another thing. It happened so much that he would dismiss symptoms just so he wouldn't have to go to the hospital again. It became even worse when he was diagnosed with stage 4 kidney failure and had to do dialysis 3 times a week. Anyway, I went to visit him about a month ago, and out of the blue he kinda looks at his hand and says, "You know, my finger has been smelling funny lately." I'm all incredulous, and I tell him funny smells usually means infections. I joke around and tell him he needs to get it looked at before they have to amputate it. Spoiler alert, by the time he had it looked at, the blood flow to the finger was compromised due to a fistula in his arm. He needed to get it amputated. This is where the funny feeling kicked in. My grandmother, his mom, passed away in 98 feet after her leg was amputated. The fact that he had to have anything amputated starting making me anxious, and I dismissed it as being overdramatic. His surgery was the Friday before Mother's Day, and I went to visit him after work to see how he was feeling. He was so groggy and kept falling asleep at the table, so my mom and I basically carry him to his bed. He's a proud man, super old school in a I'm a man, I don't need my wife and daughter helping me kind of way, but he clung to us because he just couldn't do it on his own. We got him to the bed and he couldn't even lift his legs up. I had to do it for him and stick some pillows under his head. I looked over at my mom and the look on her face made my stomach drop, and I asked her if she wanted me to stay with her tonight. You know, just in case. She said yes. 2 AM I go downstairs to check on them because I can't sleep. He starts moving around and trying to take his sweater vest off because he's hot. He was still wearing the clothes from earlier. So I help him unzip it, and he wakes up briefly, sees that it's me and smiles. He puts his good hand on my arm and just smiles. 4 AM Saturday morning, mom wakes me up and real calmly says she doesn't think daddy is breathing. I knew it before I entered the room because in addition to the kidney issues, he had some breathing problems too and always took laborious breaths when he slept. It was quiet. I hesitate to use the term dead quiet because that's exactly what it was. We called 911 and the ambulance came. They got him back, lost him, got him back again, but said he was clinically brain dead and we should probably call the family. So we do. 1 AM Mother's Day, my sister and I are standing watch in the room. We agreed to sleep in shifts and it was her turn. My anxiety is skyrocketing and my fight or flight is kicking in, and I just want to leave and go for a walk around the halls to calm my mind. So I get up, and as I'm passing his bed my anxiety becomes more direct, if that makes sense. I suddenly felt that I needed to be there. So I stood by his bed and held his hand. I told him that we were there with him and just spoke about anything that came to my head because honestly I'm just flying on autopilot when it came to cognitive function. I do remember saying right before I sat down that I know he's tired and that we don't want him to hurt anymore and we'll always love him. I went to go sit back down because I was crying, and a few minutes later the machine started going haywire. He passed at 1:30 am. Edit. Thank you for appreciating my post enough to upvote and gild it. I feel like a bit of the overwhelming reality has eased a bit, and I have you all to thank. Thank you for helping me cope. Buying weed in Cuba when I was 16. Super nice guy. One of the first people I had met in Cuba, had only been there 2 weeks. I asked him for weed. He was like, OMG, I sell weed. He's like, I just got to pick it up from my house. I was, no problem. You are a friend, this isn't weird. So we enter the house, but part of the side wall is blown out into a doorway to connect all the houses on the street. I would say there is about 10. So we are walking through these houses. It's just old Cubans watching TV. We get to the last house. It's the only one that has a door. He tells me, okay, I'm just going to get the stuff, you wait here. He enters. I hear him lock the door. I get the I'm about to get robbed feeling. I turn around. I see all the doorway we're passing now have doggy gates. to prevent a quick getaway point, so I bolt point I'm doing some Olympic vaulting over these doggy doors. I hear the door swing open. My friend lacks weed yet has a knife. So I speed up. Old Cuban women are attempting to grab me. They are getting an American 16-year-old stiff arm to the face. Point I get to the street. He is right on my tail. Book it about 5 more blocks. I see a cop. Basically power slide behind him. Look up. I see my friend halfway up the block. Gasps. Turns around. Yeah, I made it to base. Point the Cuban cop said something to me. I don't speak any Spanish. So I just shrugged and walked in the opposite direction. Never saw my friend after that. I met some guys in a large game of DD that a mutual acquaintance had invited us to. Once the campaign was over, some of us started a smaller group with a good friend of mine and another's former roommate/friend. I just thought that the former roommate was a bit of a harmless burnout, forgot names and was a tad spassy at times. Even caught a couple movies with him at the theater. During one such outing he got a call at the restaurant we were having beers at pre-show and told someone to hold me one until I get out of this movie. Point he said it was his meth dealer. I laughed thinking he was cracking one of his oddball jokes. I asked the friend that introduced us and he said he knew he dabbled in drugs but thought he mostly just smoked or ate edibles. Turns out this guy was taking meth on the weekends and staying up for most of it before crashing enough to go to work on Monday mornings. I think at some point he stopped waiting for it to be the weekend. Point we had a board game/card night planned and ended up playing a really fun card game called Smash Up. We got started learning the rules waiting for old roommate to get over. He comes walking in and immediately I know something is very wrong. He suddenly has a very bad bleach dye job on his hair and his appearance is very rumpled, and overall he looks strung out as fuck. We welcome him in, and we explain the rules and start playing. The cards you plan on playing may change radically depending on what the person ahead of you plays, so each person usually takes a couple of minutes before playing what will get them the maximum score. Point old roommate guy is getting more and more impatient, and we are joking around, and he looks at the guy directly across from him and says if he doesn't play his hand, he'll fucking kill him. Everyone else nervous laughs, but I can tell that this is no joke. Just then, he slams his cards down, gets up with such force that he knocks his chair over backwards and charges around the table trying to get swings in while I'm holding and shoving him back. He finally stops and just grabs his sheet and storms out the front door before ominously saying that he'll be seeing us around real soon. By the time we all calmed down, he had blocked all our phone numbers and all of us on social media. The guy he tried to attack was looking over his shoulder for weeks. This was over a year ago and nobody has seen or heard of him since. Point TLDR. Fucking meth man. Jesus. About 15 years ago I left work early, like really early, for no real reason. I got home and all these kids were standing near my door, apartment complex next to a pond, and they were all staring at me and not saying anything. I went inside and dropped my bag, and it wouldn't stop weighing on me how weird it was, so I went back outside. I spoke to them asking what was going on, and one kid meekly asked if I could help his friend. A kid I didn't see was sitting on a curb surrounded by all the rest. They had all jumped the fence next to the pond, except he slipped and impaled the flesh of his inner thigh and got stuck. The kids helped pick him up off of it, but he was just sitting there bleeding everywhere with a bunch of meat hanging out. I got him treated, and ambulance on the way. He came back a few weeks later with his family to thank me, said I saved his leg. Edit. Fixed a cell phone typo. There were 6 to 7 kids who all just followed me with their eyes without any sound, no talking, no shuffling, no kid sounds, as I walked down the sidewalk. That's what freaked me out. The kid in question was sitting on a curb in between them facing away, so I didn't notice him. When I asked what was going on they parted like the Red Sea showing me that kid's back. He was in shock and asked me if he needed help and then lifted his shorts leg. Everyone was eerily calm about the whole thing. However, once lights and sirens came they scattered to the four winds. The railing was made of 1/2 inch steel tubing. The top had a horizontal runner about 8 inches from the top of the picket. Each picket was 4 inches apart, and the tops of each picket were pinched together flat, then the edges were folded in, creating a spear, but without any barbs. This created a place to put your foot. To hop the fence produced you didn't slip. So luckily it was smooth in and smooth out. What's horrifying and I never thought of until now is that how he skipped the fence and how he had to fall to impale his thigh means he hung there with all his weight on it. Jesus. Sheet, this reminds now of a time I was sitting in the house by myself playing games on the computer. I hear the doorbell going, and normally if I'm not expecting someone, and in the middle of things I let it be. I don't know why, but I decided to answer the door. There stood 3 kids about age 12 maybe. One of them was holding his hand, and one asked if they could use my phone. I asked to see the kid's hand, and it was cut to sheet. The palm of his hand was cut right back to the bone. Blood was everywhere. I looked at the kid and said he needs to go to the hospital right away. I phoned for an ambulance because fuck if I'm taking responsibility for this. The emergency services are better equipped to deal with him than I'm. So after they got an ambulance sorted, I got put onto someone else. I think it was a doctor or a nurse. Not sure, but they told me how I could help. It was what I had already done. Put a dry clean cloth on the wound and apply pressure. I also got the kid to phone his parents, who said not to go to the hospital. I have no idea what they crazy idiots were thinking. This kid was pale white and had lost a ton of blood. He needed help right now, not in about 30 minutes when the parents could arrive. Don't know what happened to him from there. I give the EMTs my details, what I had done and how I was involved. They were putting him in the ambulance when the parents arrived. Came home from school one Wednesday and parked in front of my house per usual. Across the street in another house's driveway are both residents, boyfriend and girlfriend, with the girlfriend laying on the cement with what looked like blood spatter, and the boyfriend consoling her. Her person contents were thrown all over the driveway. I stopped and did a double take as something didn't seem right, but I wasn't positive if it was blood I was seeing or wet cement. As a dumb high schooler, I didn't think to ask if she was alright and went on with my day. The following day, when I got back from school, there was yellow caution tape and a crime scene revolving around their driveway. It turns out the girl had passed away in her sleep that night from head trauma. I ended up having to tell our police chief what I saw the previous day and give a full statement. My statement was different than what the boyfriend said happened. Edit. Since some of you are calling me an idiot for not directly going to the police, I was not positive if I was seeing wet cement or blood. It was about 30 to 40 feet away from me. I live in the suburbs with wide streets and longish driveways. No, there was not a pool of blood around her head as some of you are insinuating. Only small amounts of splatter, which could have easily been water, since it was not there the next day. She was not dead on the driveway, nor was she unconscious, just knocked down with purse contents scattered. Some of y'all must have reading problems. My father started publicly dating a woman shortly after my mother died. I later learned she's likely the woman he'd been having an affair with before she died. I liked her. One evening my father took me to one side and asked how I'd feel about him asking her to marry him. I got an awful feeling in the pit of my stomach and felt nauseated. I told my father I didn't want him to, and he asked why, as he thought I liked her. I explained that I did like her, but had a bad feeling, and he said that's just a feeling, they don't mean anything. He already had the ring and proposed straight away. I got really excited about the engagement, the wedding, moving house, and my impending little sister. After the wedding she changed. After my half sister was born she went batshit. She abused me, my full sister, my mother's child, and later my half sister, her own child. He only left her when my doctor told him something was clearly going on with her that was affecting my health. She was putting a substance that I'm intolerant to in my food, and my father wouldn't believe me and would force me to eat whatever she made. However, I couldn't get a doctor alone without her to tell them, and my maternal grandmother told him if he didn't leave her she'd go for custody. He accused me of lying for the entire time leading up to that and has never asked me about any of my attempts to get help since. Apologies for the wall of text. This happened a couple of years ago at the church I attend. One day this young lady in her mid-20s started attending our services. She was very polite and friendly and seemed eager to be a part of our congregation. After several weeks she started bringing her brother, who I'll call Brody, along with her. He was slightly younger than her and seemed nice enough. The more time I spent around him, however, I began to realize how different he was. He was very socially awkward with odd mannerisms and speech patterns, but I just assumed he was autistic or something, so that wasn't a big deal. I didn't become alarmed until I noticed how fixated Brody was becoming on our pastor and his wife. He constantly followed them around like a puppy, begging for their attention, and growing upset when they associated with anyone besides him. Once while walking beside our pastor, I looked across the parking lot to see Brody giving me the most hateful stare you can imagine. I was instantly creeped out. From that moment I knew something was dangerously wrong with this man, but no one else seemed to notice it. Fast forward to several weeks later. I walk into church for the Wednesday night service to find our pastor alone, without his wife or children. He tells me he sent his family away to a safe place for a few days. Apparently Brody had called the pastor's wife and had threatened to rap and murder her. Luckily he couldn't find a car to borrow, or he very likely would have carried out his threats. After the police came and placed him in custody, it was revealed that Brody had done this exact thing several times before to other women. It was all such a surreal experience. I've wondered if perhaps I should have spoken up about my early suspicions, but part of me thinks I would just been laughed off or dismissed. A few years ago, I was just getting into our local arts community. There's a guy who owns a beautiful gallery space as well as the entirety of the remainder of the multiple-story building. He does intricate stained glass work, and he has breathtaking glass installations in various sections of the building. The space is really dreamy. It was my first time checking out the space and meeting him, and he waved a friend of his over, who happened to be a construction worker that had been helping him remodel the building. He invited his friend to give me a tour of the place. I was excited over the warm welcome and to check out the rest of the building, so I followed the guy without a second thought. We walked around for maybe 10 minutes when we arrived at a somewhat isolated section of the third floor where there weren't any working lights in the next room we were heading towards. The guy made a comment to me about the view from the windows being amazing. He waved me over and was like, "Come on, come check it out." I felt really vaguely weird at the time, and I was like, "No, it's cool, I'll stay out here, I don't want to trip on anything." He tried to put his hand on my arm to guide me into the room with him. I said no again and took my hand back. The look on his face shifted and his grip tightened as he tried to pull me into the room with him. Cue panic mode. Another girl happened to be walking up the stairs around the same time that this happened, and I pulled my hand away again and said that I was going to follow her back downstairs. I told the gallery owner about it, but he brushed it off, saying that I misunderstood and that the other guy has problems and that it's hard for him to communicate with people sometimes. I still see him around that town every once in a while, and he's always surrounded by drugged out girls that are clearly unable to function. Him having his arms draped around them just disgusts me on so many levels. He's an absolute creep. I've told everyone I've met that he's a predator and to avoid him. Wouldn't say something wrong. Had an urge to call my brother. We didn't ever talk on the phone. Not that we weren't close. We'd catch up when I came back into town. By catch up we would spend every night out with both of our groups of friends. We have a very close family. I call, and one of his roommates answers, but I didn't recognize the voice. I ask for him. He asks who it is. Not completely odd, since I never call. I tell him JB. Silence for 10 seconds, and I'm told he can't come to the phone. JB, I'll have him call you. The way I was told was very odd, nice but dismissive, especially since I know his roommates. Oh well, maybe he'll call later. I head out to a chili cook-off. Come home, and my roommate says, very somber, "You have a message." He stands by me while I play it back. "Hey JB, it's Mom. Your brother died. Went up for the funeral and dropped by his old house." I asked his good friend, "Why didn't you just tell me when I called?" He got wide-eyed and said, "That was you? We thought it was Johnson. You never call." Johnson shares my first name. Johnson was a friend of my brother's who would call regularly. I called just as the police arrived. The officer answered the phone. Officer asked them who is JB. They assumed it was Johnson, not me, his brother. His friends didn't think to grab the phone and let me know. Edit. He died of unknown causes, fell asleep and didn't wake up. Also mom was not cold with the message, disconnected, but the message was said with tears and went on longer. Plus she used his name, not just your brother. Before my husband and I were married with good jobs, we were young and poor and didn't care where we lived. We rented out a shitty little house behind the landlord's house that was clearly a shed poorly transformed into a small studio space. At the time I worked late nights and my husband worked mornings, so I would sleep till around 12 and work all night. The landlord, Greg, was this bold old man with a heavy Russian accent. He was kind of odd but seemed nice. So was his wife. He'd made odd comments and invite me into his house to FaceTime. At the time it was a different program, I can't remember what the online face chat was, with his friends in Russia. One time I complained the chipmunks were crawling into the roof, asked to patch it up better, and he said "Bah, no need, I take care," and I swear to God he would snatch them up with his bare hands and break their necks. I wish I was making that up. Weird. He made me feel uneasy, but seemed kind to us when we first moved, and I kept waking up feeling uneasy when I should've been exhausted. I'd feel nervous and get up, check the doors, check closets etc. 1 week my husband went away to visit his father and I was alone and literally felt like I was constantly being watched. The bedroom window was back in the yard and it was heavily wooded. I'd hear crunching of leaves and footsteps all the time. My husband said I was being paranoid because I was alone, and I thought so too. But then that same week my husband was away, I offered to watch my friend's dog. So I get home from work around 2 AM and get to sleep around 3 to 4 AM. I wake up around 8 to 9 AM to the dog barking and growling like a madman. Now, because the space was similar to a studio, we had no doors on anything besides the bathroom. I spring up and see Greg the landlord literally in the living room, hand on the front door just frozen. He was caught off guard by the dog and I yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" I thought the house was on fire or something, and I know the front door was locked. I always locked it. He quickly apologized and walked out. When I shook from my sleepy days I realized maybe this wasn't a one-time thing. I took a shower, dressed and walked up to their house. Greg's car wasn't in the driveway, but his wife was home. I told her what happened and asked why Greg would use his keys to go in the house without giving me notice. She was nonchalant about it and replied, "It's his house, he can do what he wants. He liked to check on things from time to time." I flipped out on her. Clearly this was happening often, and the eerie feeling I was getting, I'm 10,000% sure was Greg literally coming in the house, watching me sleep, completely invading my privacy when he knew I was alone and asleep. We noped the fuck out of there as soon as we could. He actually tried to take us to small claims court for breaking the lease, but I had already reported him to the police and found out the space we were renting wasn't even up to code or on the books to be rented. When I was 13, my mom started dating a guy named Ted. Ted was a therapist who lost custody of his own daughter a few years earlier for some unknown reason. Ted also had issues with the law for illegal gun possession. I did not like Ted, but my mom did. She liked him so much, she let him behave as if he were my father. He helped me transfer schools, drove me to class every morning, and even gave me swimming lessons. And this is where the story turns. While teaching me how to float on my back one afternoon, Ted touched my ass. Not a supportive lift to prevent me from sinking, but a full-on jerk me by my bikini bottom, grab that exposed me underwater. It felt wrong, but I didn't have the words at the time to explain why. What also felt wrong was how often Ted talked about sex, how much he enjoyed it, how much his clients were having it, and what deviant things they were into. During these early morning car rides, Ted would also ask me sometimes how much I knew about sex and where I was in my own physical development. Like I remember him asking about my periods a lot. Then one day, Ted disappeared. My mom didn't say why, just that it was over. Okay, cool. Fast forward about 10 years. Bored in my apartment, I suddenly feel like googling Ted and whole e-sheet. I found a cease and desist letter from the state, dated a few years back, that told him to shut down his business. Turns out Ted wasn't a therapist at all. He was a pervert who created his own private practice so he could prey on vulnerable women. In fact, he was in a dom/sub relationship with several of his patients at the same time he was courting my mom and nudging his way into our church community. Told my mom about it. She had no idea. Told a family friend about it. He said, I knew I didn't like that guy. Then they both told me Ted had tried to get in touch with them recently. Both declined to meet him, of course, but my protective instincts kicked in. I said, if this fool has the balls to pop up again, you direct him to me. I will confront him and call the cops on him myself if he dares to come near my family. TLDR. Had a bad feeling about my mom's ex-boyfriend when I was a young teen. Found out as an adult that he was a sexual predator. Had a man come into the fast food restaurant where I used to work several years ago. It was just before closing. There were two of us up front, a manager a few yards away on a personal phone call, and someone in the back doing dishes. This man is a big, rough-looking, blue-collar kind of guy. This is relevant in a second. He orders a 3-piece meal, and my friend rings him up while I pack his food. My friend goes, your total is $X.XX, and then I hear the register open, and I hear the guy say, you have very soft hands. Do you moisturize? Instant. Alarm bells going off in my brain. This guy looks like a man's man, not the kind of person who would ever chat about skincare regimens. My friend is an idiot though, and starts prattling about lotions and whatnot. I don't do anything though. What am I going to call him out on being too girly? But the next thing I hear is, oh, looks like you gave me the wrong change. You gave me a $20 and $4.5s instead of a $5 and $4.20s. Bam. We got ourselves a flimflammer. My friend is still oblivious at this point. The guy is literally showing her the $20 and $5 How can she argue? I'm still a little green myself and not sure what to do. I don't have proof of anything. Then he hits her again, asks for change for another large bill, distracts her with random chatter. Then oh, look at that, she messed up his change again. By that time I had gone to my manager and tried to make him get off the phone. It took him a second to understand what I was saying. By the time he got to the front, the charade was coming to an end. The guy saw us staring at him, grabbed his food and left. Our manager counted the draw. He ended up getting just over $200 out of my idiot friend. She had to pay it all back. None of it would have happened if she followed store policy of counting change back into the customer's hand. Never really looked into the legality of that, and it's too far in the past now to do anything about it. I woke up one morning and saw that I was late for school. I got up, and on the way I'm debating if I should take a shortcut to get there earlier, and decided against it. Now as I'm walking along, there was a man who's sitting on a chair near the sidewalk. He stopped me and asked if I was late for school, and he essentially started a conversation with me. Now, I was close to school, so I figured killing a few minutes before my next class started wouldn't be a big deal. As this man keeps talking, he starts suggesting that I enter his house because he's got an Xbox One and a PS4 in there, and that he wanted to split screen with someone else. I rejected the offer, and he kept trying to persuade me to enter his house. This guy then gets in front of me, essentially blocking off the sidewalk, and starts asking why I don't want to enter his house. I gave him a BS reason and said I needed to get going. At this point I'm thinking I have to get out of there cause this guy's giving me the creeps and I don't know what he's capable of. I tried walking past him, but this fucker put his hand on my shoulder and I decided to just run off right then and there. At the end of the school day I'm walking past the same place with a group of friends, and outside of this guy's house are a bunch of police officers and him sitting on the curb with his wrists cuffed. I feel like I dodged a bullet that day. Freshman year of college, September 2012, barely a week in. My dad comes to visit me on campus unexpectedly. We text pretty frequently, but I wasn't expecting an actual in-person visit from family until a month in, since campus was an hour and a half from home. He seems pretty excited and tells me that he found my high school class ring, which I thought I'd lost toward the start of the summer. It was a shade too large for my ring finger, which was how I lost it in the first place, so I decide to put it in my drawer for safekeeping. He stops me, though, and tells me he's taking it back with him if I don't wear it. It fits pretty well on my middle finger instead, so I roll with it, but something about the wording worries me. Bad feeling number 1. As mentioned, we texted frequently while he was working, and he was telling me all of the following week about a charity bike ride he was participating in on Friday morning. He was really excited about the whole thing. He'd been getting in shape for it and everything. Friday afternoon rolls around, and I text him to ask him how he did. Never get a response. Something about this, again, it worries me, but I brush it off. Maybe he was really tired. He probably fell asleep already. He'll text me tomorrow. Bad feeling number 2. Next day, my uncle and cousin drive up to visit. I've been close with the cousin for years and he wanted to visit me on campus, so this didn't surprise me all that much, though I figured he would have called. Something seemed off, though, like he was hiding something. And at the end of the day, my uncle said that my mom wanted me to go home with them, as there's a surprise at home for me. Again, something was off in his voice when he said it. Bad feelings numbers 3 and 4. When I get home, I find my mother weeping at the kitchen table. My brother is locked into his room, shared with me, so I slept on the couch that night. My sister is practically catatonic in her room, and even the dog looks depressed. Dad's dead. He suffered a heart attack during the bike ride, veered off course, fell off his bike. No one found him until it was too late. He died alone and in pain. I still haven't taken that ring off. Working with ammonia refrigeration. We had a leak in a hot gas line around 120C and had a huge pump out of the header planned. Over 100 valves, and due to the location of the leak, the closest we could pump out from was 2 rooms away. Well, the pump out valves were assigned over 2 different shifts and 4 people, and the pump out was supposed to be carried out by 3rd shift. The plan was flawed from the start. There were 2 valves that were missed, and on top of that, there were 3 others that were still tagged from other pump outs that weren't closed. The 3rd shift guy wasn't able to get the pressure to drop point, so he starts throwing valves on the control bank he was working on. Contractors show up and see the pump out point is in vacuum and go to cut the line, 2-inch HG line. They're about to cut it with a portabun, and I stop them. I just had a bad feeling that sheet was about to go south. I ask them to drill a pilot hole, which they should have done anyway. They pull out a 1/2 inch drill bit. I tell them to use a 1/16 bit, but the smallest they've got is a 5/16. They drill in and PSHSHSBSHSBSBSHSHSHSB. Hot gas hits us all in the face. 3rd shift guy had isolated where we are pumping out from what we wanted to pump out. There were 4 of us on the catwalk that got blasted with anhydrous ammonia, and I was the only one that had a mask. We gasp and feel our way to the door, and when we get point out, there were only 3 of us. I had to mask up and go looking for a body. The guy had gotten out from a different door and was okay. Leak persisted for an hour and a half as I went through and checked every valve on our pump out list, and then walked every line that tied in with the leaking one. Came back to work after a week off for Christmas vacation and immediately noticed something was off with my friend. I had no clue what it was, but I just knew something was wrong with him, but I couldn't explain what it was. I kept asking him if he was alright, but he kept saying everything was fine. On the 2nd day he came up to me and asked me how to do something that I know he knew how to do. I had trained him on how to do it. I became very concerned at this point. The 3rd day was New Year's Eve, so we only had a half day, and he was working on a spreadsheet. End of the day came around, and I took one look at it, and I could have printed it out and called it modern art. That's how horrifying it looked. I called the boss over, and he pulled him off of it, which caused my friend to break down and start crying because he couldn't understand that he had done anything wrong. I was moving to a new place over our day and a half off, so I simply told him that something was wrong with him and he needed to get some help. We came back in for one day on Friday and my friend wasn't there. I learned that he was in the hospital because of a heart attack. Later on we learned that during the days leading up he was suffering from mini strokes, and that all of my constant nagging about if he was alright ultimately led to him thinking that maybe there is something wrong with him, and so he called a taxi to take him to the ER on New Year's Eve, where they immediately recognized that he was having a heart attack. A doctor later told him that if he had not gone to the when he did, he would not have woken up if he had gone to sleep that night. Because of this, my friend says that I saved his life through the power of our friendship. 10 years ago I was walking home from college. Finals week, and being a graphic design major, my bag is full of projects and supplies to work on at home. I'm at the intersection of two very quiet streets 2 blocks from my apartment. I see a car doing 30 miles per hour coming my direction. 2 guys are in the car, which is a new Chrysler with huge flashy rims and tinted windows. It was not what I'm used to seeing around campus at all. Most students are driving bikes or old Hondas. It honestly looked like a stereotypical drug dealer's car. I see the driver's head bend to look at me through the tint as they drove past. Red flag #1, so I turn off my music, take out my earbuds, and start paying attention to what's going on. Another student is crossing the street, and I'm turning the corner to walk to my apartment. The Chrysler starts to brake. One guy hops out and kind of stands in the street looking around like he's searching for something. Red flag #2. He's the jump out boy, and look out. The other guy, the driver, must be the muscle. The other student is still walking, so she's not in danger, but jump out boy is just standing there in lookout mode. The car parks, and the other guy, a very large young man, not muscle, is heading my way fast. Am I going to get mugged today? I decide to test him a bit. Maybe I'm just paranoid. I cross the street casually and watch in the reflection of car windows to see what he's doing. He crosses with me, nearly jogging. That's red flag #3, and now I'm fucking pissed off. I walk another block and cross back again so that I'm on the same side of the street as my building. Big boy crosses again, trying to narrow the gap between us. Cool. He's going to try and mug me. At least my intuition was right. What I did next was not smart. I should have sprinted home and locked the door and called somebody. I was young, in great shape, and had been taking martial arts, so I took a risk which is contrary to all of my martial arts training. I get to the entrance of my apartment complex and took off my bag. I opened it, took out my box cutter. I was matting photos that night and stood there waiting for the guy to catch up. Big boy sees me, sees my box cutter, and just freezes and turns around and walks back the way he came. Slowly, with his head down. Always trust your gut, but if you can run from a fight, do it. Similar to some other posters here. It was spring of 15, and I was in my second year at university. Things hadn't been going as well as the first year. My attendance dropped, and half my grades went with it. I started losing the motivation to study, and didn't really have as much passion as before. I started to withdraw from my close friends too. I completely cut off my friends back home and started hiding in my bedroom from my best friends and housemates at university. I didn't connect the dots at the time, but this was all happening perpendicular to my twin brother's life falling apart. Back in September 14th, he went out clubbing with his friends and saw the guy he'd been seeing making out with someone else. They weren't exactly serious, but it was serious enough to put him in a dark place, and he went back home and tried to kill himself. I got a Facebook call from the guy at 6:30 in the morning after coming back from an early morning run. He told me what had happened and asked if I could tell my parents. Let me tell you, it's no fun task having to wake up your sleeping mother and tell her over the phone that her child has tried to kill himself and that she needs to get to hospital as soon as possible. Over the next couple of months, his mental health deteriorated significantly, and he attempted suicide again and had to drop out of uni and move back home. Once home, he attempted suicide another time and was saved at the last minute by police officers. They found him at my grandma's house a few streets over from our house. The police followed the trail of blood in the house to find him curled up in the living room with his arms cut open, throat cut open, and he'd down a lot of pills. They said, judging by the trail of blood, he'd crawled into the living room to die in peace like an animal. I visited home a couple of times, but he was meaner and colder than I'd ever known. There were some good times. My last visit home that year was late in February 15th, after I'd had a fight with one of my housemates and needed some space. We took the dog for a walk pretty late in the evening. I remember it was freezing cold, but he insisted we walk the side roads that we didn't normally take. We were out for a good hour just talking and laughing, and it felt, for the briefest of moments, like I had my brother back. Point anyway, I went about my life pretty normally in my second semester. I still didn't have the motivation to go to all my classes, and I hadn't studied for my final exams, but I did have a fire under my ass in the form of Japanese visa applications. I'd been assigned a university in Tokyo to study at for the next year and had finalized the first round of paperwork. My brother had been messaging me a lot asking if I was coming home soon and when I'd be back next. I always dodged the question, telling him I was so busy and I wouldn't be home until summer. It was late in April of that year. I'd gone summer clothes shopping with one of my housemates and bought some obscenely short, obscenely tight shorts. I then made the mistake of wearing them in the middle of an icy rainstorm. Needless to say, I got sick immediately. I was in bed all weekend feeling sorry for myself and terrified that my final exams started the next Tuesday, and I was not prepared at all. I think I had a 3,500 word essay I hadn't even thought about due the same day. I got a text from my brother late on Saturday afternoon, a quote from a TV show that he found funny. I typed up a response, a similar quote, and hit send, but it failed because I had no money on my phone. I decided to leave it because I was feeling so lousy, and I'd send it on Monday when I put money on my phone. I didn't really think too much about the message. I slept through all of Sunday and late into the morning on Monday, despite having a class in the afternoon. I got a text message from my mum just before midday telling me to book a train home as soon as possible. It was short, abrupt, and wasn't like her usual text messages. That was when I got my major something is wrong moment. I initially panicked and thought the dog was sick, since he'd had pretty major abdominal surgery a month before, so I rushed to put credit on my phone and started typing a reply when she called me. She sounded a little frantic on the other end of the phone and just begged me to come home, whatever the cost. I knew as soon as I heard her voice. I booked a train for that afternoon, packed a bag, and went upstairs to get a shower. I broke down in the shower crying because I knew he was dead. I told my housemates I had to go home, but that I'd come back soon. I didn't. I arrived in my hometown late that night, and my mum met me at the train station. She seemed just as cheerful as always when I got in the car, but she said, "I have something to tell you. Do you want to know now or when we get home?" I said, "I think I know what you're gonna say, so can we wait until we're home?" I got home and found my dad looking like a lost little boy in the living room with tears down his cheeks. My mum sat me down and told me my brother had killed himself that morning. She'd rushed home from work after he didn't pick up the phone and found him hanging in our childhood bedroom. The neighbors helped her cut him down and perform CPR, but he'd been dead for a while. I officially withdrew from uni and cancelled my Japanese visa application a few days later, and I spent 2 years pretty damn lost in the world. Now I've just finished my first year of uni for the second time around, and I'm 1/3 of the way to graduating for real this time. A lot of people came through for me after his death. My old friends from home were more supportive than I deserved, considering I'd cut them out a few months before. I got a chance last summer to have a farewell party to all my old university friends before they graduated, and it was nice to have closure considering I left them all so abruptly. I still keep in regular contact with them, but they're all spread out over the globe, so we don't see each other that often. I've also gotten even closer with my mum since it all happened. I think in hindsight, forgive me if you're not into pseudoscientific bullshit, that my life and mental health were going so badly because my brother was slowly dying inside. It's like I was being drained from the inside as he died over the course of 8 months. I had quite a few something is wrong moments over the course of that year leading up to his death. Call it twin sense or just common sense. TLDR, my twin brother killed himself, and I knew before my mum had told me. I love hiking. I read hiking subs, magazines, browse gear websites, watch YouTube videos, etc. At one point I was able to hike 3-4x a week. I'm always excited for a hike, and as soon as I get to the parking lot all my real life troubles seem to fade away. Literally feels like a weight off my shoulders. Except one day last summer I was in the parking lot gearing up with a buddy. We got our packs set and boots on and set off for the trail. The second my foot left the parking lot I was overwhelmed with a sudden feeling of dread. I couldn't explain it even to myself, and I commented to my friend that it was odd, that for some reason I just really did not feel like hiking today. It was odd, because the weather was near perfect sunny conditions and we were by the water with a nice breeze. I've also done this exact trail 3 times, and have pretty much memorized everything about it. Anyways, we hike for maybe an hour, and decide to climb some rocks. There's not much else to it, so it may seem anticlimactic with that build up, but I was going first ahead of him, and I grabbed a massive rock to pull myself ahead. The kind of rock that's so big you just assume it's part of the mountain point. It wasn't. As soon as I put my weight on it, this rock came loose, and I immediately pushed all my weight to keep it steady, while my buddy moved out of the way. I checked the trail below for children or passerbys, as the trail is very popular, before maneuvering away and letting the rock go. As soon as I turn my head back to the rock, it slips, and I have no idea how, but I managed to move my entire body out of the way of danger. It fell maybe 50 or so feet to the trail and shattered. The adrenaline was pumping, so I didn't feel anything except an odd wet feeling on my left hand. Why is my hand wet, I thought. Soon as I looked, there was blood leaking out and fast. It ended up being only a minor injury. When I made it to the shattered pinky bone literally splintered an entire chunk off and it crushed, but didn't break my ring finger. But the amount of blood and visible bone was ridiculous. I almost passed out, but luckily realized I'm miles from a road and bleeding, so I made a tourniquet out of my shirt, and luckily my buddy had a towel to apply to the wound. To stop the bleeding, I called the park control, who actually decided to dispatch a Coast Guard unit to assist me, since we were so close to the water. The bad news was there was a solid 1/4 mile of strictly off-limits section that was absolutely not safe for anyone to attempt to climb, as it was full of loose rocks. I was bleeding like crazy, and with the adrenaline pumping, I didn't even think, I just acted. I literally slid down these boulders like water trickling down a stream, as I had one hand incapacitated and the other was stopping the bleeding, so I kind of just had to lay against the rock and slide down it, basically to avoid dying. The drop was very far, and in hindsight I could easily lost my life trying to get to that damn boat, when I should have just walked the 3 to 4 mile trail back to my truck point. Anyways, the rest is short. Coast Guard picks me up and calls an ambulance, and I safely make it to the point. TLDR. Feeling of dread at start of hike, I ignore it. End up destroying my hand with a large rock and shattering my pinky bone to pieces. 3-month recovery, and my pinky locks up from time to time now when gripping things or playing guitar. Oh well. Edit. White Shore Trail in Alpine, NJ, if anyone cares. Very popular scenic spot, but do not fuck with the rocks. The trail clearly avoids them for a reason. I have that come to mind. In 2010, the daughter of our long-term family friend began a steady relationship with a guy. The family was constantly talking about how kind he was, but when I saw pictures, he absolutely gave me the willies. Shortly after their relationship began, I had a vivid dream in which the girl, Maria, was getting abused by the guy. I called up my mom and asked her to call Maria's mom to see if she was okay. She did, and everything was alright. Until 5 years later, on Maria's wedding night, immediately after the ceremony, when her and her new husband got back to the hotel room, he attempted to strangle her to death because, as it turned out, he had made a tremendous life insurance claim in her name. In 2016, a perverted, drug-addicted young man, Garrett, had become interested in my straight brother. Garrett told my brother that he could not only get him weed, but introduce him to an unnamed blonde girl who wanted to have sex with him. One night, my reclusive brother just walked out of the house without saying anything. Alarm bells went off in my mind, so I got dressed and followed him down the road, where he was being beckoned by a car full of teenagers to get in. When I arrived, they screamed and cursed at me as they drove off, and my brother was upset. This happened several times. The one time I failed to catch the event, my brother got molested by Garrett. Oh, and the kids wanting my brother to get in with them? Here's a little news snippet about them. I used to be a substitute teacher. One of the schools I subbed at frequently was the bad middle school, in a town with 2 middle schools. Lol. It wasn't bad, but the kids were rough. This was the school where the kids with behavior issues, as well as academic issues, were sent, as well as the kids from that side of town who couldn't afford to transfer to the good middle school. because classism is alive and well. Anyways, I was subbing in a 7th grade English language arts class for a teacher I had subbed for previously. In fact, I subbed at this school often enough that I was familiar with many of the kids and vice versa. Well, as soon as I drove into town, past the high school, and towards the middle school, my stomach was in knots, my skin was crawling, and I felt like there was something in the tall grass waiting to pounce. All morning, I could not settle down. In the hall between classes I watched the kids, waiting for something to happen. In the room I was pacing around and staring out the window, which looked out over a practice field towards the high school. I kept checking the emergency exit route, just in case. I also checked to see if I could open the window. Now, I have anxiety, and I'm used to panic attacks, but this was more. I honestly thought I was just going to shatter into pieces from the tension of waiting for the storm to break. Finally, the emergency alarm went off shortly after lunch. It sounds horrible, but it was such a relief to do something. In a voice just short of panic, the principal ordered us to evacuate to the gym. The kids didn't like it, tried to argue, but I was even more on edge than ever. Thankfully, the kids finally picked up on it and moved. In the end, I helped evacuate nearly 600 teenagers from the middle school because there was an active shooter at the high school. I'm friends with this couple and they have a friend I've met a couple of times. Cool guy, nice to hang out with, etc. He introduces us to his girlfriend. They've been dating for a while and it's actually pretty serious. There was nothing wrong about her per se. She is the epitome of manic pixie girl, sans the pixie haircut, all around very interesting, but I get this totally weird vibe off her. Like she's full of shit. The girl in the couple friends is totally buying into her crap. A while later the cool guy proposes to her, which she refuses because, and I quote, he promised he'd propose 100 different times in 100 different ways. Meanwhile my inner voice is feeling sorry for the guy as I think he's too good for her. A couple weeks later we find out she had been having sex with some rich guy on the bed the cool guy bought for them. She had been using the rich guy as a sugar daddy as her company was thousands in debt. The cool guy knew this for a while and actually proposed knowing it, hoping once he did, she would stop cheating. When she refused, he confronted her, and she went batshit crazy. Her family had to come from out of town to come get her, and basically institutionalize her. I have a bunch of stories like this one, but this is the most recent and freshest on my mind. Last year, one of my best friends from high school was supposed to do some work for my girlfriend's office. He'd been going through a rough patch with regards to employment. Anyway, he postponed his appointment. We thought maybe he had a job interview, but then the next day, he missed his postponement time and wasn't answering my girlfriend's calls or text. So I reached out, nothing. I thought maybe, just maybe he decided to go out and get loaded and was balls deep in some random bar girl, which is something he used to do back in the day. He had charm. Then his brother started texting me in the evening and that's when I got the dread. His brother, whom I like, has never actually contacted me before, and he was asking if I'd heard from him, and it was unusual for him, my friend, to not return his brother's texts/calls as they were really close. Oh. So I called another of my buddy's closest friends who lived around the corner, but he didn't answer either. Turns out he was out at a family dinner, and apparently he had moved about 45 minutes away a few weeks prior, meaning my buddy had lost his closest friend who lived around the corner. Now, I'm 10 miles away, in Los Angeles, that's a 30 to 45 minutes away. I got this feeling that I needed to go check on him. If anything, we could go get some dinner afterwards or something. But I had this feeling, you know? I caught a lift, and on the way over I was grilling his brother. I know he smokes weed and does coke, but has he gotten into anything else? Has he been depressed? Is he doing heroin or anything hard, like fentanyl? I'm running through morbid scenarios of overdosing. I mean, my buddy, he's got a dark side to him like a lot of us in our crew, and I know a few people who've odd. I get to his apartment, lights are on, trucks parked on the street. I check the truck, nothing. Go to his door. I call out his name and bang on the door. No answer. I try looking through the mail slot, useless. I try the doorknob and my heart stops. It's open. He never leaves his door open. I take a deep breath, dreading what comes next. Looking for a reason to not open the door, I open it. I see my buddy laying on the couch. I call out, tell him to get up, while I try to get in his apartment. He's apparently been hermiting it out, so there's trash everywhere, and I was stepping over and around piles of refuse point as I approach him on the couch. I realize something looks wrong. I couldn't figure it out immediately. He's still and so very pale. I scanned the coffee table beside the couch, covered in Gatorade bottles and trash. Back to him. What's wrong with this? Oh, that's blood. That's what's wrong. Blood was all over his mouth and chin. Looked like a rusty goatee. Then I noticed the hole in his head and the splatter of, yeah, that's as far as I want to deal with today. Well, here we go. Point being a firefighter for 4 years now, and I remember back when I was on my 3rd or 4th fire ever. I was 18 at the time. We had this huge 3-story house catch a fire at about 7 AM. I was with the first truck there, and we were the first guys in the house. Our lieutenant said it was just a small fire and to go in and knock it down. He had already surveyed the area around the house, which was really messy. Point I could tell something was off right at the start. I had a bad feeling in my stomach. Me and this guy who had been a firefighter for about 5 years went in, and I noticed it was really hot. Like really hot, which was weird as we couldn't see, and fire and the smoke outside indicated that it was a relatively small fire. We moved in further and everything suddenly got really dark with smoke and even hotter. I stopped and thought a second, and remembered to use my other senses, since I can't see, and realized my feet felt hot. Almost like they were on fire. Bad sign, as it shouldn't be that hot near the bottom of the floor. I knew we had to back out soon. Suddenly our captain, who is now at the fire, tells us to get your ass out of there now. Followed by the air horns on the trucks being sounded, used for only emergencies, to tell the people inside to get out immediately. Turns out there was a basement fully engulfed in flames below us, and was seen by another firefighter who happened to see it from a small basement window. This is unusual for houses to have basements here in the southeast. Another crew was inside by the time they called for the evacuation, and they also made it out. The fire went on for about 7 hours afterwards due to the size, and that the water main which supplied us water had broken. Point I was later told, and saw that the floor we had been standing on where I felt the intense head had collapsed into the fully engulfed basement below within about 1 minute of us leaving. Point TLDR, one of my first fires I had a bad feeling, and was pulled out. Had we been inside a minute later, we would have fell into a fully engulfed basement below. I'm the second oldest of 4. 12. Older bro, 16. Little bro, 8. Little C's, 6. Me and my older brother walk home from the bus every day. Since we are in middle and high school, we get off the bus earlier. My mom is a recovering alcoholic. She's a good person. Both my parents are. She got really stressed, and she's now on house arrest until next year, so she can't drive. My dad has to work, so he can't pick me up. But on this day, he took off of work to take my mum to a meeting. So for an hour, it was just me and older bro. He was complaining to me about how his stomach had been on and off hurting like hell. Our rooms are on separate floors, and I was on my bed. About a half hour before my little siblings got home, all of a sudden I realize it's quiet. Theory, I don't think anything of it, but then I hear footsteps running up the stairs and something hitting the wall. I don't think anything of it. Then cold runs through me. It feels like what they explained Dementors to feel like in Harry Potter. I felt like I wouldn't be happy ever again. Then I realized something. I never heard my brother open the door to the stairs. I jumped down from my bed and ran to the stairs, opened the door, and there he was, unconscious, steps away from the door. I run to the phone, call 911, call my parents, then call Amber, the one that picks my sibs up from the bus. Then I call my mum's PO and they immediately say OFC, she has to go to the hospital to see him. My dad and mum go there instead of home. Amber gets me. Why did he pass out? Appendicitis. He was running to tell me to call an ambulance. Back in the days before cell phones, I was getting ready for bed one night when I got a phone call. Glancing at the caller ID, I recognize a friend of a friend's name. Call her Sarah. She was a friend's ex-girlfriend that we had hung out together a while back. I had no idea why she would be calling me, though I feel very strongly that something bad has happened, because there is zero reason why this person would be calling me, another straight woman, at 10 at night. But I pick it up anyway, to hear someone just screaming and sobbing incoherently. I knew something was very wrong, but I could not get her to say anything to me. So I threw my clothes on and drove to her house. My friend had lived her when they were dating, so I had been over there a few times. When I get there, the front door is ajar like in some silly horror movie. I knew I should not have gone in, but I do it anyway. She was in the bathroom with the shower running, it sounds like, still screaming and crying. I walk through the house, calling out her name, but I get no response. There was nothing in the world I wanted to do less than open that bathroom door, but I'm not a wise woman. More guts than brains, I guess, but I do open it, and there is a mass of blood everywhere. There is something slumped between the toilet and the bathtub that my brain cannot figure out, and so I call out to her again and hear her moving behind the shower curtain. As I get closer, I see the thing on the floor is a person, mostly without a head. I grab Sarah into a kind of hug with the shower curtain, rip it down while it is around her, and lead her out of the bathroom. She is still nonsensical to the extreme, but pretty much does whatever I lead her to do. I take her back out and find out she is still holding the cordless phone in her hand. I take it away, hang up from where she is still connected, I think with my line, maybe, and call the cops. Eventually, the story goes that her new boyfriend and her broke up. He became obsessive and crazy, broke in while she was taking a shower, sat on the toilet, and shot himself in the head with a shotgun. She had called me, I think by accident, because my number was programmed into speed dial back when I used to carpool with her boyfriend to work. She ended up moving away from the area and back home to her parents' place, I think. My youngest daughter had struggled through preschool and kindergarten. She seemed very bright and had an extensive vocabulary, but the early learning skills of letters, numbers, shapes, and colors just weren't anywhere near what they should be. All of her teachers were aware, but seemed to think she was just a late bloomer. About midways through first grade, we felt pretty comfortable as we had heard nothing negative from her teacher. However, I was visiting the school to have lunch with her, and displayed on the wall outside her classroom were paragraphs they had written. When I saw hers up against the other kids, I took a picture, texted my wife with the message, "We have a problem. No more waiting." Turns out she is extremely dyslexic, but it took 2 years for diagnosis. Her IQ was really high, and she had a college-level vocabulary at the end of first grade. She was extremely social, but was developing low self-esteem. Telling me things like I'm not smart like other kids. It was heartbreaking and stressful. Fast forward to today, she just finished 4th grade, and she still struggles with reading and writing, but is improving with tutoring and Wilson Learning Program, and her teachers say she is the first kid with her hand up to answer questions in class. I'm proud of her. She is tenacious and fights to learn. She has never once complained about how long homework takes for her, or the extra tutoring. Okay, this is gonna be a hard one, but I think I can do it. Basically, I was in Las Vegas for a country music festival. You may know this festival as Route 91. Me and some friends went, and I had this really bad feeling that I get whenever I'm at large events outdoors. I look for places I could hide. If something of this magnitude could happen, I realized there wasn't much other than this wall on the side facing the hotel overlooking the festival. Basically, we are all wasted AF, and we hear noises, tap tap tap. We think there's fireworks or something, so we brush it off. We hear more, and my drunk self knows something is off. I see people falling, and I know this is the situation. We are all afraid of mass shooting. I try and find the wall from earlier through the chaos and leave my unaware friends behind me. We take cover behind the wall, but the part where my friend, we will call her Sydney, had little cover. As I was trying to pull her away from that spot, I feel her body instantly drop. She's dead, I'm thinking, and I rush to pick her up and find an officer ASAP. I pulled my shirt off and tried to stop the bleeding that was coming from her neck. I reach for the hole in her neck, and she speaks very faintly, but she did. She was alive and made out of the hospital 15 days later. Scariest moment in my life ever. I was on my way back home from work, and as usual, I was engrossed in my phone because the cabs at work were usually verified and reliable. Something made me look up all of a sudden, and I noticed the cab guy taking me into a narrow, dark, mud road with a lake on one side and wild shrubs on the other. I asked him why he was taking this route as there was an alternate way which used the lit main road. He said nothing, and a minute later stopped the car with a jerk. 2 other men got into the back seat with me. I picked up my phone to call for help. They snatched it away. The guy next to me put his hand on my thigh and started to say something I couldn't comprehend. My mind is at a loss about the events for minutes after all I remember is him snatching my handbag, trying to grope a feel, and saying something in a language I couldn't understand. I remember them opening the car door and throwing me out though. I remember scrambling in the dirt looking for my handbag which they threw out as well. I remember getting home after I ran to the main road and asked for a lift in an office cab full of women. Went to work the next day, lodged a complaint, filed an FIR with the police, testified, got him and his friends fuked. The incident reminds me to go with my gut because I did feel instantly uncomfortable when I got into the car. Once bitten, twice shy. I now carry 2 pepper sprays and a pocket knife with me all the time. I still go out at night. I still get back late and alone. Not scarred in the least. This gave me the strength I never knew I had to deal with something like this the next time. I was 26 weeks along in my pregnancy and stopped feeling the baby move, like something was legitimately wrong. Went to LD and they say everything is fine. Baby is moving perfectly, and the nurse even chastised me for paying attention to kick counts. I tell her I can see that the baby is moving on the monitor, looks like a mini seismograph, but I don't feel it at all, and I had been feeling her plenty in the last 2 months. She asks if I want an ultrasound, so I can feel better, and I say no because I'm embarrassed. My ex-husband tells the nurse that we do want the ultrasound sound, and then tells me I shouldn't feel ashamed for my concerns. I get the ultrasound, see the baby moving, and feel even more stupid for "wasting resources." Everything looks fine, and they discharge us that night. My midwife calls and says I need to go to see a perinatologist first thing in the morning, just for a second scan. Everything is fine. The next morning I went for the scan and found out I had reason to be concerned. In the 6 weeks since I had my 20-week anatomy scan, my placenta had developed a rapidly growing tumor called a chorioangioma, a vascular tumor of the placenta. I was told to go check into LD immediately. I was put on monitors and bed rest, sheet ton of tests and scans every day. The fact the tumor hadn't been recognizable 6 weeks before and now was about as big as the baby was pretty scary, and out comes a pretty dire point. On the 4th morning in the hospital I was rushed into emergency surgery. Her biophysical profile had dipped below the threshold for the test and she needed to be delivered, or she would die in utero. She was worse than they thought. When I was rushed into surgery, her little heart had been struggling so hard to get blood, the tumor was effectively shunting it away from her, and her body/development was more the size of a 24 seeker. She was resuscitated several times after birth, and had a complicated first several months. I distinctly recall the surgeon calling for a camera, and several exclamations of how large my placenta was. The tumor was 15 cm x 8 cm x 7 cm. It had to be removed in several pieces, and ended up getting sent to 2 major research hospitals. I was occasionally addressed as the chorioangioma mom, because our case attracted quite a few specialists. My chorioangioma is the largest on record without adverse fetal outcome. At least that's what I was told. If I hadn't gone when I did, and if we didn't get the ultrasound, my daughter wouldn't be alive. She is doing much better now, spent 101 days in the NICU, and is just small in stature. As far as I know, TLDR, felt something off before my 3rd trimester, ended up having a monster tumor that tried to kill my baby. My mom used to own a handmade crafts consignment shop. She had me watch it for her every once in a while. One day this guy comes in, looks homeless and hippie, like the kind that chooses homelessness as a lifestyle. He had just socks on and a bag. He seemed high. We talked for a couple hours. He went on and on about how the universe feels like it's not real, and about different planets or other universes. Obviously way out of touch with reality. He didn't seem like he was going to hurt me. I never felt threatened. However, I got this really fucking strong gut feeling Like this guy was just off somehow. He told me he didn't like using names. Can't recall why exactly, but I asked if I could come up with a name to call him. He was fine with it. I thought for a moment. I really wanted to pick one that really felt like it matched the guy. I kept coming back to Michael. Wasn't sure if that was bias or not, since that was my favorite name. The only other name I considered was David. I went with Michael. Eventually I had to ask him to leave cause I needed to close. Later I told my parents all about this guy, and they told the owner of the building. He banned the guy. They were annoyed that I didn't kick him out sooner because of that strong feeling I had. The owner also saw the guy and didn't like the looks of him. A couple weeks later, the owner sent an email to my parents. It was a police report. This guy had broken into someone's apartment and was found standing over the bed of a little girl. He hadn't done anything at the point they found him, so no one knows what he was going to do. But freaking creepy. The weirdest part that really got to me was his name was Michael David something. Can't remember the last name. I had guessed his name spot on. It creeped me the fuck out. One day, my brain stopped working. I felt fuzzy, couldn't concentrate on anything. Restless. Pacing. Crying. I had no idea why. It lasted all day. I thought it might be because I was spending too much time on my phone. I'd been staring at it all day. Just turning it on and off point. Like I was waiting 11 PM at night I got a call from an unknown number. I jumped and picked up. It was a random guy who passed me to my estranged uncle, 5 years. He told me to ring my mum. When she picked up, she asked what's the worst news you could hear right now, and I knew. He's dead, isn't he? My brother was dead. My only sibling drank too much poppy tea, started nodding on the toilet, fell off and whacked his head on the corner of the bath. My other uncle, only other person in the house at the time, different from uncle above, saw him passed out on the floor, covered him with a towel, and then went to bed. Didn't even put him in the recovery position. 10 hours later when Uncle #2 woke up, he was dead. Only then called an ambulance. I knew something was wrong that day. I could feel it in my bones, my gut, my stomach. Also one time I thought someone was following me and tried to ignore it. He followed me to an empty street and held a knife to my ribs. Told me to give him money. His hand shook and his breath stank of alcohol. In that moment, I looked into the eyes of death itself. You can never trust a junkie. They are too unpredictable. I used to have an irrational fear of dogs. I was really allergic, and they overall terrified me. My family later got a small dog that's good for those with allergies. I was scared at first, but grew to love the thing. Almost a year later, she's not really a puppy at this point, but not quite full grown adult either. Our neighbors had a bunch of dogs on their side of the fence. They were dog sitting for a friend of theirs. My dog and the three of theirs were sniffing each other through the fence. It looked like they were getting along. I still had my fear at this point in my life. I couldn't help but feel like something was very wrong and wanted my dog far away from theirs. I knew my family would think I was being irrational like usual with dogs though, so I kept my mouth shut. My mom opens the fence to let my dog and their interact more. Their dog was rather large and mine was a Yorkie toy poodle mix, big size difference. I had a bad feeling about this, but everyone else was excited for our dog. To make a friend point, their dog picked mine up with their mouth and shook her back and forth like a ragdoll dog. Toy point. My dog was taken to the emergency room as soon as possible. The vet said if their dog had pushed any harder with its teeth my dog would have died. She was very lucky to be alive apparently. The neighbor paid the vet bill in full, but my dog had some serious PTSD since. She used to be extroverted, now she is very introverted and scared of any other animal or person. She's almost 9 now, so she's lived a lot since then, but I will never forget when she was almost taken from us early on in her life. I'm one of those people who has friends in pretty much every walk of life, basically a you name it, and I can introduce you to a person who does it/lived it kind of thing. And I have one friend who's been in a few gangs throughout his life and is friends with some shady fucking people, but hasn't been in one in a while, and he's genuinely a really good guy. Just had a real shit life until he was like 16 and moved. But anyway, I was hanging out with him, my cousin, and another one of our friends one day, and he got a call from his girlfriend saying he needed to come home now cause a pipe broke in the house and she needed his help immediately, and he said alright, he'll head over now. For some reason the moment my cousin and I heard her voice on the phone, we both got a really weird feeling of something not being right, and it just got worse and worse over the call, and we both ended up telling him to stay and that we just couldn't explain why, but we weren't going to let him leave. He was arguing with us for almost 10 minutes when he got another call and picked up thinking it was his girlfriend, but it was his neighbor trying to find out where he is, telling him that the police are on their way and to not go home. Turns out his girlfriend had been cheating on him but didn't want to break up with him, so the guy she was cheating on him with decided that he was gonna just get rid of him and solve the problem, and had come over to wait for him to get home to ambush him, and his girl was trying to help this guy do that when she called. They were dumb enough to talk about it outside though, and his neighbor heard them and immediately called the police. The guy ended up having a nightstick, a knife, and an unregistered gun on him, and laid out a big carpet in the basement room that had the pipes in it. Basically the dude was gonna knock him out / fuck him up from behind, roll him up in the carpet, and take him somewhere to kill him, and dump the body. Since then he takes all those guy feelings people have incredibly seriously and always asks my cousin and I if he's good to leave when we hang out. TLDR, friend got call from girlfriend telling him to come home. Cousin and I get very odd feeling and tell him he can't leave. Argument ensues. Few minutes later he gets call from neighbor warning him not to go home and police on the way. Later find out his girlfriend was aiding a guy in trying to kill my friend and we saved him by not letting him leave. I came home to my apartment one night and noticed a weird smell in the air. I thought it might be gas, but it didn't quite have that smell. It was just weird. I figured I was just being paranoid and called my dad to talk it through and see if I was overreacting. He strongly recommended calling my gas electric company. I didn't really want to because I thought it might be a waste of their time, but he reassured me that they are paid to do it, so better safe than sorry. I called them and was told to wait outside, so I gathered up my cats and waited. I started getting actually worried when I went to let my downstairs neighbor know. He didn't answer the door. Oh shit, this dude is already dead. I was too late. Someone from the gas company gets there and checks things out. My neighbor does eventually come out. He'd had his headphones on and didn't hear me knocking. Big relief. And we tag along with the gas man. He checks both of our apartments and then the basement. He sees that something is wrong with our water heater. Turns out the thing was giving off 9 times the safe level of carbon monoxide. My neighbor asked how bad that was, and the guy told us, well, you probably would have gone to sleep and not waken up in the morning. Takeaway: don't avoid following your gut feeling just because you're worried about inconveniencing someone. Also, buy a code detector, it might save your life. I know this is going to get buried to hell, but I'll tell it anyway. One night in college I was home alone. There were 4 other guys beside me renting out one house. Everyone else was out for the evening, and I was being antisocial sitting in my room playing Morrowind. All of a sudden I got this super anxious feeling, and looked to the left out my door. There was a dude I didn't know crouched at the top of the stairs to the 2nd floor. We locked eyes. I reached over really slowly without standing up or breaking eye contact, and closed my door. I saw him stand up and walk down the stairs nonchalantly. As I closed it, I wedged something under the door and called 911. Didn't open my door until the cops showed up. They kept asking if I was on drugs or had been drinking because I was agitated. Fuck yeah, I was agitated. Some fuckhead was just staring at me in my house. They checked the whole house, couldn't find any unlocked doors. I think they were getting kind of pissed at me. Then on the way out the one cop goes, hey, check it out. There were a pair of dirty shoe prints under the tiny window to the powder room by the front door. Fuka had found the one unlocked window in a room we never went in and shimmied his way in. Fuck knows what he would have done if I hadn't seen him. Maybe nothing, but I'll never forget the way that he was just crouched at the top of the stairs staring at me. While I thought I was safe and sound, I slept with a drywall saw next to my bed and wedged the door for the remainder of my time there, which thankfully wasn't very long. The semester was over and I was just finishing out the lease. I moved out as soon as I could. I went to a high school where the arts were huge. Choir in particular was the it thing. So not only did we have a lot of girls, there were a lot of boys in choir too. At the start of my freshman year, I noticed that the male accompanist would give hugs to just the male choir members at the start and end of class. I brought it up to my friends and they all said yeah, it's just something he does. I felt weird about it and told my mom, who had the same reaction I did. I felt like something was off about him, but he was the one and only piano player, so I needed him for recitals and such. I kept pretty quiet about it because none of my male friends made it a thing. Over the next 4 years I kinda just didn't think about it. A few years after I graduated, there was a huge article in the paper about how he'd been arrested and charged with molesting and assaulting many of the boys in choir over the years he'd been at the school. Turns out, he'd been doing it at the school and during trips to New York City and out of the country when we toured. I was appalled when I read it, but I knew it was true because of that initial feeling I'd had. A lot of the girls felt like it was strange, but we were all too afraid to say anything. Always trust your gut instinct about people. It's more accurate than we know. I used to frequent a chat room. It was mostly teenage girls, underaged. Before you call the police, I was an underage teenage girl too. We just talked about video games and rollerplayed and stuff. Perfectly innocent. Then one day this guy comes along. Early 20s. We didn't think anything of him at first, and we welcomed him in. After a bit, he said he had to go shower. Our recurring joke was to say take pictures when someone mentioned using the bathroom. This fucking dude actually took pictures now. He didn't show anything downright inappropriate. There was one chest shot and one of his feet. But he was clearly naked and clearly in the shower/bathroom. And you know what? That wasn't enough to freak us out. Most of the girls laughed. I did too. But since that day, I had this awful feeling about him. Didn't like him at all. Didn't want to say anything, though, since everyone else seemed to like him. To skip a bunch of drama and get to the end, I'll put this simply. He rapped 2 or 3 of the girls over the time we knew him. No, they were not of age. And since we were all just young, stupid, and in some cases, terrified girls, he was able to offend repeatedly because none of the victims wanted to admit to being hurt. It took me years to stop being upset and start being angry. By then he was gone. The chat was empty. The victims weren't in touch. There was nothing I could do. He got away from it as far as I can tell you. I should have listened to my gut. When I was just a kid we always ended up moving from one city to another because of my dad's job. So there I was in this new town walking around the neighborhood. I believe I was something about 8 or 9. I saw these boys playing around in a few blocks from home. Next Saturday they were there again, but this time they called me and asked who I was, etc. and asked if I wanted to play with them. I said fine. These boys were around my age, maybe a little older, but heck I needed friends so whatever. Didn't quite like the way they keep staring at me like to my clothes, my watch, etc. But who knows, they've said we should play somewhere else. But it was a surprise, and so they blindfolded me. That was mega weird but fine. We are kids. After walking around a few blocks I start to hear they whispering, a sound of a nearby river, and that's where I said to myself the classic something is not right here. When the feeling hit me, I tried to remove the shirt from my eyes and the guy next to me blocked my hand kinda hard, holding my arms behind my back. That was it for me. I was alone in the woods, with these 5 boys I've never seen before, and it couldn't get any weirder than that. I noped as a maniac, hit the boy next to me in the tummy, yelled like an animal, and removed the shirt from my eyes. No idea where I was. There was a shack. Some of the boys were in front of me, and some nowhere close. I don't know what they were about to do with me, but I run like a motherfucker gump, and don't stop till I get home. We'll never know what those boys were about to do with me, but today I'm pretty certain I did the right thing. This was my very first nope. This will probably be buried, but I was 16, and living with my mom. We were really not getting along at this point. I got a text at 12 AM when I was in bed already. My mom was like, come here please. I was pissed at her that day for some stupid fight and was just going to ignore her text. Something made me get out of bed and go into her room. She just smiled when she saw me and held her arms out, and I climbed into bed with her and she started telling me how much she loved me and how I was going to do great things. Her voice was slurring and she just didn't sound right. I immediately turned and yanked open her nightstand drawer to see her sleeping pills and anti-anxiety meds were empty. I called 911 and they told me to drag her onto the floor because in that time frame she was already unconscious and she would have an easier time breathing on a flat surface. She was barely breathing by the time the ambulance came. Later at the hospital the nurse told me if I had found her maybe 10 minutes later she would have died for sure. Our relationship got better after that, but up to the point that I stopped living with her I'd be afraid to go into her room in the morning because I was afraid she'd be dead. This was 8 years ago and thankfully our relationship is perfect now and she's on medication to stabilize her moods. I'm still afraid she might try and commit suicide again sometimes, but I'm really happy I didn't lose her back then. She was and still is my best friend. I've always been told to trust my guy by my mother and always thought it was just one of those things mom just say. Until 8 years ago, when I realized just how lucky I was to trust my gut one night. Around 2006 I was a teenager, living with my uncle under very little supervision, had a full-time job, and would spend the majority of my spare time on the website called Nexopia. I even made a few extra bucks editing friends' pages. On Nexopia you could browse people's pages by location and gender, so naturally it became a place to meet guys when you were not old enough to go to the bar. I had met a few people this way and it was never a bad experience. I would chat them up online, text, ask people about them I knew etc. and then eventually take the city bus to meet someplace like the mall or Tim Hortons. I didn't drive and I never got into their cars. One day I start talking to this guy, he's cute, we text etc. and I decide to meet him about a week later. It was dark out, but we agreed to meet halfway between our houses at a Tim Hortons. I get on the bus, call my best friend who lives on the other side of town, and tell her where I'm going. Just like I always do, about 10 minutes later I'm coming up to the stop I need to get off, and panic just washes over me. I can see the Tim Hortons and I try to stand to get off the bus, but every inch of my body is saying no. I decided to just continue on the route to best friend's house. I completely ghosted this guy and felt so bad about it, but never had a good reason to give him, so I just ignored him until 8 years ago when I saw his face all over the news for being a serial killer and preying on girls he met online. I almost met with Cody Lejebakoff alone late at night. If I hadn't have trusted my gut, I may not be here today. I have so many stories that would fit this thread, but for now I'll post the following. It's gonna be long. I'm the oldest of 2 girls, and my little sister is only a few years younger. We've always been really close, and she is my best friend. When we were little, between 2 to 7th grade for me, we lived in a smallish neighborhood in the suburbs of Texas. Because we had been there so long we knew all the neighbors and had a lot of really good friends. When I had started middle school my parents transferred me to a school that was 45 minutes from our house, and after a year and a half of making the commute they decided to move into the city. My friends and I were all really upset, but it ended up being a really good thing for me. I grew up around all boys and finally was able to make friends with girls that I could relate more to. During the moving process, my 2 best friends would come over and sit with me while I packed. Sometimes they helped, sometimes they played with my sister, so my mom and I could get her toys packed without any drama. When it came down to the final days, and we had an actual moving crew in the house to help us, I started to get a really bad feeling. One of the movers, a 19-year-old male, was really nice to my sister, but kept brushing me off, and it rubbed me the wrong way. It wasn't the jealous sibling feeling, more like the something is really wrong feeling. I tried to tell my parents at one point that the movers were freaking me out, but I was a really shy kid, later diagnosed with panic disorder, so they brushed it off as me being shy. The second day into the move, I was packing up the stuff in my bathroom, which was a jack drill that connected into my sister's room, and I saw her alone with the mover that had been joking with her, and I freaked out. In the moment I made some excuse like mom had lunch on the table. Our table wasn't even in the house at this point. I picked her up and practically ran out of the room. I kept her with me all day to the best of my ability, but she wasn't even in 3rd grade and was very easily distracted. There were a few more times that I caught the mover watching us, or rather her, and when my parents were distracted, he managed to corner us in their bedroom. He was talking casually to us, asking us our ages and stuff, but I had a terrible feeling. So I pretended to be playing a game on my phone and texted my 2 friends telling them I needed them as soon as possible. Mind you, they were also just barely teenagers and there wasn't much they could do except for make sure that my sister and I were never alone, which is all we really needed. So when they got to my house and interrupted whatever the mover was leading up to, I explained to them what was happening and they both got extremely protective. For the rest of the day one boy was either carrying my sister or sitting next to me constantly. There were a few times where the guy tried to corner us again, but both boys would immediately make their presence known. When it got to the day to move into my new house downtown, they both refused to let me leave unless they came too. My parents eventually agreed, and they spent another whole day protecting us from the mover. A couple weeks later, my mom read in the newspaper about a guy from our moving company getting arrested a few blocks from our new house for molesting a girl a year older than my sister while making her older sister watch. Mom freaked out and asked me to tell her everything. She was really proud of me and my friends for making the best out of a bad situation, and also really remorseful that she hadn't listened to me before. I don't remember a lot of what happened after, but I do know she gave both of my friends $100 cash for helping us move. Side note, my parents never called the cops, not that there was much more than me getting scared. But I remember that they also stole 2 bikes and an iPad from us. Edit. https://m.huffpost.com/us/entry/1,631,563. I was wrong on some of the details. The other girl was younger than my sister by a year and her older brother caught the guy he was forced to watch. TLDR, thought a guy from the moving company was acting weird around my baby's sister. Parents thought I was being shy. Called friends because there is safety in numbers. Learned a little while later that the guy molested a girl close in age to my sister. When I was 18, my mother and I had recently moved, so I did my senior year at a new school and didn't know anybody. There was a guy that I had a couple classes with and he and I seemed to get along well, joking and chatting. I'm a male, so I guess he became my first friend there. He was popular and good-natured, so I trusted him. One Friday, he lets me know about a house party going down that evening and invited me to come with. I said I wasn't sure, but that he could give me his number so I can let him know and get the deets if I'm free for it. I knew that I wouldn't go, but I was being polite. I had a funky feeling about it because it was an upscale area and all the kids were rich types, not like me and my family, and I felt like it would be a bit too much for me, anticipating drugs and serious booze and whatever. So Saturday afternoon rolls around. Party had already happened and ended the night before. I'm on AIM with my good friend from a nearby school that I knew before I moved, and she's like, "Dude, did you hear what happened with the kids from your school?" "What the fuck, no." "What do you mean?" "Someone called the cops because a shitload of kids were partying and people had like coke and X and everyone split. When the cops arrived, one of the kids was super wasted and crashed his Suburban, killing one passenger and nearly killed another. Turns out, the guy that invited me was the one that died. When the cops came, my friend and his girlfriend jumped in some drunk 16-year-old Suburban to split, but the kid had the rear seats folded down, so only the driver was wearing a seatbelt. They hit a telephone pole, coincidentally, on a notoriously creepy/local urban stories dark road, and my friend was killed, and his girlfriend was thrown from the vehicle and broke like everything. If I had gone to the party, he would have been literally the only person I knew, so I very likely would have stuck with him all night and probably fled with he and his girl in the Suburban too. Was at an ugly sweater party with my then no longer, and began chatting with a nice couple. The couple was being very friendly, and it turned out we had a lot in common with them. As the night wore on and more drinks were had, I began to notice that this couple was specifically finding ways to be near and / or around us, no matter what was happening at the time. Beer pong, flip cup, card games, general conversation, etc. At one point I remember the husband in the couple asked if we wanted to see a magic trick, to which we agreed. We were sitting in the bedroom upstairs where we had just finished watching a video on YouTube, and he asked my so to sit on the floor cross-legged and face him. He began the trick by tracing his fingers over her hand and then lightly brushing his fingertips over her face. I remember looking at his wife sitting on the end of the bed. I was on left side at headboard, she was on right at the end, who was expectantly watching her husband do some magic trick and thinking the obligatory something is wrong here. I laid back for a second as the husband continued getting closer to so, and the trick continued to fail. Turned back to see where the wife was, and she was legitimately 6 inches from my face. Looked from wife to husband who was very close to so now and back to wife, realized what was happening, grabbed so's hand, and called an Uber TLDR, went to ugly sweater party, swingers tried to swing. Sorry for my English point. So my parents were divorced 20 years ago. I went with my MLM, and we moved out. Some years later she met a dude whom she really loved up till today. They were together for almost 10 years. He raised me and taught me everything. He was very smart and had a grasp for sarcastic comments at the right time. He even gave me a place to work when I dropped out of school, even though he wasn't together with my mom anymore. He really was my real father, cause my obvious father never contacted me or did anything for me. He was always on time, never late. We had our arguments cause I was always late. So while I was working there I tried to always be on time. He usually was an hour earlier than he opened store anyways. Some further details. My mom left him and married a dumb boyfriend, but she still had contact to him in secret. It was a stupid thing I don't want to explain any further. It was a rainy Monday, and he was complaining about having headaches and closed store earlier. Several days later I overslept and was late. So I rushed and took the bud to the store. I arrived an hour late, but store was closed. So I called, he didn't pick up like he always did. I rushed the bus to his home, my former home. And on the way I just knew he was dead. It just struck me. I later found him dead on the bathroom floor. He had a stroke on the toilet. I will never forget that feeling. I'm a young female in Philadelphia for a business trip. I was by myself on the last day and decided to walk around by Independence Hall / Liberty Bell etc. before my flight leaves. A young man who looks a little worse for wear walks up to me, starts telling me a story about how he had lost his job and his car and gotten kicked off of a bus headed home when he got off at a stop and got mugged, then wasn't allowed back on. He's asking me if I can come with him to the bus station to buy him another ticket so that he can get back to where he was trying to go. I don't have any cash, but see a Dunkin' Donuts nearby where I figured I could get him something to eat and maybe cash back in the meantime. He was about my age, and I was trying to be nice and helpful as I walk with him and we talk more. His story starts not adding up. Little discrepancies like the amount of time he'd been there, where he was trying to go, etc. And he keeps asking me to come with him. If you could just talk to them, maybe they'd let me back on the bus. At this point I'm thinking, okay, this is strange. And then a woman walking by literally hands me a flyer on human trafficking and how they were trying to combat it. I don't know if that was a coincidence or some sort of sign, but I immediately knew I had to lose this guy. I buy him a donut and give him $20 cash back and say I have to leave to catch my flight. He walks with me a bit until he goes in the subway, saying he's going to go talk to the bus station. I walk further up the road and then something in my head told me to turn around about a block away. I see him come back up the stairs with 2 other men, talking and looking around. This is someone who had assured me he was all alone here and suddenly was with 2 people he obviously knew. Not sure what any of their intentions were, but I was glad to get the hell out of there. Point TLDR, might have almost gotten kidnapped in Philadelphia. Always listen to your gut feeling. Very recently, my dad had open heart surgery. When he came home he was on all kinds of meds. I noticed that he didn't seem himself and seemed to be getting worse rather than recovering from the surgery. He had a home health nurse coming, so I tried talking to her about it because I just knew it wasn't normal. She pretty much blew me off and said that it was to be expected after surgery. I know that you need recovery time after surgery, but I know my dad also. Anyway, dad was getting worse and on the verge of being hospitalized again when a light bulb went on over my head. The medicine. I looked through all of the paperwork they sent home with him about the medicine and also did some digging online. Turns out one of the new meds he was on had pretty much all of the side effects he was experiencing. I decided we were going to cut the dose in half to see if that helped. It helped a little, but he was still fuked up. It was then we decided to cut that medicine out completely, since he was going to be seeing his cardiologist within a few days. Within 24 hours of stopping the medicine, he was up out of bed and sitting in his recliner. Within 48 hours he was fully on the right path to recovery. That medicine was literally making him suicidal. He's also a diabetic, and one of the side effects was insulin resistance. His sugar was over 500 at one point. When we saw the doctor, he totally agreed with what I had done and got him on a new medicine for his heart. TLDR. Dad was going downhill after heart surgery. Turns out one of the meds they sent him home on was fuking him up. Took him off that medicine and he rapidly improved. Edit. A couple of typos. This will probably get buried, but I used to work as a bouncer at a crazy nightclub back around 2008. We had a good team of guys working. 5 to 6 fights a night was common almost every weekend, but one guy, I'll never forget. As we were all sitting around having a few after work one night, he mentioned how much he liked my bike. We started chatting, and he told me the story of how he lost his last job and had to sell his motorcycle. He was a delivery driver for Pepsi, making pretty decent money, but was caught up in what he called a bullshit story. Supposedly, he was caught dating/messing around with a 17-year-old, and her parents called the police. He claimed to be 19 at the time. His company found out and fired him. I had seen him leave work with women before, and they all seemed so young looking. I didn't think much of it, as plenty of the 18 to 21-year-old chicks I knew either snuck into the clubs or were dating older guys. However, I just felt something wasn't right about him. The next morning, I realized his transgressions would have put him on the registered sex offenders list. I looked him up and saw his actual charge: sexual exploitation of a child under the age of 13. He wasn't 19 at the time, he was 24. I was completely shocked. I did a little research. This piece of shit followed a young girl home from school, called her over to his car, where he sat with his dick out, and attempted to lure her into the car. She ran and notified the police. They caught him because a neighbor security camera got his plates. He sat in jail for a month and was given probation. Apparently his parents are high up on a local town board. I did a little more digging and found out he had exposed himself to an 8-year-old girl in a park bathroom a few years prior. Her parents called the cops. He was arrested and charged with only disorderly conduct. No jail time. His latest charge: attempting to abduct a 12-year-old boy who was on his way home from school. Not just once, but 2 faking times over the course of 2 days. The kid ran both times. This scumbag even had the audacity to claim an alibi, even though he had given an interview to a local station a few months prior saying he needed help or he would do it again. This time, he was sentenced to only 3 to 5 years. He's already back on the streets and actually lives about 15 miles from me. In college, I was about 19. I was home alone around 11 AM on a Tuesday in November. I took a shower, wrapped myself in a towel, and laid down on the couch. I hear a knock on the door. As I wasn't expecting anyone and was in a towel, I didn't answer it. After about 2 minutes the knocking stopped. Right then I had an awful feeling in the pit of my stomach that I couldn't explain. I get up and get dressed immediately. My living room was next to my bedroom. My living room had 2 sets of French doors. Essentially my living room is visible to anyone on my deck. As I was changing I heard footsteps on my deck. I peered back through the blinds to see a man standing on my deck 10 feet away from me trying to open the door. I of course thought he saw me and knew I was home. Car in the driveway, highly visible interior, paranoia, etc. To my luck he left after several turns on the handle. We lived in a ranch and the only locking door was in the basement. I had a feeling this wasn't over. I went downstairs and locked myself inside our storage room the second I knew he wouldn't see me walk through the living room, and I phoned the police. While on the phone I hear a loud boom, the door being kicked in. He's in the house. I can hear every footstep for what felt like a lifetime. This was it. He was going to hurt me. That's all I could think. I sat quietly under a pile of random junk, just silently on the phone with the police. I hear down on the ground. The operator tells me that when the police say run, I need to run up the stairs to them as fast as possible. Scariest moment of my life. Why someone didn't come to me is still not clear to me. So all those stories you hear growing up about never opening the door to a stranger. Listen, point turns out he had burglarized several other homes in our subdivision, had been strung out on heroin, and was looking for things to sell. Those were his words and his explanation. Mind you, I live in a city with one of the lowest crime rates in the state of Michigan. Point holler instincts. Not me actually, but my mom's parental reflex is the reason I'm even here. To type this one hot summer day a while back, I think I was 5 to 6, my mom took me over to her friend's house that had a pool so we could cool down. After I had my swimming suit on, she started talking with her friend in the house. As any kid knows, this process can take forever, so I had decided that they would just have to join me in the pool at their own pace. Now I've never been a super strong swimmer, but at that age I was basically a rock with squiggly legs. And I quickly realized that pool was much deeper than I'd guesstimated with my tiny brain. I only kind of remember getting in the pool, or bobbing up and down like a small boy occasionally getting gasps of air. But there are two things I do distinctly remember from that day. Point 1, there was some sort of comforting presence telling me I would be okay, and that my mom was on her way. I'm not really a religious person, but from my end of the story something pretty miraculous happened that day. Point 2, my mom diving into the pool fully clothed in a more epic fashion than Wonder Woman herself. Point every time I hear that story from my mom's side she says she just knew something was wrong. She even says it was the same presence I felt that told her to run outside. All I can really say is that I'm grateful to have such an amazing woman in my life, who has honestly probably saved it on more than one occasion. When I was in the 5th grade, I was one of the last stops on the bus ride home. There were 3 of us who got off at the same location. It didn't stop at houses, just locations. We all sat in the back of the bus and looked at garbage pail kids cards and goofed off. Point 1 day, after the second to last stop, the bus made a turn it usually didn't. My friend shouted to the bus driver, "Hey, why you turn down here?" The bus driver said, "We just gotta go around this other way. Don't worry, I'll get you there." There was something about the way he said it. Just unsafe. Maybe how he referred to himself, which I had never heard before. I just felt a panic. I looked at my friends and said, "We gotta get off this bus." They looked at me puzzled, but I just knew. Point we came to a stop, and I opened the emergency exit in the back right away. The alarm started buzzing, and I shouted, "Run, run." My friends kicked into gear and we all jumped out and ran home. Point later I told my mom what had happened, and she called the school to ask why the bus had taken a different route. I was in the 5th grade, so there's a lot I don't know. The next day 2 police detectives came to interview me. Had he ever taken me anywhere? Was this the first time? Was he threatening to hurt me or my family? My mom cried a lot and hugged me tight. Point mom wasn't ready to talk about it until I was in college. The bus driver was a convicted sex offender and was a suspect in an out-of-state missing child incident. He had been working there as a bus driver. I'm late to the party, but I'll tell my story anyway. Point it was Valentine's Day, 2001. I was working at MCI selling long distance over the phone and got off work at 10 p.m. I had recently bought a PS2 and had planned to get a DVD and go home and watch it. Point I went to the Hollywood Video and got there just before close. They closed at 11. When I walked in, it just felt weird. I didn't know why yet. Then before I even decide which direction to start looking for a movie, 2 guys in black ski masks and heavy jungle camo are skulking down the aisle right in front of me. I didn't see the black semi-automatic pistols at first. Honestly, my first thought was, Are these guys playing or something? I was still in the entryway, in their way, while one went around me and headed toward the door on my left. I looked to my right, and then the gun met the back of my head. You see that sheet, motherfucker? Get down, you. Don't have to tell me twice. I hit the floor at 9.8 m/s2. It's then that I noticed the customer service rep is also on the floor. Our eyes meet, and I said, "Are you okay?" He said, "Yeah, we just got robbed." I immediately pull out my Nokia and call 911, gave a description, and waited to give a statement. The robbers took the surveillance tape and the money. The end of the story is that Hollywood Video gave me 10 free rentals. I don't remember what, if anything, I watched that night. I once answered an online ad to pick up a free piano. Show up, place is huge. Owner even has a parlor. Who has those anymore? Anyway, he looks different. Can't quite pinpoint his race point, so we sit and make small talk. He offers me water. He starts eating this huge, soft-boiled egg, which stinks. He starts talking about his famous older brother who used to be a piano player in the 70s. Guess that's the piano I'm there to get. Anyway, it was just weird. Lots of back and forth, taking me around house, showing me weird artifacts from his brother's glory days. Says he's going to turn the house into some museum or something. Finally get the piano loaded up into his elevator. Remember, place is huge. It completely malfunctions and takes me to the basement, past the first floor, and as I get out to figure out if there are stairs to lead back, elevator won't go back up. A guy in a wheelchair rolls out of the dark. He face completely bandaged, and he takes out a chalkboard. He's scrolling away, and my something very wrong here has gone from 6/7 to a full-blown 9. Once he's done scribbling, he turns the board over, and it says he's going to kill you and me. Get the gun in the attic. I freak the F out and run back to the elevator, which suddenly works again, and take it back to the first floor. I start wheeling the piano out into the entryway and notice the first guy has now blocked my car. I turn around to get him, and there he is, with a shotgun. Obviously, I'm now at a full 10 of something wrong. He handcuffs me to the chair and starts babbling about sadness and sacrifice. He outs the gun down to talk. I can't grab it. I'm cuffed to the chair, and the elevator door opens. It's the wheelchair guy from the basement. He rolls up to the gun and grabs it. The other guy isn't phased. Guess they know each other, and he trusts him. Shouldn't have, though. Guy in the wheelchair shoots the other guy in the chest. I'm saved. But then the guy in the wheelchair rolls over to the fireplace and picked up the poker sheet. Not saved. He puts the butt of the gun on the ground, aimed at him, and uses the poker to pull the trigger on himself. Now, we're in a weird state of I'm at an external 10 because of what I just saw, but at an internal 3 because I think I'm safe. Now, cops show up. I explained the whole thing, couldn't barely focus on the story, still all shook up. And, ultimately, I drove my U-Haul away, empty, as they took the piano as evidence. This will probably not even get read, but back in 2007 my grandpa was in hospital with bone cancer. We knew it wasn't going to go away. It had spread too far. He'd been in hospital for months. I had a friend's 16th or 17th birthday party and I didn't want to go at first, because I felt in this time that I needed to be with my family. But then I remembered a conversation with my grandpa some months prior, before he was in the hospital, but when we knew he was sick and not going to get better. He pulled my sister and me aside and basically told us not to let anything get in the way of living our lives and enjoying life, even after he's gone. So I went to the party. I just knew that night that something was going to happen. Midnight comes and I think to myself, even in the midst of drinking with friends, that something is wrong. But I convinced myself if something happened I'd get a phone call. Cut to the next morning and my mum is there to pick me up with my sister in the car, and I just knew looking at their faces. He passed away just after midnight. I've never forgotten that feeling. I just knew. I miss him so much, and I fell into quite a deep depression in the years after. In fact, it's only in the last 4 or so years that I've really pulled myself out of it. It took me time to take his advice to heart and keep living my life. I think he'd be proud of me now, and missing him doesn't hurt so much anymore. Not me but my mum. She used to live in Canberra, Australia, and had a boyfriend in Sydney. She'd make the trip up in her shoddy car every week or two, and they all went smoothly. The car had some issues, but my grandfather had taught her how to fix these. When there rose point on her way up one time her car was having troubles, so she pulled over to fix it, something she'd done before. It was going nighttime so there weren't many cars on the somewhat rural road in between cities. That's when a truck pulled up behind her. A man got out and offered help, to which she declined. She got a weird feeling about this guy and she didn't need the help. He kept pestering her when she turned down his offer for help and a lift. Two trucks then pulled up, one in front of her car and the other behind the truck behind her. The first guy gets into his truck and peels out. The two men make sure everything is okay, made sure she didn't need any help, and then left. A few years pass. She joins the Army Reserves, does some training in the Belanglo State Forest, moves to Perth afterwards, meets my dad. They start uncovering bodies in the forest, right under where mum was camped during the exercises. The killer was eventually caught, Ivan Millett, the backpacker murderer, who mum recognized instantly as the man that pulled up behind her on that dark night on the side of a rural road. She was almost one of those bodies buried in the forest. To this day, that is the reason why the only horror movie that scares her is Wolf Creek. This will probably get buried, but I'll post anyway. I used to work at a grocery store, and we had a cashier there who was a guy in his late 30s/early 40s. He was super friendly, polite, always smiling, happy, and positive. He had grown up in the area and went to one of the local high schools, so a lot of customers went to school with him and loved him, always went through his checkout line and stayed to talk to him. He was adored by customers and coworkers alike. I didn't like him. People who are overly nice like that stick out to me. Sure, it could be their personality, but to me that's not genuine. No one is happy and nice all the time. Maybe I'm a cynic, but it's off-putting to me because it seems fake. Another cashier complains about him to me, saying that he stares at her and makes flirtatious but seemingly innocuous comments to her. I report this to my boss. They talk to both of them and decide to put them on opposing schedules so they don't work together after this. I notice that this guy is starting to do this to me as well. Hugging me, putting his hand on my back or shoulder while talking to me, and letting it linger just long enough that it's uncomfortable but not alarming, cornering me in isolated parts of the store/back room, and standing too close, and talking really quietly, so I have to be close to hear him etc. I finally get creeped out enough that I tell him that I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm not a hugger/touchy-feel-why person. And he backs off. Instead of standing around talking to him, I say hi while walking by and just generally try to avoid being around him too much, but still being cordial because we work together. I mentioned that to my boss and he kind of shrugged it off by saying the guy was just being nice and that I told him to stop hugging me so everything should be fine. Again, he's a very nice, well-liked person and I was made to feel like I was being dramatic. Well, later two detectives storm into work and ask me when this guy got off work. I told them he just clocked out and pointed him out to the detectives. They took him into the office for what seemed like forever and questioned him. Later I find out that he admitted to molesting his young son, pled guilty, got sentenced to 10 years at this same store. A younger guy I worked with, I was friends with his brother, was the same way, overly polite and nice when you talk to him, but also really quiet, standoffish, and didn't really try to get to know anyone or fit in at work. Just did his time and left, which is not abnormal, but I got a weird vibe from him and generally avoided him. Turns out he got arrested for having something like 20,000 images of child pornography on his computer. Trust your gut. This happened during my first and only year at college. On my birthday, my roommate had some serious substance issues and would stay up all night every night eating Xanax, snorting research chemicals, pounding vodka, and coding on his computer, and would pretty much just lay in bed in a semi-conscious state all day. Needless to say, we were all worried about him, and on the morning of my 19th birthday, I noticed he wasn't blacked out in bed like usual, but sitting upright, staring at the wall. I didn't tell him it was my birthday, but I did say that he had the dorm to himself for the night as I would probably stay with my girlfriend. I ended up dropping acid after dinner and was having a great trip right up until I was enjoying some birthday coitus with my girl. Suddenly waves of nausea and dizziness washed over me and something felt terribly wrong. I bailed on my girlfriend and ran to my dorm and walked in on what looked like a deleted scene out of The Shining. Blood splashed all over the walls with my roommate lying face down in a small lake of it on the floor. I was already tripping balls, but the adrenaline made me forget that as soon as I noticed his chest was raggedly rising and falling. He was alive. I flipped him over and saw that both of his arm had deep, foot-long gashes running vertically from elbow to hand, still bleeding intensely. I made 2 tourniquets and called an ambulance, fully expecting him to die right there in my arms. By some miracle he made it and is still alive to this day, although he still has a major drinking problem and we don't talk anymore. TLDR, roommate tried to kill himself on my birthday after I told him he had the dorm to himself all night. Whilst tripping on acid I got hit with the strongest spidey senses of my life and rushed back to the dorm to find him on death's door. Roomie survived and I got suspended for possession of Adderall. Weirdly, I miss college. I was at a friend's lake house partying all weekend for the 4th of July. It was Sunday and we were cleaning up when I get a call from my dad. Cell reception sucked and my dad told me I needed to get home. He sounded like he was mad at me because he was using a very stern voice. I hang up and continue to help clean but I'm shook. I'm just walking from room to room carrying a garbage bag. After a few minutes I tell my friends I'm sorry, but I have to go now. I grab my girlfriend and we get in my car. My dad calls again. This time I can hear better and he doesn't sound mad, he sounds more somber. He keeps asking how far I am. He tells me something happened that involves my oldest sister and to drive safe. I have 3 nephews and I start thinking some kind of boating accident over the holiday weekend. Normally I'm the calm one when the shit hits the fan, but I start getting choked up and my eyes start tearing. My girlfriend tries to tell me not to be upset and that everything is probably okay. She's not very convincing and I can tell she's not confident either. As I'm driving I can't help but keep seeing these signs stuck in the side of the road. They are everywhere. They had a wooden cross supporting them from the back. I never actually read any of the signs, I just kept seeing the crosses. After a few minutes of driving past them, I knew someone died. When I pull onto my street I can see my mom standing on my driveway, which was not normal because I lived with my dad and, after a nasty divorce, when I was a kid, my mom wouldn't go anywhere near my dad. My dad calls me and asks if I'm home. Since I was on the street already I tell him yes, and he tells me that they don't know all the details, but my sister was found dead on the train tracks by her house. I dropped the phone and looked over to see my mom pawing at my window saying my name through tears. It's an image I'll never forget. I couldn't move. It felt like my jaw fell off and my arms were stone. I just kept thinking about those stupid fucking crosses. She was killed by her husband and he tried to put her on the tracks to cover it up. He put her on the wrong rails and a worker on a passing train spotted her before a train hit her. My cool friend who I worked with at a store in the mall starts hanging out with this guy. We will call him John. And he was like 17 to 18. I was 14. My friend was 16. We went to this work meeting one morning, and who would have guessed, John wanted to hang out. We obliged, and she drove us to this sketchy apartment complex. We walk in, and John is not alone. He is with one of his friends. We will refer to him as T. I was immediately uncomfortable. Looking back, it's obvious that John had told T that his girl was bringing a friend and invited T on the assumption that I would put out. But I was 14 and wanted to fit in, so I didn't realize. But my instinct still kicked in and I wanted to leave. Eventually, my friend and John left. I don't remember where they went. So now I'm stuck in this foreign gross apartment with T. I really wanted to leave right then. But remember I'm still 14 and dumb and my friend was my ride. So where do I go? But I should have left. T immediately took advantage of me and sexually assaulted me several times. I said no a lot, but he kept going anyway. Until recently, I didn't know it wasn't my fault, so I felt extremely guilty. I started dating my now husband right before this took place and told him about it because again, I felt it was my fault. He barely let me live it down. Only recently, I came to terms about what happened, and my husband was able to accept that it wasn't my fault. But it's really shitty that I thought I had done something wrong. Edit. Typus. Once when I was probably around 11 to 12, I was going to head to my uncle's house, literally only 1 block away, over a very big hill. My dad was going to walk with me, but because he was busy, he told me to walk myself, since it is only a block away. Q standard nervousness walking alone, but after I turned to look behind me, I had a sudden something is wrong with the truck that driving up the street. Nothing looked weird, but I was spooked, so I kept walking and refused to look back at it. That truck ended up stopping right next to me. No windows rolled down or anything to talk to me, just full stop. So I started walking a bit faster and the truck started slowly following along with me. I sped it. It sped up until I was sprinting up the hill and down the other side. The truck is now speeding along just behind me when I managed to round the corner. Luckily my uncle's house is right on the corner and it's gated, so I ducked into the little nook the pedestrian gate was in and pressed myself hard against the bars. I see the truck slow as it reaches the intersection between the bars I was trying to hide behind, and I assume that they either didn't see me or gave up when I was at the property because it floored it out of the intersection and continued down the street. Not sure if I was close to being kidnapped or what, but I'm glad my nervous disposition somehow warned me of that. TLDR, family friend I was suspicious of turns out to be molesting my nephew for years. Everyone called me paranoid and now he's in jail for 50 years. Family friend became my nephew's mentor at church. Middle-aged man, brother of a commissioner, owns a farm and nursery in the area, which do extremely well. Member of the church choir, won the chili cook-off. I'll call him Bob. Bob became friends with my parents and nephew about 4 years ago after meeting in church. Nephew was going through the whole confirmation bit, so this man became his sponsor/mentor. Bob started offering to take my nephew bowling because my brother, the kid's dad, isn't around and he wanted to be a father figure as well. So he starts taking him bowling every once in a while, then sometimes to the movies. This whole time I'm saying to my parents, the guardians of my nephew, that I don't think it's appropriate. You're paranoid. He is part of our church. He has all this money and no one to spend it on. Bob's the mentor. He's supposed to be spending time with him. Eventually it turns into sleepovers on weekends, because that makes more sense than dropping him off after glow bowling or a late movie, of course. Dude lives in a mansion and has all kinds of weird cool shit and nephew loves going over there. Sometimes Bob lets my nephew, 14 at the time, drive his truck on their farm. Obviously nephew loves this the whole time this is happening. Bob is also inviting my parents over for parties. They see each other constantly. Bob even has a spare key to the house so that he can drop nephew off even if no one is home. Nephew is way too absent-minded to trust with the key. His brother, the commissioner, hosts huge Republican parties every summer where local celebrities and famous politicians show up, and my parents are now invited to this too, which delighted them. John McCain was at one point I'm still saying, on a regular basis, something isn't right about a grown man having a young teen boy sleep over. Again, I'm being told to stop being a bitch. I'm just pessimistic. I'm a scared liberal. All kinds of nonsense. By the time he's 15, nephew is spending every single Friday night with Bob. He has his confirmation, goes well, and by now I'm starting to think maybe I am being a bitch. Maybe the dude just really does have too much money. Maybe he really does take the mentor thing seriously. I invite him to my baby shower in December 2016, but he doesn't come. I'm friendly to him, though, and do think he's a nice guy, but something isn't right here. Another kid in the church, about 12 years old, is also spending nights with Bob, often at the same time as my nephew. This younger kid is troubled and has an alcoholic father, so Bob is taking this kid under his wing too. Now he's got 2 teenagers at his house every weekend, and the boys become friends quickly. June 30th, 2017. I'm in bed sleeping, but have a 3-month-old who nurses all night, so when I wake up to feed him, I grab my phone and see I've got multiple missed calls from my nephew, all around midnight. It's 1 AM and I have no idea why he's calling, so I text him saying, "Is everything okay?" He responds with, "I'm at the police station and I can't get a hold of grandma, the guardian." I immediately call, and nephew gives a police officer his phone to tell me what's happening. They explain that Bob was arrested at the bowling alley around 10 PM and my nephew has to be released to a guardian, but the cop won't tell me what's wrong. I agree to meet the cop/my nephew at my parents' house and accept responsibility for my nephew. When the cop shows up, he asks me to wake up my parents and get nephew inside. It's about 2 AM at this point, so obviously my parents wake up in a complete panic thinking someone is dead. Cop explains to us that at the bowling alley, a group of customers witnessed Bob touching the young boy, not my nephew, and alerted management. Cops showed up to investigate, and, when questioned, Bob decided he was going to come clean. He has been molesting these boys. If those people hadn't seen him put his hands in the kids' shorts, it would still be happening now. The look on my mother's face was so terrifyingly sad. I'm standing there with her as this cop tells her that her grandson has been repeatedly molested by this man. Not only that, but the other kid as well, and Bob had been disguising it as innocent games, and it turns out he was doing worse things to the younger kid, because that kid couldn't get away as fast. He was taking off their pants, touching them, showing them how to jerk off, who knows what else. We may never know the whole story. My mom kept crying and saying, "This can't be true." After months of therapy, my nephew finally started talking about it. It had been going on since the very beginning. Being brought up in a religious conservative house, where sex is taboo, nephew didn't understand that Bob was doing horrible things and honestly believed he would be in trouble if he told anyone. Bob had groomed the shit out of him and made him so ashamed he was afraid to tell us. The guy got sentenced in March to 50 years in jail. His brother, the commissioner, stood by him the whole time and campaigned for a jail-free sentence, saying that he's a good guy. Bob had admitted everything in his statements and pled no contest, but also made a statement at sentencing, with my parents and I in the room, saying how sorry he was for the things he did. No one ever listens to me. I called it the minute it started and said it for years and no one listened to me. Edit. I've also been cheated on and knew it, but the guy gaslighted me for a long time, even though I knew in my gut. I also knew my new puppy was sick before we even saw a vet. Something didn't seem right and he ended up being hospitalized for weeks with an injury that could have killed him. I have a very strong record of knowing in my gut that something is wrong and no one ever listens to me. I doubt anyone will see this because I'm pretty late to the party, but I don't care because typing this is good therapy. My dad had been sick for many years and was technically terminal. I say technically because he was on hospice, had a DNR, and had an incurable form of cancer that led to congestive heart failure. However, he was completely mobile, still took the dog out and fed him, still made his own lunch. He had still been working half days teaching up until 4 months prior. He was retired, but his life was defined by teaching. He would never have stopped if he didn't have to stop driving. My mom worked full time, so she would often text him throughout the day just to make sure he was okay. It was a situation in which we knew he would die someday, but had no clue when that would be, because he was self-sufficient and still has his wits about him. It seemed as if he was just as likely to die as any one of us who weren't sick. He wasn't allowed to drive anymore due to his tendency to get dizzy and fall. My mom would sometimes send me screenshots of his texts because they were often cute and really funny. One day while I was at work, my mom sent me messages from him. Complete gibberish. He wasn't the best at texting and often had typos, plus he would often get mentally drained due to lack of oxygen from the heart failure, to the point that he seemed temporarily senile, but it never lasted long. But something about this message bothered me. It made no sense whatsoever. It was a bunch of random words strewn together. I told her that was concerning. It was to her as well, but he messaged her later about groceries and to tell her the chaplain visited him. This was provided by hospice and the schedule was completely random. I felt a little better, since he started talking normally again, but I still had this weird feeling I couldn't shake. I went about the rest of my day and went to the store before going to my home. As I walk in the door carrying a bunch of groceries, my mom calls. No big deal, I'll call her back after I get settled. Plugged my phone in and turned to walk away and I stopped. Instant dread. I immediately turned back around and picked it up. A voicemail. A 4-second voicemail. I knew. We very rarely leave voicemails in my family. We will send texts before voicemail, and even if we do it's usually a long message. 4 seconds and all she said was call me. She said it calmly, but her voice was shaky. I felt like I was gonna pass out. I started to call her, but it was like I very suddenly and horribly felt his absence from the world. She was panicking when I called. Said he was on the floor, but he was still warm. She couldn't tell if he was breathing and she called hospice. She refused to admit he was dead because she genuinely couldn't tell, and she also didn't want to believe it. Worst drive of my life. I knew he was gone, but without confirmation I still had this vain hope that made me sick. When I got there hospice had arrived and pronounced him. He likely died just an hour before she got home. I'm actually very thankful for this, because she was not allowed to call paramedics, but would have felt like she had to resuscitate him had she seen it happen. This is a double something is very wrong here, because when my mom arrived home the dog didn't greet her. He ran to the door every day at the same time. He wasn't there. My mom called out for him. He finally came in the room, but didn't acknowledge her, wasn't jumping and happy like a normal Aussie. He just stared at her, and that was when she knew something was terribly wrong. The chaplain was the last person to see him. My mom called him later on to confirm that and ask what they talked about. The chaplain said he prayed with my dad, as they do, and when he was done my dad told him I'm gonna pray for you now. That was his last conversation on this earth. The dog was the only one with him when he died, and he is now my dog. I've had a lot of bad experiences in the past, but that is the only time I ever felt such dread that I felt like a part of me went instantly missing. He was a teacher for 40 years and was truly a large influence on a lot of people. He wasn't perfect, but his life was fulfilling, and he lived it the best anyone could. This isn't my story, it's a friend of a friend's, and doesn't even deal with the initial question of this thread, but I'm tipsy, and want to share the horror story. Friend and her friend are visiting a different city, Nashville or something I think. Her friend meets a guy and hits it off, or whatever. My friend had a bad feeling about him even though he was apparently well mannered and handsome. Her friend says she's going back to his place. My friend tells her not to, but she refuses to listen to her spider sense. Her friend wakes up the next day in the guy's apartment after having a busy night in bed, but has gone. So she calls an Uber and goes back to her hotel where my friend was waiting for her. When they meet back up her friend tells her it was fine, nothing to worry about, except this weird rash she got around her special place. She goes to the hospital to get tested for STDs, but all of a sudden all the doctors and nurses are way more concerned about who she was with the night prior. Turns out the rash was caused by exposure to dead flesh or something like that. Cops get involved, and she tells them who the guy was. They go to the guy's apartment. He wasn't there, but they found 2 female corpses wrapped in plastic at the back of his closet. They arrested him later that night. Apparently if you're a necrophiliac, you get the same rash, but only for a short time. I guess your body gets used to it. Creepy fucking sheet. Was sitting in my room a few years ago, as you do, when my mum came in. Apparently her and my uncle had been trying to get hold of my nan all evening, but she wasn't answering the phone. Now this wasn't uncommon, because she had hearing aids and she often turned them off in the evening when reading or watching TV. Usually my mum will drive over there alone to check on her, and she'll be quite happily sitting there enjoying her evening. This time however, when she walked in and told me she was going over to check on her, it hit me right in the stomach as she said it. I got that horrid sickly feeling you get in your stomach when you're nervous or about to cry. So this time I insisted I went with her. The whole short car ride over, the feeling I had was getting worse and worse. Straight up quietly said to my mum, I think this time she might be dead. We get there. No answer to the door. Lights are all off. Curtains all closed, except for the bedroom. Very unusual for her at that time of night. so we decide to let ourselves in and sneak round to check if she's okay. Opening the door, the instant stench of old person home hits us. She was very clean, so that was insanely unusual. The flat was in complete darkness, and we looked round. My mum checked the bedrooms. I checked the rest of the flat. Nothing. We didn't find her. She was missing. Just as we were going to go out of the flat to see if she was around outside, the stomach came back as we walked to the door, and I had the urge to check the bedroom again. My mum flicked on the light and saw nothing. First thing I saw was a very blue hand reaching out from behind the bed. Mum turned off the light. I said, I know where Nan is. She's behind the bed. I think she's dead. Before my mum had even turned back on the light and walked over to find her, I was already on the phone to the emergency services to report my Nan dead. I'm not religious, not superstitious or anything, but for some reason that night, out of the dozens of times something similar had happened, hell, it was routine at this point. This happened. It felt different. Was about 16 when that happened. Never had a feeling like it since. TLDR. Nan doesn't answer phone as usual. Go to check on her because I have a gut feeling something's bad has happened. Find her dead. Back in early 2000s I was looking for a date, and I turned to the internet for a date. I got on Yahoo and was matched with this one girl named Lori who lived near me, and we chatted at first, and then I eventually called her. When I called her it was later at night, like 11:30 or 12. I didn't think much about it since I worked second. But when I called her she was really quiet. If I made her laugh it sounded like she was muffling her laughs. Well, anyways, I figured she was trying to be quiet because of roommates or whatever. So for our first date or meetup she wanted to meet in another town over from ours. Apparently she had some business there that morning and wanted to meet up and get lunch. Okay, never been on a date in the middle of the day, but whatever. So that night, before I'm supposed to meet her, I have a couple of dreams. In the first dream, I'm driving on the way to meet her. It's snowing like crazy, and I end up wrecking the car and dying. I wake up for a minute and shake it off, and lay back down. In the next dream, I'm at my parents' house. I'm in the basement. I'm looking for something. In a panic, I started hearing this boom, like something hitting the floor above me. It's like thunder. It's moving along the floor, so I follow it. I follow it all the way to the foot of the stairs. I look up, and the door opens. My dad, who is carrying a cane, walks in. Every time the cane hits the floor there is that sound of thunder. I ask him what's wrong. His eyes turn blood red, and he opens his mouth, and out comes a sound that still terrifies me to this day. It's a mix of static and screams and shrieking. It sounds like a banshee. I finally wake up. I'm in a cold sweat. I know something is telling me not to go on this date now. I call the girl up, and a man answers the phone. I ask for Lori. The man asks why I want to talk to her. I tell him we are supposed to meet for lunch and I needed to cancel. He says that he's her husband. I say that there's been a mistake and hang up. A few minutes later, she calls me crying and bitching about me messing it up. I told that bitch to leave me alone and never call me again. After I hung the phone up, I looked outside. It was snowing, and I knew I had made the right choice. TLDR. Met girl online, had dreams, call off date. My dog was whining more than normal one night. She was very old, 19 we think, not exactly sure, because she was a pound puppy and couldn't always walk, so my family would have to help her get up. The whining got to be too much and bothersome, so I snapped at her. She immediately quieted down. After realizing what I had done, I sat down next to her and felt something off. I texted my friend saying my dog wasn't going to be around much longer. I went back downstairs to sit with her and texted my friend again. I think she's not going to make the night. I stayed next to her until 11 and everything seemed to be normal. 11:41 rolls around and the whining is back. I rushed downstairs and tried to help her up. She couldn't even stand. I sat with her and told her that she was a good girl. I woke my family up to bring them down. We put her on her bed to be comfy and tried to get her to eat treats. She wouldn't. We sat with her until the whining was continuous and she wasn't responsive to anything. I made my mom call her friend, who is a veterinarian, at 3 in the morning to help. She didn't, thinking it was just an episode. 4 in the morning everything stops. I called my mom's friend personally to come over. Too late to do anything to help. I predicted my best friend's death, and she was carried out in a blanket to the vet. I still say goodnight to her ashes every night and before I go to school. It has been 2 years. Her name was Maxie, and she was the best dog. After 9/11, I started carrying around a butterfly knife. It helped alleviate some of my anxiety about the world going to hell and war breaking out in the streets any day now. I probably wouldn't have known what to do with it in an actual fight, but a friend of mine, a guy who was good with a nunchaku and other weapons that require swinging, taught me how to competently flip the thing open and close so that it at least looked like I might know what to do with it. This is an important point anyway. Another thing I used to do for anxiety was to take walks at night when the neighborhood I lived in was mostly quiet. It wasn't a high crime area or anything, so there was something peaceful and calming about the dark stillness and the lights flicking off in people's windows. It just felt like everyone was going to sleep as usual, and we'd all be up in the morning to do it again. It gave me a sense of regularity that alleviated my constant sense of foreboding. Anyway, one night, I couldn't relax as I walked. I started feeling unsafe for the first time, as though there was something coming. I kept peering at shadows and jumping at movements until I realized my walk wasn't having the desired effect this time. I decided to head home. As I was rounding the corner to walk down a long straight street, I was suddenly positive that there were footsteps behind me. You know those times where you stop walking suddenly to see if the footfalls stopped as well. I did that, and I heard something still. I kept stealing glances over my shoulder, but I could never pinpoint the source of the noise, and I felt this awful sense of foreboding fanning itself into an inferno of panic. But then I remembered the knife. I decided that whoever my pursuer was, he/she was likely watching my movements. So I reached my hand into my pocket, withdrew the knife, and did that perfect swish and flick that made a decisive click sound and bared the blade to the moonlight. Just for good measure, I held the knife up to the light, as though to examine it for ensured mugger lethality. Right after that, I finally located the source of the movement. It was mere feet away from me. The person who was indeed following me after all had been shadowing me in the trees on either side of the road the whole time. The shadow dropped all pretense at the sight of the knife and disappeared hurriedly back into the trees. I never even saw a face. Anyway, that's the story of why I buy my knife flipping teacher a beer whenever we manage to meet up. Was at basic training, and we were on pass and were given our phones. I knew my brother was suffering from chronic depression, drug addiction, and was bipolar. I had woken up the day before with a feeling of dread. So as soon as we were handed our phones around 11 AM, I searched name of city, suicide. Results came up from the day before, February 14th. Pawn shop standoff ends in suicide. No names released, no details on the story, other than people left the store freely, at least one hostage, and one worker remained inside with the gunman. Even though no names were released, as soon as I read the story that bad feeling turned into a sense of sorrowful doom. I just knew. Around 9 PM that night I hear our captain come over the PA. Private, last name, please come downstairs with a battle buddy. Dude never says please. I knew what was up. They had just received the Red Cross call. My brother and I were close, went through first grade to high school graduation to college together. I learned the full story of what happened, and what I read in the news was nothing like what they reported. He brought in a single 9mm round and asked to look at a pistol, loaded it and asked for everyone to leave. The lady who handed him the pistol stayed and pleaded with him. That was Valentine's Day 3 years ago. The shitty thing is, people I thought were my friends were calling me and even approaching me at the funeral asking for the real story. Don't have but 2 friends left from that shithole town. Alright, so this isn't necessarily one instance, but here's the backstory. My biological mother has very severe epilepsy. She's had it since she was a baby, and I was pretty much brought up and trained to be her caregiver. She would have grand mal seizures, let's say, an average of once a week. Multiply that by the number of years I've been alive. I'm 23, and I've seen her have a lot of seizures. I can't explain it, but I can almost always know when she's about to have a seizure. I get this pit in my stomach, best described as a sense of danger, and it makes me feel like I'm going to die. Literally, just fucking die. Point this even happens if we are not in close proximity to each other. Point example, I was 16, sitting with my then boyfriend in the living room. She was on the other side of the house, taking a shower. All of a sudden, it hit me. And it hit me hard. I literally leapt over the coffee table and sprinted towards the bathroom right as I heard her fall through the glass shower door. I had my boyfriend break down the door and there was blood and glass everywhere. Point thankfully, she was okay. Lots of small cuts though. But that's the instance that sticks out the most. Point right now, she's in prison 3 hours away. I still get that sense of danger, and I'm fairly certain it's connected. Point sounds like bullshit, I know, and I can't scientifically explain it, but I couldn't make this up if I tried. Not me, but my dad. Point I was in my final year of boarding school at the time, and we had a 3-day event celebrating the school's founding day. My parents and younger brother lived in a different city 6 hours away and were due to drive over to school in the early hours of that day. Point now, my mom always wakes up much earlier than my dad. My dad woke up that morning at around 3 AM without any prompting, and he had a really bad feeling for no reason. He looked around the room and my mom wasn't around. Nothing unusual, she'd be doing something or the other in the kitchen right after waking up. Still, he forced himself to get up and look around, avoiding calling out for my mom, because it was still early and my brother was sleeping. Point he gets to the stairs, and they're pitch dark, aside from the teeny little stair lights. My mom had good vision around this time, and didn't really need more lighting than that. Something prompts him to turn on the main lights and that's when he sees it. My mom collapsed to the bottom of the stairs and a pool of blood around her head. Point she spent 4 days in the ICU, had to have 3 surgeries, 1 on her cracked skull and 2 for her right leg, and spent about 7 weeks in the hospital. I came home the next day and saw my dad break down and cry for the first time in my life. Point the doctors at the emergency room told him that if he hadn't woken up that morning, my mom would bled to her death at the bottom of the stairs. A few years back, maybe when I was about 22, I had visited an adult store. This particular store has multiple entrances, 2 are facing the main street, and 1 in the back parking lot facing a brick wall, and out of view of the main street. The entrance in the back requires you to pass a dumpster, and go down a small covered hallway, while the 2 in the front had you enter through the glass doors of the front of the store. When I pulled into the parking lot, I happened to be closer to the back entrance. As it was the middle of the day, and having used this entrance before, I felt fine using it that day. Point I'm not super shy, and had no qualms about my visit, until I noticed this guy who always seemed to be close by as I shopped. I would move an aisle, and so would he. I would walk to another area, and so would he. He wasn't directly behind me, but just in the vicinity. I started to sweat, and got really nervous suddenly, sensing that this guy was doing this on purpose. I go up to the counter, trying to browse slowly as I go to see if he was following, and there he was looking at something a few feet away. When I got to the counter he waited a while browsing behind me before heading towards the back exit. I instantly went cold and pale, terrified as I had never been. I don't know why, nothing had actually happened, but I was filled with dread and did not want to exit out that way. I felt like something bad was waiting for me down that hallway. The cashier noticed my demeanor and asked me what was wrong. I just stood frozen, pale. I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I said nothing, just too scared to go outside after my transaction was complete. He then asked me if I would like for him to escort me to my car. He told the other cashier that he was going to escort me, and we walked out together. He was kinda a bigger guy, and it helped me feel better that people knew where we were and whatnot. The cashier is making idle chit-chat as we walk, but I'm distracted as I look around. We come to the end of the hallway and pass the large dumpster. I glanced and there the guy was, concealed behind the dumpster, just standing there smoking a cigarette, about 15 feet from my car. Once I was in my car the cashier went back inside, and the guy who had been smoking had finished his cigarette and was just standing there. I drove away quickly, shaking. Do I know 100% that something would have happened? No. But I have never felt such sudden, unprovoked and complete dread at anything in my life. The fact that he was hiding behind the dumpster means he would have seen me before I saw him and something could have happened. I'm extremely grateful for the cashier to notice something was wrong and offer assistance without a moment's hesitation. TLDR at the bottom, sorry, on mobile. Way late to the party, but I hope someone sees this. My family and I went to a local lake tiny reservoir a couple years ago. I was 21, and as soon as we got there I thought something bad is gonna happen here. Went throughout the day, there for about 3 to 4 hours and nothing, until I saw a kid, about 16 to 18, bobbing weird, and right after my fiancé said I think he's drowning. This was a day after the LPT about what drowning really looks like, so of course, I was a pro at noticing. In all seriousness though, I freaked out for a bit. I've never been confident, but I swam anyway. This kid was about 200 to 300 yards away, so it was going to take me a couple minutes to get there, but as I was going I saw a man frantically run in the water and swim towards him, about 20 yards away, so I stopped and thought he'd get the kid. Turns out he didn't see the kid, so I started sprinting again. Saw another man jump in right next to the drowning kid. There was a bridge very close by, so I stopped. The man just swam away. I'm about 100 yards away, and the kid goes under. I swim again. He's been under for about 60 seconds. When I get there, and people are there just bobbing around and talking, so I asked, did someone get him? They look at me slightly confused and say I don't know, this is where he was. So I dive down about 12 feet and could feel him and couldn't see a thing. I go down again and notice the sand feels weird. I grab hard and pull it. It's his foot. I find his chest and launch up. I put him on his side/back and egg beater to the shore, about 20 to 30 yards. There was already a crowd and his, I assume, family was hysterical. As soon as I got in there, they started performing CPR. I didn't and still don't know CPR, but they didn't check his airway, which was clogged with vomit and water. They didn't cover his nose when breathing into him. They pressed too hard and too quickly. They didn't even press on the right side. About 5 people called 911, but it took them a few minutes to get there. A year later I was in an ambulance and the guys looked familiar. It was the same guys that took the kid, and I asked them about the kid. The kid died a couple minutes after getting to the hospital. Apparently his sternum was broken and 5 ribs were cracked. Even then, Cod was drowning. Hindsight is 20/20, but if I hadn't hesitated, if I had believed in myself, I know I would have gotten there before he drowned. He could still be alive and well today. TLDR. I saw a kid, 16 to 18, was drowning and I hesitated and got there too late. Warning. Do not try to rescue a drowner unless you are trained. You will both drown. Edit. Formatting. My roommate, which is my older brother, is an ex-addict, heroin. In early February of this year he was going through some hard times. His girlfriend of many years left him and also tried to keep their daughter away from him. He usually smokes weed to cope with some issues instead of turning to heroin again. One day I had gotten off of work and arrived home around 3 p.m. He happened to be off that day and almost always sleeps on the couch in our living room when he takes his daily naps. I walked into our apartment, heard the TV, kicked off my shoes, and yelled, "What's up, Will?" Assuming he was watching a movie or something. When he didn't respond I thought, well, maybe he's just napping. So, without entering the living room, I turned the corner to go upstairs to change out of my uniform. I was on the 6th or 7th step when I thought maybe I should go check it out and see what's up, because he usually takes his naps later in the evening. Entered the living room and my heart completely sunk. Immediately grabbed my phone out of my back pocket, dialed 911. He overdosed on heroin. I checked his pulse. His heart rate was 8 bpm. 2 breaths per minute. I went to EMT school, so I knew how to check for signs of things like that, and also, I know how to perform CPR. Dispatch told me to start working on him as soon as possible, so I did. After pulling him off of the couch and onto the ground, he's 360 pounds. Thanks to adrenaline coursing through my body, wasn't hard for me at all. He started to throw up, so I turned him on his side, scooped out of his mouth what I could with my fingers. I got him flat on his back after that and kept working on him. He was purple, face, lips, skin, nails, everything. I worked on him for about 6 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, the paramedics arrived, got him on the stretcher, and into the back of the ambulance, shot Narcan up his nose and it instantly reversed the overdose. I rode in the front seat of the ambulance to the hospital, still not crying, because I was in shock. Arrived at the hospital, they told me to wait in the family room, and said they'd let me know what kind of condition he was going to be in when he wakes up, if he even does. As soon as I sat down in the chair I broke down. Called my mom. Told her what happened. She lives an hour and a half away, but got there in an hour. By the time she got there they had already told me he'd be okay, he just couldn't breathe on his own. Breathing on his own and completely responsive and healthy, besides being very sore from CPR, the very next day. I think about it every day. I'm so glad that I had a weird feeling about the timing of his nap, and turned around, and went back downstairs, and into the living room. He cold died while I was relaxing in bed, and I would no longer have my best friend. My younger sister would no longer have her big brother. My older sister would no longer have her baby brother. His daughter would no longer have her father. My mother would no longer have her only son. I will forever listen to my gut feeling. This actually happened last week. A friend had forgotten an important prop for something he's filming for in the middle of the desert. I offered to join him on the drive, since driving 3 hours to the desert and back could be pretty boring. And hey, I didn't feel like going home and dealing with my parents that night anyways. Well, the bad feeling didn't start until we actually got out of the car to trek half a mile through the desert at 2 AM with flashlights. Only took us about 30 minutes to find the prop and head back. The entire time I'm jumpy as hell and pointing my flashlight every which way when I accidentally brushed a plant. My friend was cracking jokes about how spooky everything was to try and lighten the mood. Or maybe it was more for himself, and he didn't want to seem afraid of the dark in front of a girl. Don't get me started on the silence. I never knew what people meant by silence can be deafening, but I swear my brain was almost trying to make up a droning sound to cope with how absolutely silent everything was. So silent in fact that we could hear a car pass our parked car on the road half a mile away. My friend cracks another joke about how it's either a couple trying to get it on or someone dumping a body. Haha. Funny point, I know why we're here at 2 AM. But why were they? They found human remains half buried in Joshua Tree the same morning we had left. Just a few hours after I had gotten home at 5 AM. Just a mile or so from where we were. https://www.desertson.com/story/wish I had been wearing my glasses and was able to identify the car. One summer day years ago I was going to a gallery opening by my friends in an area of the city that usually has a lot of drunken people in the summer when the weather is warm. Especially after the long winter, people can go a bit overboard in the spring. When you finally get properly warm days, in front of this supermarket was this guy, swaying in place on the sidewalk, eyes slightly unfocused in that drunken way, looking like he was halfway to Hobohood. On a 7-day drinking binge and a sunburn, nothing too unusual in that area. But for whatever reason, I got this very bad feeling off him, like he was dangerous. There was just something about his drunken stare I couldn't quite explain. Less than an hour later, there was a commotion outside the gallery, and we saw the same drunkard being detained via a long-distance tasing gun by no less than 3 police patrols, with a security guard hovering by. This was exceptional. The police often detain these sort of drunks when they start to cause a disturbance. There's one patrol with 2 cops with a board, "Alright sir/ma'am, let's get into the car shall we" attitude, and the drunks get taken to a drunk tank, not a proper jail. I'd never before seen 3 patrols all tense and excited taking down one dude. The next day in the news, I read that this dude had gotten aggressive, probably been on drugs or something, and had threatened random passers by in the supermarket with a needle he claimed contained drugs or HIV, or whatever, demanding money. The paper claimed it was the most dangerous situation of the day, a public holiday when loads of people get drunk, and there's lots of minor disturbances. Late, but here's my story. I was in this club in high school called Key Club. It was a volunteer club and we helped out the community and did some projects to raise money. Anyway, it was sponsored by 2 people, and one of them was a youth pastor, about 32 or 35. I never had a good feeling about him. Everyone in the club went to church with him except for me, and always gushed about how nice and cool he was. I just couldn't buy it. I got a creeped out feeling from him. One day, before I got my license, I was waiting for my parents with a friend of mine from the club. My friend's mom was gonna take me home, but she was stuck in an awful wreck and was gonna be about an hour late. Youth pastor walks up to us and insists on taking us home. My friend agreed, but for some reason every single instinct in my body told me not to get in that truck. I had interacted with him for the better part of a year, and although he creeped me out, it was never in such a visceral way as now. I felt sick looking at him and his truck. I quickly lied and said I'd texted my dad and he was gonna come and get me and my friend. He kept insisting to the point I had to point blank refuse the get in his truck. My friend didn't stay. Turns out he was a child rapist and rapped my friend that got in the truck for a year after that. I shudder to think what would have happened if we'd both got in that truck that day. Thank God I listened. I just wish my friend would have too. I was at work one day and shot a text to one of my best friends a few hours into my shift. It wasn't anything important, and I don't even remember what I said anymore, to which he didn't reply. No big deal. We both had busy jobs and rarely answered immediately, or even at all until later in the day. A few hours pass, and for some reason it just didn't feel right, so I asked his girlfriend if she had heard from him. Immediately she answers saying she hasn't been able to get a hold of him all day. It's still odd, and she mentioned they had gotten into a small argument the night before, so we both kinda wrote it off as him being annoyed. Fast forward to near the end of my shift, and his girlfriend and I had both been messaging each other periodically with updates. No answer for either of us. By now we are both genuinely concerned, so we agree that she should go check on him. Well, she arrived to his apartment, only to find him in the exact same place she left him. He had suffered a massive heart attack and passed away at some time in the early morning. I spent the next several hours contacting our mutual friends to give them the news and telling them where we were all meeting. I spent over a year as the guy to talk to about it. It took me 15 months to even process the fact that he was gone, and to finally start my own grieving process. At the time she was living a few towns over, and I was only about 5 minutes down the road from the apartment he had just moved into days before. I've relived that day more times than I can count, trying to think of some way I could have done something differently that he'd still be here with us now. It's been almost 10 years now, and this is probably the first time in 7 or more I've even brought this up. It still hurts as much today as chilly December day. A friend like a sister to me in college had a cough. It sounded like just a normal cold that comes and goes. In those days I went home during college on the weekends to wash clothes. Before I left that weekend, I offered her some soft bread and she refused. As she closed her door, I felt something was off, but let it go. I left for home. On the day I was coming back to school, I got a call from another friend that she was taken to the hospital and to say a prayer for her. As I started to pray, it wasn't for her healing, it was to ask God to breathe life into her again. I knew she was dead before I left home, even though no one knew her condition. When I got out of my car on campus, I told my friends that I knew she was dead. As it turns out, it was a staph infection. She died in the helicopter en route. Later that week, my household and I swore we would all make the 14-hour trip to her funeral in Vermont in winter. I was prepared to drive my 16-year-old jalopy the whole way there and back. Anyway, I was making a supply run and heard an internal voice tell me, "Get off the main road now." I turned off the main road onto a side street and my car's axle broke without warning. It was weird. There weren't any warning noises or rumbling to tell me. I drive in silence for the purpose of hearing that kind of stuff. It just broke, and I scraped to a halt. Some kind soul heard about what happened and paid for a charter bus to take everyone who wanted to go to the funeral. I was glad, because I wouldn't have been able to drive in a Vermont snowstorm in that old car anyway. I live in Chicago. I was walking home from class one night. Due to my apartment's location, I always had to walk underneath a CTA train stop to get back home. Since my college was in the middle of a big city, our campus safety officers were legit Chicago PD police officers. They had their own precinct right on campus and everything point under the CTA stop. I came across one of the police officers I knew from campus. Let's call him Officer Smith. Officer Smith was one of the kindest, most level-headed people I've ever met. However, that particular night, he had 5 very young preteen boys up against the train station wall with their hands up. He was screaming at them, cussing them out, just basically losing his shit. I've never seen him act that way before, even when he had to wrangle obnoxious drunk frat boys during pledge week. I quickly walked away and continued minding my own business. At first, I thought these boys probably got in trouble for something relatively minor, but the way Officer Smith was acting made me wonder if it was something much more serious. In the newspapers the next day, I found out that those boys had actually been arrested for trying to corner a female student from our school in a nearby alley attempting to sexually assault her. Officer Smith just happened to grab them before they got away. By the way he was interacting with these boys, I had a bad feeling that the situation was much more darker than what meets the eye. But I never expected it to be an attempted rap scenario, considering how young these boys were. Not a single one of them was older than 14 years old. I was on vacation, riding the ferry from Morocco back over to Spain with 2 guys I had met a few weeks earlier. Unbeknownst to me, while I was sleeping, a crew member of the ferry, a very attractive young chick, asked the 2 guys I was with if they would bring a couple cartons of cigarettes off the boat for them. She cited tax reasons, cheaper in Morocco than Spain, and how, as employees of the ferry company, they weren't allowed to bring too many items from Morocco back to Spain. My buddies naively agree and don't mention it to me until we are departing the boat and I ask them what the cartons are. After finding out, I immediately get a bad feeling and tell them that was pretty stupid, since the packages could be anything. I was thinking drugs of some kind. They quickly realize what they've done and leave the cartons on a shelf on the ferry before getting to customs. Flash forward to us leaving the dock and the girl crew member with her 4 big guy friends tracking us down, finding out we ditched her cartons and absolutely losing her shit when my buddy told her he lost them. Her friends start to look pretty menacing, while she threatens some serious bodily harm if we don't go back on the boat and get the packages. I don't like where this is heading and signal some police officers. We are still in the port at this point. Police presence is pretty heavy and the chick and her group dissipate before the cops get to us. We explained what happened to the police officers. They ask where we left the carton specifically and explain to us that that is an extremely common tactic of heroin smugglers. No risk for them if we get caught, and there's an almost endless supply of willing idiots ready to be swooned by a beautiful Spanish woman. TLDR almost ended up on locked up abroad by unknowingly smuggling heroin from Morocco to Spain. Edit. Words. It's a long fucking story for context, but the short version is this. My uncle was creepy after me while I was growing up. Then when my mom/stepdad were fostering his kid, he started bringing his creepy AF friend around when he came by for visitation. They were overtly creepy, both of them, leering uncomfortably over familiar body contact, hands on legs, small of back, etc. Creepy invites, requests to sit in laps, so on. There was never a time I didn't feel uncomfortable around these guys, and I'd always find an excuse to distance myself. Turned out the 2 of them had a woman chained up as a sex slave in a back room of the shack they were sharing, a little building built on a lot parceled off the family property, so he was literally living next door to his mother, brother, and sister-in-law. They hired her, a 50-plus-year-old woman who I only recently learned may have also been mentally disabled, as a house cleaner, then jumped her after she got in, took her clothes and burned them, kept her in bondage, would only give her alcohol to drink, so that she was constantly dehydrated and disoriented. They used the internet to track down where her teenage daughter went to school, and threatened to kidnap her as well if she tried to scream or escape. They were only caught because a friend came to visit from out of state, and they basically told him, yeah, we have a sex slave, you can pay us to use her, or make an offer and we might sell her to you. He'd always known them as being kind of twisted, so he didn't think much of it until after a week or so, and he started to worry they might have been serious, so he said something to the police. They had her for almost 2 months, during which time they had eaten dinner in my house, came to events at my church, and harassed/creeped on my mother and I, and all the while my uncle was still trying to legally get his baby son back. When I was in 7th grade, my mother moved towns because of her job. We found a place that looked nice, but once we were living there, we realized there were a lot of issues: plumbing, electrical, etc. We started looking for somewhere new. One night, outside of a Taco Bell parking lot, we were walked back to our car. We saw a truck next to us that advertised houses for rent. Coincidentally, the owner was walking to his truck. My mother, being the friendly person she is, asked him about what houses he had available. He told us he had one right now, and a few would be available soon. For some reason I did not like this guy at all. I'm a 12-year-old bratty female, so of course with my attitude I just stand there listening to them converse. He offers to show us a house right now. It's near 9 p.m. Dark outside. We go to see the house. I did not want to get out of the car because of the feeling the man gave me, but my mother insisted, as she cared about my opinion of the house. We go in, and thank goodness my mother doesn't like it very much, but the man tells us he will have a house ready in a week. That is much better. So my mother gets his number. Time passes and we end up renting the house. He's the owner and repairman. He becomes closer to me and my mom a little. Anytime there's a problem he quickly fixes it. He is really nice, but I still have a terrible, creepy feeling about him. Every time I tell my mom, she insists that I'm out of my mind. About 2 years of knowing this guy. One weekend, my mom and I go on a vacation, and he tells us he is going to come check everything in the house. By now we know him pretty well, so of course we see no problem. About a month after this vacation, we come to find out this man took a young girl and wrapped her in our house while we were on vacation. We ended up having to go through services and be interviewed about the time we spent around him. Now I never let anyone tell me anything if I have a weird feeling. I regret that I did not have the courage to stand up more and speak about the way I was feeling. The man went to prison and luckily still is in prison. Other victims came out and he got 20 years. Sad that is only 20 years. But he is locked up. Was at a party with a girlfriend of mine like 8 years ago. We were friends, but I admittedly had a huge crush on her. It was at the house of some of her friends, so I pretty much only knew her. Huge house though with lots of people. One of the bigger parties I've ever been to. Anyway, as the night goes on I notice these two guys both hitting on her real hard. At first I didn't really think about it. She was an attractive girl. I was used to it. What was weird was the way they were doing it. They weren't competing with each other like guys normally do. It was more of a team effort, if that makes sense. I kind of made a mental note, but decided to move on with my night and focus on other things. Later on in the night I stopped to chat with her while she wasn't being hit on by these guys. She excuses herself to go to the bathroom and sets her drink on a table next to my phone. I walk away and immediately realize that I forgot my phone and turn around to pick it up. I notice that her drink is missing. I look up and I see one of the guys walking away with it. Now I was already a little tipsy at this point, so nothing clicked immediately. But when I got to the bathroom I had an oh shit, that was kind of weird moment. After I left the bathroom I found her talking to both of them while drinking out of the same cup. Part of me thought I was overreacting, but the other part of me thought that I'd rather be safe than sorry. Pretty much on the spot, I made up some excuse about having to leave right now to pick up my sister whose car broke down. I practically dragged her out of there, to the protest of both guys as well as her. But I pulled the friend card and she reluctantly agreed to leave with me. By the time I got her home she was starting to say she was feeling weird. She was drunk, but she said this was different. Sure enough, after a little while longer things got weird. Her eyes weren't focusing properly, speech very slurred. I essentially had to carry her up to her room. Those guys absolutely slipped her something. I stayed overnight and slept on her floor because she lived alone. and I didn't want her to wake up after that and be confused or scared. In the morning I told her everything that happened, along with how I really felt about her. We dated for almost 2 years. TLDR, no, my mind and body keep me from finding my mother. One day I had a doctor appointment because I was dizzy and my neck was hurting. I talked to my mom before and she said she would call me after to check on me. She said that she was coming to town, she lived in the country, to pick up her sharpened mower blades and go back home to start mowing. I went to my do-apt and had an adjustment and went back to my house in town. I was resting and icing my neck when I began to feel funny. As the afternoon wore on, I began to get feverish. I called my friend to pick up my kid from daycare and bring her to me. I felt like I couldn't even drive. I called my sister and asked her to check on mom and she didn't feel concerned. I knew I sure couldn't drive out there, so when my friend came with my kid, I asked her to drive me. She said later that I seemed to be hallucinating. She took my kid home with her and took her to daycare in the morning and checked in with me. I can remember wanting to call other people, but not remembering numbers. This was before cell phones. I remember pacing around in my house and impatiently wanting to call people and call my mom and wanting to drive, but not being able to. Then I remember being awake, getting ready for work and still being worried. My mom had never called me like she said she would. I went to work and told my boss something was wrong, and I felt like I needed to go to my mom's and sister's work, same place. He, being the best boss I ever had, said to go. No hesitation, just go. When I got there, my sister and I were both there when the manager walked and just shook his head. My mom was mowing the lawn and had AAA/abdominal aortic aneurysm. https://www.mayoclinic.org/. They said she was gone before she hit the ground. I know she was laying there overnight, but I also know something stopped me from being the one to find her. I'm not religious or believe in fairies, angels and the like, but I know some higher power or natural force kept me from being the one to find her. A side story to this is that my kid, who was about 5.5, saw my mom as an angel before they knew grandma was gone. I do believe my kids saw her as an angel, and they have told me they have seen her and felt her several times since. I wish I could have pointed it. Fixed link. So, kind of the opposite, if a lot of these stories. When I was about 3 years old, my parents were divorced, and one night, after I wet the bed, my mom asked if my dad had touched me. I said yes, not understanding how she meant the question. This blew up from there, many doctor's appointments, my mom explaining to me how my dad was a child molester. I learned he was an evil man, and we took it to court. I took the stand and was supposed to testify. When I got on the stand, the lawyer asked me a few nice, unrelated questions to try and get me relaxed. But I kept seeing my dad there in handcuffs. The first time I'd seen him since the accusation, he'd been in jail, and I just couldn't do it. I knew he was evil, but I couldn't continue with the testimony. It wasn't fair. It was like everything in my world locked up and wouldn't let me continue. I felt so bad, like a total coward, but I ran down from the stand crying. I felt guilty about that 4 years then. When I was 9, I realized my mom accused literally every one of her many boyfriends of molesting someone or another, and I realized many other manipulative lies she had told me. A little after that, she wound up getting arrested for something unrelated. I went to a foster home, then another father figure who didn't work out, and finally I said I want to live with my dad. I have lived with him ever since then, and let me tell you, he is the kindest, most amazing father I could ever ask for. He is the kind of person who would probably take a baseball bat to a child molester if they touched me. And knowing now how likely it is to be killed in prison if you are accused of being a pedophile, he might have died if I had accused him. And the weird part is, I remember what the touching incident was. He was checking if I had wet myself, but no one ever asked me that. They never sat me down and said, okay, where did he touch you? How did it make you feel? Not once. My fiance and I were driving back home on the freeway from his office. It was about an hour away, and it was no different than any other night that we went over there. We passed this one-off ramp, and we both got this terrible feeling, and we were both nauseous, so I chalked it up to dinner being bad or something. Shortly after, I started having thoughts about guns and being shot in my head, and I decided to keep it to myself because it was pretty odd. But then a few minutes later he started to tell me that he was thinking about a specific handgun and had a really bad feeling that something bad is going to happen. So I immediately told him to get off on the next exit and take the streets the rest of the way home, even though it would take about an hour and a half to get there instead of an hour. We started to feel a whole lot better, and we were talking about how weird the feeling was, talked about what we thought it could be, hoping everyone was safe and everything. Eventually we got back into our town, 25 minutes later than we would have if we had taken the freeway, and we were going to buy a water bottle and a tea from the corner store next to the house. But when we got close we saw that there were cops, ambulances, fire trucks, caution tape, and a body laying on the ground. The cops were looking for the bullet casings on the ground around where the guy was shot. I started crying because that could have been us. We would have been there when that guy was getting shot. It was super fucked up at the time, and I felt so bad for the guy, but I'm so glad that we listened to our intuition and didn't stay on the freeway. Well, the only time I can think of that matters was with my first husband. Let me preface this story. We married ridiculously young, 18, and when he was brand new in the military, and it was all around just poor decisions on our part. Anyway, we fought all the time. I'm talking breaking plates, screaming bloody murder, fist through the front door fighting. We had a gun in the house that he kept wedged between the mattress and the box springs on his side of the bed. He always kept the mag out of the pistol, but stored right next to it. One day, after our fighting, and while he was gone, I was in the bathroom cleaning up some mess, and I got that hair standing up on the back of my neck feeling. I knew he wasn't home, but something in me said to move the mag with the bullets. I went and put the mag on my side of the bed. Then I actually had the thought that I should check to see if he had a bullet in the chamber. Now, he refused to show me how this pistol works, and I had never touched a gun before. I was on YouTube looking up how to clear the chamber on this particular style of pistol. Sure enough, he had a round in there, and I cleared it. That night he came back, and we fought miserably hard. He pulled the gun on me, and then pointed it at himself. He pulled the damn trigger. He was momentarily shocked, and I used that moment to bolt. I ran to a neighbor's apartment who happened to be one of his Marine buddies. I told the friend he needed to go secure his guy before he kills someone. He went and got my ex, and they left for the night. We split shortly after that. I'm way late to this thread, I've just been reading it. But I have 3 stories to share. I seem to have always had a strong sense of something's not right, and I'm not sure why. Some of my more spiritual friends have said I have a gift of premonition. Not sure about that. I have had so many instances of gut feeling. I guess I could probably write a book. This first story, not first instance, was back in 2013. One day out of the blue, I started to think about my dad. For 3 days he invaded my thoughts. He was in and out of my life, in and out of prison / rehab / hospital / streets. At this time he was a homeless drug addict, nearing 70, and had a plethora of health problems. I had no idea where he was. I hadn't spoken to him for a few years after I learned that he had offered meth to my younger brother. Anyway, I woke up earlier than usual with my then 1-year-old daughter, who was whimper crying in her crib, which was unusual but not weird. I soothed her, but it was clear she was up for the day. I carried her across the apartment to the living room, and as soon as I got there I got a pang of something bad happened in my gut. I sat down on the couch, and the feeling was growing. Suddenly my phone rang, and the minute my hand touched my phone, I knew my dad was dead. I answered. It was my mom. She quietly said, "Hey, so, something happened?" I cut her off, and, regretfully, nonchalantly said, "My dad is dead." She was taken back, and said, "Yes. How did you know that? Did the coroner call you?" A wave of shock and sadness hit me, and I responded, "No, I just had a feeling." She is religious, so she asked me more questions about it, but then right back to the reality of what happened. Despite my dad's colorful history, good and bad, he had a full and interesting life. I still loved him. I'll never forget that gut feeling point. The second story could just meld into the third, I guess, because they happened 3 months apart. Long story short, last summer my beloved grandma, matriarch of the family, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Her health started deteriorating rapidly. She was in and out of the hospital for months. Before we knew it, come November, she was sent home from the hospital on hospice, and my mom and brother stayed with her in her home. Obviously we all knew what that meant. Now it was Monday during the week of Thanksgiving, and I had a feeling that she wasn't going to make it to Thanksgiving Day, and that feeling never went away. I was visiting every day at this point, but I decided to pack a bag and stayed at her house too. Fast forward to Wednesday, we had her in a hospital bed in the living room. We took care of her in shifts, and it was my shift as my mom napped. She seemed stable for the most part, watching TV. I adjusted her legs and asked her if she needed anything. She said no. I told her I was stepping out for a smoke, and I could see her through the window. I had a gut feeling that I shouldn't leave her side, but I hadn't had a smoke in about 5 hours, so I partially ignored it. I lit it up, then peeked inside. I saw my elderly uncle was next to her talking, so I took the chance to respond to a text. Not even 2 minutes had gone by when I heard a strangely loud moan. I looked through the window and saw, to my horror, my uncle was failing to lift her back up on the bed. I ran inside, and she was on the floor. He frantically told me she asked to use the portable toilet, and while he was helping her, she lost consciousness. As soon as I touched her, even though she had a light pulse, I knew she was gone already. My brother came home at the same time my mom ran in, and we all lifted her into the bed and mom gave her an adrenaline shot. I said, "Mom, grandma is gone." As soon as the words came out, her pulse disappeared and left a wake of silence in the room. Weeks later, most of our small valley town had to be evacuated during the Thomas fire, and we had to postpone her funeral. My uncle, Rick, blamed himself, though he did not. In fact, I blamed myself for a while. He was her oldest son, with health problems of his own, with suspected beginnings of dementia. Uncle Rick was so depressed that he flatly refused to leave the house, even though the air was toxic. We kept in contact with him, but as soon as one road in was temporarily reopened, my brother went back to care for him. He eventually ended up in the hospital, but was okay. Fast forward 2 months after the fire. It's Valentine's Day, and it's pouring. My brother, who still lives there, went to work that morning. I needed to take my daughter to school, but my tires weren't great, so my mom offered to drive us. We were on our way when I got hit with the most intense gut feeling I've ever had. I said, "Mom, we need to go check on Rick now." I expected her to suggest we drop my kid off first, but she didn't. She said okay, and turned around on the street and headed toward the house. When we got there, his car was there, but the doors were all locked. We both banged on the doors and windows, no answer. I ran to the other side of the house to his bedroom window and saw that the curtain was slightly open. I strained to see inside and saw his bare foot on the floor, twitching. I called 911 and ran to my mom to tell her. She broke in somehow while I stayed outside with my kid waiting for the paramedics. My mom opened the front door and said he was breathing but foaming at the mouth. He was also mostly naked, and there was shredded clothes, blood, vomit, urine and feces all over the floor. Initially we thought attempted odd suicide. Paramedics came and took him. He had been suffering from a type of stress-related heart issue called broken heart syndrome that triggered an actual heart attack, which is rare. The on-call doctor told my mom that we had found him at the beginning of the heart attack, and if he had not been discovered, he would have surely died within 1 to 2 hours tops. He survived, but he had partial amnesia for a week. His recovery was slow, and he still isn't the same, but he's alive. Considering it's only been 4 months, I think about that day a lot. I still have trouble believing that a strong feeling I had meant life or death for him. So yeah, trust that gut. 2 stories I can share. When I was about 12 years, my parents had gone to a friend's house up the road, and I was about to ride my bike up to meet them. As I walk out of the house, a large plain white van was on the road, and at the time our internet was having problems, so though they were with the IT company, I asked if they were here to check the modem, and one of the 2 guys said yes. So I open the house and go the backroom computer while this guy's over my shoulder. Just then I get a super creepy vibe and get up and walk down the hall to see the other guy coming down our stairs. The other guy goes over to him and I can now tell they are no way with the company and get the flight or fight feeling. I run down the hallway and out the back door. I head to my parents and tell them, and for some reason they shrug it off thinking I'm over exaggerating. 3 days later both guys get arrested and are on the news for attempted murder and home robbery. Second story, camping in the middle of nowhere in the Adirondacks with my brother. Wake up in the middle of the night to what I think is a coyote or something. I get out of the tent and I don't hear anything moving around, but I have a really odd feeling that something is not right. I grab my big flashlight and start looking around, and what the fuck, I see a man about 50 yards away. I tried following the guy to figure out his deal, but only made it about a half mile and turned back. This was in an area that you can't get to without a kayak/canoe and super remote. When this couple in a white truck tried to kidnap me while I was walking along the sidewalk, I didn't realize what was about to happen until I could reach out and touch the truck. I was so focused on the red taillight for some reason. I even remember wondering why the fuck I had tunnel vision for that red taillight. Then the word "stop" came in a similar manner to that of an intrusive thought. When I followed the joint line from the right taillight to the front door, I realized that the passenger door was open but someone was trying to make it look like it was closed. So I blindly darted across 2 lanes of heavy traffic to the median, forcing cars to swerve to avoid me. The truck peeled out, made the most dangerous U-turn, then cut people off to drive diagonally at me, so I ran back from whence I can, and the truck continued on down the road. I didn't tell anyone due to a fear that I would have my own freedom taken away due to my family's fear for my safety. Around a week later, my high school and the middle school sent home a letter stating that there had been an attempted kidnapping of one of the high school students by a white truck. A few days later, I'm walking home with my friend who looks very similar to myself, and I brought up the attempted kidnapping because we were walking along that same road where both attempts had been made. Then she tells me that she was that student and describes the event. She didn't get any warning bells. They caught her off guard and got her mostly into the truck, but eventually let her go because she was fighting for her life. I can't remember if I shared my own experience with her, but I didn't tell anyone that for almost 10. I finally told my family and I wish I hadn't. When I was 9, I was at my grade 3 camp. We were at the disco, and being the edgy kid I was sitting on the sidelines trying to be cool. A teacher called me over and said to come with her. I remember thinking, crap, what have I done? At that moment the vice principal appeared, easily my favorite teacher ever, and I just said, "Oh, hello there." She smiled and looked at me and said that I needed to go home with her. She had a decent car, but I was thirsty on the way and she asked if I wanted to stop and have a drink. I was like, yeah, sure, and she pulled into a parking spot outside of this fish and chip place. We entered the store and she pointed to the fridge with the drinks in it. She asked me to get one, and I tried to be polite and picked the water. She refused and asked if that was the one I truly wanted. I replied with no, and walked back to get an orange soft drink. She smiled and said yeah sure, and bought it for me. On the way home I knew that she would never have bought me that drink unless something was wrong, and she felt bad for me. I just remember knowing with my heart and soul that my dad had died. He had taken his own life on that day. She needed directions. When we got closer to the house and I recognized my nanny. A nanny is basically a babysitter but more often speeding out of my street. I smiled and waved at her, but I saw her face, and it had streaks of makeup and tears rolling down it. We pull up, and I ran up the stairs to my front door, and rang the doorbell. The vice principal walked up behind me, just as my mum opened the door with tears on her face and a tissue in my hand. She said her thanks to the VP and let me inside. About 5 years later, my mum told me that my dad had hung himself on the backyard porch and my nanny had come around the backyard to see his dead body. She had to hang around afterwards and that's why I saw her coming out of the street. I was talking with mum about 8 years later, and I was talking, rather jokingly, about how the hardest thing in my life is getting out of my warm bed on a cold day. She said that the hardest thing she had ever done was opening the door to me when I had come home 8 years earlier. When I was 17, I had a cat that had 10 kittens. I worked at a local gas station and put up a sign that said free kittens on it. A man that came in saw the sign and said that he would be willing to take a kitten and was very enthusiastic about having a new pet. I told him that I could deliver the kitten within a 20-mile radius. He gave me his phone number and I agreed to contact him later after my friend got off of work and we could bring over the cat. My friend ended up getting caught up at work, so instead I asked my mom to ride with me. I kept asking the man to send me a direct address so that way I could put it in my GPS. He said that I could meet him later on in the evening. Upon arrival it was almost dark. I knocked on the door, and when he opened it a very intense bleach smell came rolling out. I went to hand him the cat, and he said to me, "Why don't you come on in and make him feel at home?" He made me nervous. I tried to laugh it off, and then he said it again, but this time in a much lower, deeper tone. I reached down to pick up the cat, and he tried to wave my mom off to leave. I felt the air around me completely tightened, and I'll never forget the look of sheer hate for the man on my mom's face. She was ready to fight. The cat walked inside and there was no way I could go in to get it. I was trying to walk down his stairs when he said, "Aren't you going to shake my hand?" Where he proceeded to clearly grip my hand as hard as he could and looked me square in the face. Totally freaked out. My mom and I looked up the property and the house was owned by the bank. It hadn't been rented for 2 years. I wrote a police report about the man and never saw him again. I'm very glad that my mom was there with me because something very terrible would have happened. Super late to the party, but went to school all my life with this kid. TT was a creepy fuker. Age 8 he was already kicking the shit out of our classmates. Age 10 he was getting weirdly sexual with female classmates. 11 he was getting sexual with the teachers. 13 he almost killed a kid by bashing the kid's head into a locker over and over. 15 he was threatening to rap people. 17 he had a kid. Mellowed out. 18 we graduated. I thought to myself, what a change for the better. But I couldn't shake this bad feeling. Now looking at T was like looking in the face of evil. His eyes were just dead. No way his good boy attitude was gonna stay for long. He was a monster. Well, age 20, T went to an underage high school party. Violently rapped a 14-year-old girl. Attempted to rap another girl. Girl's friend confronts TT and 2 of his friends grab the guy that confronted him. Drag the victim outside. Beat him till he's almost dead. But that wasn't enough for T. They got a gun and shot the kid in the head, killing him. T then left with his friends, got high and broke into some cars before being found a few days later and arrested. Now T is 21 and facing life in prison. Bonus story: I just remembered I was good friends with this kid C throughout high school. Awkward guy but nothing awful. He made some CDs for me. We grew apart after graduation and didn't speak again. Couple months ago a mutual friend sent me a link via Facebook that C was just arrested for the rap of an 11-year-old girl. They were dating and he was soliciting child porn from her. Had quite a bit before she broke down and told her dad what was happening. Never once thought he'd be a pedo. Hope he rots for what he did. I was in Barcelona getting some drinks with my friend for his birthday. Met this girl there and we drank a lot, so I was definitely drunk. When the bar closes, maybe 1 or 2 AM, my friends go home, and I decide to go out of the club with this girl. Before we leave the bar, but right after my friends left, this girl introduces me to her 2 guy friends. Seems innocent enough. We are talking a bit about what clubs we want to go to and so on. Then at some point we start talking about guns. I'm American, so Europeans love to ask me about guns in America, even though I don't have any experience with them. At this point one of the guys pulls out a knife. Not in a mugging kind of way, but he seemed proud of it and was just showing it off to me. It was pretty big and could definitely fuck someone up. These guys had also been drinking pretty heavy. After talking to them for a while they take me around this dark corner off the street while I'm just being a loud as drunk American. We are not there for 10 seconds and all of a sudden I have to piss really bad. I tell them I have to piss and will be right back. I turn the corner and go right around another alley to piss, and as I'm pissing, the girl comes up to me. What are you doing? Come back with us. I'm midstream, and tell her I'm coming, and we'll be right there. When she leaves, I have a sudden no seat moment. These guys have a knife and are in a dark alley. As soon as I'm done pissing, I just start speed walking the other way and turn back, and they are nowhere to be found. I later found out from some locals that that's a common scheme, and I was definitely being baited into a mugging by this girl. They said that it's known to happen at the bar I was at. The girl had been eyeing my watch all night, and when I thought about it the next day, all signs pointed towards a mugging. Had I stuck around, my bladder saved me that night. Nothing too suspenseful or dramatic, but my mom's husband called to let me know that my mom had been expected to live no more than 48 hours. She'd been fighting her cancer for 6 months and was in hospice at this point. It was 3 a.m. I had a couple phone calls like this over the past month that all turned out to be false alarms. I decided I would go back to sleep and wake up at 5 and head to the hospice center, an hour away. As I lay back down, I thought and obsessed that I was going to get another call in less than 5 minutes. 4 minutes after he called me, he called again and said, "Hey, this is the call." I just said okay, hung up and drove there with my wife as calmly as possible. I knew it. I just fucking knew it. There was no feasible way for me to be there, but I still feel a bit of guilt for wanting 2 more hours of sleep. I'm just glad he was there with one of my sisters. When she went, I even had the most fuked up reaction when I saw her. I smiled and even chuckled. I was devastated. But here I'm seeing proof of my 46-year-old mother, withered practically to a bone, and dead. And I laughed. It wasn't until the funeral when I cried. And it was a fuking episode for sure. No one cried harder than I, and I couldn't stop. For an hour or more. She was so fucking cool and awesome. And for various reasons I didn't get to meet her until I was 17. Fuck, I'm crying now. She introduced me to so much cool music, always told me how it was, straight. And she never forgave herself for not raising me herself. No matter how much I insisted that I forgave her. I know this went off on a tangent. I'm just having a bit of an episode. She died last year and I guess I'm not done grieving. Driving with my high school boyfriend when I have to stop to pee, so he stops at a laundromat attached to a corner store. Both buildings were owned by the same person and that person was running the till. I'm the corner store, leaving the laundromat unattended. We both go into the store so he can buy smokes and so I can use the washroom. Right when we enter the store, I see a sign that says, "Bathroom located in laundromat next door." I point this out to my boyfriend and tell him I'll just run over and pee quick while you get your smokes, and turn on my heel and head out the door without hearing a reply from him. As I walk through the glass door leading to the laundromat, I see a group of 3 greasy middle-aged dudes talking right by the door to the ladies' bathroom. Right away I feel uneasy, but I'm a stubborn idiot and walk right past them into the bathroom, assuming there would be a lock on the door. I get in, close the door, and realize there's no lock at all, just a doorknob. Right as I'm realizing this isn't a good place to go to the bathroom, I open the door to leave, and I'm startled to see my boyfriend right about to open the door I just came out of. He then grabs my hand and starts to walk me outside a little faster and with more force than he would usually use. Turns out he had a nasty feeling when he saw me walk into the laundromat alone and decided to follow me. He walked in just in time to hear the men talking about what a catch I would be, and man, I don't wanna get in trouble again, but that'd be worth it. He didn't want to overreact and yell at them. We were in high school and he would have been beaten senseless, so he just got me out of there. I'm glad he did, cause I don't know what would have happened in the bathroom that didn't lock. Sorry for the long postal mayo. I was in language school for the army with a guy who was beyond weird, a constant creepy vibe from him that never went away. It was rumored he'd wander the base at night wearing a pair of MMA gloves, and that he had hundreds of knives in his barracks room. It was a widespread joke that he was a serial killer. I graduated and lost track of him. I later heard he'd run into trouble and got held back. Fast forward a year or so, and I see a familiar creepy face in formation. He'd been assigned to my unit. I resolved to maintain maximum distance. Months go by and nothing happens. but I can never shake the feeling there's something wrong with him. The rumors of hundreds of knives start circulating again. Turns out he was dating a girl. Seems like a good thing until it was revealed she was 14. Her mom confronted him about the relationship, told him to break it off or she'd call the police. He murdered her, stabbed her to death in her home, and even then grabbed the girl and drove it out to a deserted stretch of road to hide the body. The police found the van, the blood and then the body, and proceeded to the girl's house. They informed the father what had happened and asked who else was in the house. He responded his daughter. They went upstairs to her room, where they found this guy in bed with her. The trial is still ongoing. I'd felt that kid's eyeballs on the back of my neck for months. With the added context, the creeps I felt then become the reaching heebie-jeebies. I and some friends were driving to spring break, heading to Shepherd's Beach in Florida. We were in a highway, not sure where. I wasn't driving. I was staring out the window because the road we were on was odd, raised up like 20 feet with what I would call swamp on either side. It's early. Sun came up like 10 to 20 minutes earlier. As I'm watching trees go by, I catch just the slightest glimpse of what looked like a bumper, like only a few inches of the side of a bumper. It wasn't buried or anything. It was bright yellow and just off the edge of the road, but almost not visible due to the angle of how far down the side of the embankment it was. It was the color that struck me. I ignored it for like 30 seconds, and then I mentioned something to my friends, who were volunteer firemen. They, being he guys they were, also got an odd feeling. We pulled a U-turn, headed back and started cruising along the shoulder. As soon as he got close to the edge, it saw a car upside down, partially submerged. Called 911. Someone had driven off the road at night and died/drowned. She was pretty young, like 19, 25-ish. Unfortunately, this one didn't have a happy ending, but the car had been sinking in the soft mud, so had we not stopped there was a chance she could have been much harder to find and missing for days. At least her parents didn't have days of terror and dread to deal with. Also, years later, same group of friends had a BBQ. A couple left after having several drinks. We all tried to get him to let someone drive him home. We almost got into a brawl with him. We all got fed up with him for being such an ass and let him go. They both died 5 minutes later when he hit another car head on and flipped into a tree. If you think your friends are too drunk to drive, don't let them, even if it takes knocking him the fuck out. That broken nose could save his life. Growing up, me and my older cousin were extremely close. She was adopted, so we weren't blood related, but we were inseparable. She would invite me over every chance she got and would ask to go for walks or call me every day after school. Growing up though, whenever I stayed over at their house, which was almost every weekend and some weeknights as we lived a few blocks away, I would get sick. Every time without fail. I would always be anxious and have stomach problems until I went home. One day we were walking to the park and had only been gone for maybe 10 minutes when her stepfather pulls up and goes, "Your mother has left, you have to come home now." Told me to go home. I thought this was so weird, but I was too young to understand, but I still told my parents, which caused concern. About 3 years later she got her own apartment at the age of 16, which the whole family thought was strange. That was until after she graduated high school she came out to the authorities and confessed he had been sexually abusing her throughout her whole life. I hate myself for not being old enough to understand why I always felt sick and anxious around my uncle, as I could have been able to stop the abuse so much earlier on. We still talk, and she has been able to live a fairly normal life after the fact and is marrying a fantastic man, but I still think of what I could have done differently as a child. I was a missionary for LDS/Mormon Church in Detroit, Michigan. When we aren't knocking on doors or talking to people on the street, we get online referral notifications. Usually these people are just asking for literature or want a free book. Well, my partner and I went to this house too. There was a fairly older woman in her 40s who wanted to actually meet us. She invited us in, and her nephew was gonna join us. We couldn't be in a room with the women without a male to help us avoid issues. Well, as we go into the home, her room was at the basement. I jokingly noticed that the lock of the door were on the outside of the door. My partner shrugged it off as poor design. Well, the meeting was great, and she wanted another visit. Later on she just vanished. No contact at all. Well, a month later she called in a hospital saying she had iron problems. Later, through some investigating, as I was not sure of her, I began to figure out she was in a psych ward. Well, no big deal, a lot of people did this in Detroit for free food and bed. Well, apparently as we come to find out, she has multiple personality issues. But it gets worse. My partner was the senior companion and dictate that I was jumping to conclusions. We helped her move closer to the church, which was something I felt off about as well. Well, I was right. She snapped. She called us constantly begging for my partner to respond. She followed us home, went through crazy fits. She made up another LDS church with some crackhead in jail she was emailing. She basically went on to try and destroy the church. Luckily I knew a few friends who could take down the website, but it was hell for 7 months of dealing with her and her lies and fits. It's been 4 years after I still tell my old partner that I was right. PS. She tried poisoning me with food, and I was sick for a few days, vomiting. Found that poison in the food, and yet didn't die. Miracle from God. 2 or 3 years ago my best friend started hanging out with this guy, who had recently broke up with his girlfriend, who he claimed was crazy. He'd told us all these stories of abusive things she'd supposedly done, as well as made fun of her weight, etc. A few weeks later he and my friend started dating. About 2 weeks into them dating, when we picked him up from work, he was covered with scratches and bruises, including strangulation marks on his throat and bite marks. The story he gave us was that he was signing their car over to his ex, and she jumped on his back and strangled him while biting and scratching, and the cops had to be called. Thing is, all of them looked more like something that would happen during rough sex than anything in my friend, boyfriend, now husband, and I all agreed on that, but his friend from work confirmed the story, so we let it go. Less than a week later his tune on his ex changed. She'd get brought up, and one of us would make a remark on how crazy she is, and he'd start defending her and saying she wasn't so bad. Within a week he had broken up with my friend and blocked her on every social media platform, but he forgot to block me. The night before he broke up with her he asked if he could go home so he could do some cleaning and pack up more of the ex's stuff that she left. He broke up with her the next afternoon, but there were photos on his Snapchat story from that morning of him and his ex smiling, clearly naked, in bed together. As it had turned out, the entire time my friend was dating him, he was still sleeping with his ex, who is now back to being his regular girlfriend. We all agreed never to bring him up as one of her relationships again. Thing is, she was really nervous about saying yes from the beginning, but seemed so sweet that all 3 of us, who all had a bad feeling from the beginning, just ignored it. Thankfully she dodged a bullet before getting too invested. Ironically enough, a different acquaintance of mine was dating his brother and he ended up being really abusive and strangled her in front of multiple eyewitnesses, of which the court case is pending. I've never actually gone into this much detail about it to anyone, and this turned out to be incredibly cathartic, but also incredibly long. TLDR, my mom's now ex-husband was an abusive douchebag. I knew it from the start and was very vocal about it. Nobody listened to me for 5 years. I absolutely hated my mom's now ex-husband. When I first met him, I thought he was an asshole, and I knew he was bad for my mom. However, due to my mom having a questionable taste in men and me being around 12 at the time, she ignored my whining. For a while she even convinced me that I was just being a bitch, since I never liked any of her boyfriends, including my dad, and was admittedly a pretty dramatic preteen. But at their wedding, I was absolutely miserable. I have a sheet memory, so my earliest memory is sitting at the wedding reception wishing the world would just end, so we wouldn't have to go through all the bullshit I knew he would put us through. I knew that it would be so much more difficult for us to get away from him if they were married. They built a house together that I hated because I knew so many things about it were built that way, so we would have to rely on him for house maintenance. Once they were married, it got so much worse. He worked as a CNA and would come home around 2 or 3 in the morning and slam doors and stomp around the house because one of us had forgotten to put the dishes away or somebody ate the rest of the ice cream or some bullshit like that. While my mother was a teacher and I was in middle school, so both of us needed the sleep, He constantly made fun of my mom for her weight and her eating habits despite being overweight and being a massive pig himself. Like, he would eat spaghetti and meatballs out of fucking mixing bowls. That is a real thing he would do. One time, our extended family went to a steakhouse, and even though she didn't eat her whole meal and took home leftovers, he joked to the other adults, mostly from her side of the family, that he'd have to tie her to the back of the car and drag her home, so she'd lose some of the weight. Yeah, point, he was pretty big and very strong, and practically every little argument he and my mother had quickly turned into a shouting match, and seemed like it was constantly about to turn into physical abuse. I'm actually still terrified of people yelling, and loudly arguing, and loud noises in general. I forgot how bad it really was until recently my mom got into a shouting match with my aunt and I went into autopilot and snuck out of the house, like I had been practically programmed to years ago, even though I haven't needed it since he left. At one point he got her pregnant, but she miscarried about 3 or 4 months in. He did nothing to support her. Literally zero empathy the entire time. My grandmother and I, probably 14 at the time, took care of her while she recovered. I later found out that he coerced her into sex most nights, even while she was pregnant, and after she miscarried it caused a lot of tension in the house, because she physically couldn't have sex with him in the first couple weeks after her miscarriage, due to the physical and emotional trauma of literally giving birth to a premature baby with no sign at all that it would happen, until it did. Point, it was clear that he didn't care about me at all. I was going through a lot of mental health issues that were ignored because he told my mom I was just being a moody teen. He all but encouraged my self-loathing and made me feel like I was useless and crazy and a waste of money/food. Towards the end I would refuse to go into the house if he was in it. I was usually at school when he was home, and he was usually at work when I was home. She finally left him when I was 15. The divorce proceedings took forever. He tried to take the house, even though he easily had another place to live, and the house was on my mother's family's land. She got breast cancer partway through the divorce, which made everything more difficult. He continued to try to solicit sex from her for months after their divorce. He regularly tried to get us to go out, to eat with him to try and mend the bridge, while my mother was in chemo and could not work or even really leave the house very often because of it. He tried so hard to lure her back, and it was difficult not to fall for it, since we were pretty strapped for cash paying off the house and the hospital bills, while she was bedridden and neither me nor my mother were equipped to deal with owning a house and land. We always either rented apartments or lived with my grandparents before that. Everything is fine now. We haven't heard from him in a year or so. My mother has fully recovered from the cancer. The only way you can tell she even had it is a scar from the port on her chest. She's very happy with her current boyfriend, who actually does love her a lot. I don't know him super well yet, but I like him. I haven't even seen any yellow flags so far. We have a strong relationship and have been slowly figuring out how to take care of the house without a big strong man to do it. It was awful, but I do still get a lot of satisfaction from finally being vindicated, even though it was years ago now. I know that it's insensitive to say I told you so, because ultimately she was a victim of abuse and it hurt her much more than me, but I spent all of middle school and part of high school literally telling her so, and it took her like 5 years to actually listen. So, yeah, I told her so. I live in an apartment complex and have lots of neighbors. One particular guy had always been super friendly and would say hey sexy when the boyfriend wasn't around. He never tried to make a move, probably because of him being acquainted with my boyfriend, but this dude just gave me super creepy vibes. His smile was just creep city. He repulsed me, but he was always so nice, and besides the compliment every once in a great while, he never did anything to justify me being mean. I was always friendly back and just kept my distance. Just heard last week that apparently he had molested one of his daughter's friends. She's about 12 or 13. Apparently the girl told her mom, and her mom said I don't even want to deal with that. It made me sick just knowing that poor girl finally got the courage to tell her mom, the one person who's supposed to protect her in this world, and her mom wanted nothing to do with the situation. My heart broke for her. Allegedly this guy was molesting a couple other underage girls too, 14 to 15 years old. His wife found out first from one of the moms and kicked his ass to the curb instantly. The cops are involved now. Haven't seen the guy around here since, and I don't know if he is currently in jail. Hopefully he gets prosecuted and locked up for a long time after everything is said and done. Might be a bit late on this one, but I figure why not? I'm an avid trail runner, or used to be, before I started doing factory work again. I was off work and headed to a local park that had a lot of good running trails in the middle of a decently overcast day. I spend a good hour under the forest canopy, music in, just following the rhythm, and not really paying attention. There's a little clearing at the top of a pretty, not steep, but long trail that leads up to a hill. When I got there I'm suddenly struck with just how different the sky was compared to when I started. That little overcast weather at the start of my run has turned a hell of a lot more violent looking. The clouds are grey, swollen and moving damn fast. The wind was cooler, much cooler now than my sweat-soaked skin could account for. Now, I have a choice at this clearing. I can go left, which leads deeper into the forest, and continue one of the best runs of my life. Or I can take a right and hit the trail that leads back to the car park point. I'm not afraid of rain or storms, so I'm just thinking, yeah, let's take the left path and see how long I can hold on. This might just be the best I've ever felt on a run, when everything has just gone right and I feel like I have more energy than I can handle. I move forward and just get this punch in the gut that tells me I need to get back to my car as fast as possible. Cause something just ain't right. Point a good 20 minutes on that trail leading back to my car. I can feel the wind gusting through the trees. Overhead, through the little crack in the forest canopy, I can see this green-gray hint of color in the sky. I take out my headphones and hear this massive rumble of thunder that's quickly followed by this thick curtain of rain. Despite how thick the trees are in that place and how densely packed the leaves in the midst of spring, you could feel the water coming down from overhead like a flood. I'm still a good 10 minutes away from my car at this point on the trail. I'm tired, soaked with sweat and just absolutely beat. I'm slogging through mud trying not to twist my ankle. I'm just an absolute mess. The storm has me nervous, so I'm running much harder than I should be. I don't know if a lot of people here have ever done trail running, but these aren't paths you're supposed to take at more than a brisk jogging pace, especially in the rain. Point I start climbing down, heading to this small valley part of the trail that follows a river, headed towards the car park, when I hear the trees practically crack and give way to this curtain of rain and wind behind me. It's unnerving how loud it was, especially with how quiet the trail stays. I'm trying to watch the trees around me, making sure no branches are about to give way or collapse on me while I'm running. You can hear the sound of splintering wood echo from all directions. The trees here aren't as thickly packed as it was in the clearing I'd been at before, so I can actually see the damn sky now. It's orange, angry, and I'm now getting weather alerts on my phone about tornadoes in my area. I'm thinking I'm fuked, but I don't stop running. Point I finally hit the trailhead that leads out onto the pavement. No cars anywhere in sight except for mine. I'm the only idiot who stayed. When I get to my car I just jump in and head straight to my girlfriend's work in a shopping mall. Managed to get there in just enough time before the weather alert reports a tornado had been sighted in the area around the trail I'd been running at. Had I not taken the right path at that clearing, I'd have likely been caught in the heat of the storm trying to get back to my car. I haven't been out to that trail since. When I was a kid we had a dog that was aggressive as fuck and lived in our backyard. One of my chores was to take out the trash, so I would just ride my bike around to the alley and throw it out instead getting clawed to death. Let me preface this next part by saying, if you grow up in a rough neighborhood, you learn to be suspicious of vehicles with double blackout tint rolling slowly through your neighborhood that you don't recognize. So I'm riding my bike and a Cadillac with double blackout tint pulls onto my street, and as it gets next to me slows way down. So I pedal my happy ass around the corner, into the alley, dump the trash and hide behind the dumpster watching the cross traffic, looking to see if he was following me. After about a minute I guess I'm being paranoid, and go to jump on my bike and what turns down the alley? That fucking Cadillac, with the door swinging open and some dude jumping out of it, pulling a gun out of his waistband. Get on the faking ground. So I hit the deck thinking I'm dead meat, as I've already been shot at before, and he screams, "Where's the faking bag?" I point at the dumpster and screams again, "Get up. Get up and show me." So I open the dumpster and hold up my bag of trash. Wrong move. Point. He gets pissed and starts coming towards me, pointing the gun in my face, screaming, "What's in it? Open it. Open it." So I tear the bag open, and it's full of coffee grounds and banana peels and shit you would expect in a trash bag. Grab that one. Open it. I open that bag of trash. Grab that one. Open it. That one. Open it. After he has me rip open half the bags in the dumpster, he lowers his gun and calmly goes, "Oh, I'm a cop," and then shows me his badge. After I've been accosted at gunpoint for the last minute and a half. We've had a bunch of burglaries around here lately, and I thought you might be transporting stolen goods. Always trust the "something is very wrong here" feeling. When I was at uni, I was walking home with takeaway for dinner one night, and as I walked past a pub there were loads of scully/chav types out the front. It was a notorious area for muggings and stuff, and I could just tell that some of them were scoping me out as I went past. Point. As I carried on down the road I was paranoid and kept looking back, but there was nothing. I was coming up to a bus stop and there was a bus approaching when I suddenly realized there were 4 or 5 of these guys running up behind me. Part of me thought maybe they are running for the bus, but other bit of me was like, nah, get out of there. Point. I crossed the road straight away and moved quick down the street. The bus stopped and the guys were behind it, and I couldn't see if they were getting it or not. To be on the safe side I decided to run away down another road that was actually the wrong way I needed to go. Point. After running a bit thought I was probably just being paranoid, stopped and turned back to go the way I needed to. As I got to the top of the street the guys all suddenly appeared from round the corner. One of them pulled out a bat from his jacket and they said something along the lines of backquote, "Where you think you heading? Not running on us this time." We turned and ran again with these guys chasing me. I'm quite a fast runner, but every time I turned they were gaining on me. It was a really dark and pretty deserted street too, and I didn't actually know where it led to. I wasn't going to outrun them, so I ran to a house that had its lights on and started banging on the door for help. As I looked back they were literally seconds away from catching me. I thought I'd made a terrible mistake and there was no one in the house. Point. At the very last minute the door opened. I pushed the guy who answered the door into the house straight away, slammed the door, and was like, backquote, "I'm so sorry, I'm being chased, and those guys were about to batter me." Luckily he was really nice and understanding. We looked out the window and they were just waiting outside. I stayed there a while till they had gone and called a cab to take me home. Point. I wish I'd listened to my initial feeling and just kept on running away when I thought something was up. 2 of my friends were spending the night at my parents' house. We were all still in high school. My bedroom was a room away from the kitchen, connected by a pantry and hallway. I heard the back door handle jiggle, which meant a cat wanted to go outside. So I went to let it out and get a drink. Point. As I walked into the kitchen I noticed there was no cat there, and the door to the basement was wide open, which we always left closed and locked. So I closed and locked the basement door, a tad unnerved, but it didn't matter. Next to the basement door was a staircase that went upstairs to the 2nd floor. This is relevant later. A couple hours later I hear the fridge door close. I noticed that because I didn't hear it open, but it was in a different room, so that's not too weird. What made it weird was that I didn't hear anyone walk down the stairs or by my bedroom from the front of the house. The back stairs to the 2nd floor are really loud and creaky, so I heard something. Unnerved, I took a knife and went into the kitchen. I see no one in there, but immediately noticed smoke coming up from under the basement door. I opened it up, and it was filled with smoke close to it. Got my parents up, called the fire dept, go get ready to sleep in my car for the night, as it was about 4 AM at this point. A firefighter comes and tells us it's okay to go back into the house now. For some reason the furnace had caught fire inside and was filling the house with carbon monoxide. Had my friends and I went to sleep we'd all be dead. Still have no clue what jiggled the doorknob or closed the fridge, but it kept me alive. This turned out to be hallucinations caused by carbon monoxide, which apparently makes your brain think some wild stuff in order to get you to places it knows to be safe. My time came when I ruptured my spleen during a skating accident. I had a fall from a height of around 7 feet and landed on flat ground on my side. At first, I thought I had broken a rib. However, about an hour after the accident, while on the way to the hospital, I felt this sudden realization that something was very wrong with me internally. I remember saying to my girlfriend, "This doesn't feel like a broken bone, I feel like one of my organs is hurt." After another hour in the hospital getting a CT scan of my midsection, the results came back. By this time, I was in bad shape. I was having some difficulty staying conscious, my abdomen was noticeably swelling from blood loss, and I was having to pull my body upward to get breaths. As the nurse was beginning to explain that I had a tear in my spleen, the surgeon came through the door and interrupted her saying, "Your spleen is smushed and we have to do surgery to remove it right now. So, if you really feel like something is wrong with one of your organs, trust your instincts." It's a unique feeling that I knew wasn't simply a bone or muscle injury. After surgery, I found out I had lost 1.5 liters of blood and was somewhat close to going into the dangerous stages of shock. Also, the surgeon told me I have an accessory spleen, a little grape-sized extra spleen. About 30% of people have one. If your main spleen is removed, the accessory spleen begins to grow and can become up to 60% as functional as the primary spleen was. I still kind of have a spleen. This was a long time ago, when I was about 15. My friend was dating a guy that lived about a 40-minute walk from her house, and sometimes we would sneak out so we could drink with him and his friend. Anyway, this was out in the countryside, and although the first bit took us past a load of houses, the second part was mainly unlit lanes with fields either side. We had done this many times before, so we were pretty relaxed walking back point. While still in the houses bit, a car drove past with 3 older guys in it. Not hugely weird, except it was about 3 AM and my friend didn't recognize them. It was a pretty small place point. We had been walking on the lit bit for about 20 minutes when I suddenly had the strongest feeling something awful was about to happen to us. I said to my friend we had to hide and turn off the torch. She thought I was being a twat, but I dragged her off the road and we hid back in the field point. She really thought I was stupid after about 10 minutes, but I just knew something was going to happen and wouldn't let her go back on the road. Eventually we hear a car coming, and sure enough, it is the 3 guys in the car again. Sails past us back toward the houses. Friend wants to leave, but I still won't let her as I have such a strong feeling that they mean us harm. Car comes back again, and this time stops a little further up the road. One of them gets out and seems to be looking around. Doesn't smoke or anything that would need him to get out of the car. Stands there for ages just looking out across the field, and then we hear one of the other guys say something like, "They're gone. Let's go." We didn't walk back at night anymore after that. This was before mobile phones, so not like we could have called for help. Maybe they were worried about 2 young girls walking back alone, but there was just something about them and the circumstances that made me act how I did. There's a group that streams video game marathons a few times a year to raise money for charity. They also have a website that's a blog/message board, so the people who watch the marathons typically end up creating forum accounts and becoming members of this group's community. Over time, some of the more active/well-known members were given administrative privileges and allowed to attend and even participate in the group's marathons. At first, the group considered itself family friendly and wouldn't do or say anything that would be inappropriate for younger viewers. Consequently, they would never really enforce the rule that you must be 13 or older to join message boards. One day, they made a post proclaiming that they were going to begin enforcing this rule, which is inconspicuous by itself. But they simultaneously made a public announcement that a specific member, one of the well-known members who was allowed to attend marathons, had been banned from the community. Anyone can probably put 2 and 2 together to figure out why this person was banned, but I asked both parties, banners and banned, if the 2 announcements were related, and both said they weren't. Since I didn't have enough evidence to make any assumptions, I continued communicating with the banned member on other social media and communication outlets. Twitter, Skype, etc. It's a long and complicated story of how I eventually found out what happened, but I don't remember all the details, and it would be against the subreddit's rules to tell it here anyway. But 4 years later, I learned that the band guy had molested another, at the time underage, member during one of the group's marathons. I immediately cut contact with this guy on all media upon learning this, but I also discovered some interesting related facts. A couple of the other well-known members with administrative privileges knew about what happened and had heard everyone's side to the story, yet still decided to remain friends with him because they didn't want to deal with the stress of dragging the conflict out and cutting ties with someone they shared so much in common with. The people who actually run the group and host the marathons did everything they legally could to handle the situation, and initially denied the two announcements connection, because they didn't want other members talking about it, although people did anyway. The member who was molested, and his mother, ultimately decided not to press charges. To my knowledge, the abuser and victim are still pretty much friends to this day. I can't fathom why he'd still want to associate with this guy, but that's his own business. I went to go meet my ex-girlfriend at a grocery store. When I felt it, I found her in the store, and, after a few minutes of shopping, we made our way to the back of the store to get something from meat counter. Another minute later, and a sunglass-wearing older guy walks up behind us. More like behind her. Right behind her. That's when I got the bad feeling. After we move away, she mentions that creepy right behind a stander actually creepily stood right behind her earlier, before I met up her. So I did what any boyfriend with minor age/jealousy issues would do, and start to follow the guy. I noticed he's carrying around a USB-S cardboard tube, like the kind you'd use to send a big wall poster through the mail. He's carrying it weirdly, though, like it's under his arm, but dangling down low in front of him. I think I see a hole or something on the side near the end, but I can't tell for sure. My first instinct is this guy's upskirting. Oh yeah, did I mention my ex was wearing a very short dress that day? I did not mention that, but oh how irrelevant that is now, right? I follow him for about a minute or less, and, lo and behold, he positions himself behind another young lady, who happens to be wearing a skirt. That's when I notice the postal tube slip between her legs. Oh, it's on my third. I begin a measured pursuit. Before I reach him, he does it to another girl, and my pace quickens to the point where I encounter him near the store. In trance. I approach him with a disarming smile and say hey with a friendly wave gesture. He looks up and responds with a hey in kind, the pretty normal and instinctual kind of hey. That's when my face turns and I ask, what's in the tube? He freezes for about a second, weighing his options, before he immediately bolts to the door about 15 feet away. What he didn't anticipate, though, was that I warmed the bench on a pretty decent middle school football team for 2 years. So I tackled the creep on his way out the door, bringing him down just outside the entrance, while yelling the whole time something like hey, hey, hey I. Not like Fat Albert or anything, but shrill like a frightened child, and alarming like a crazy person, which, I guess I kind of was somehow. I brought down this fucking creep who easily had a couple inches, 40 to 50 pounds and man strength over me. Fortunately, my hey shouts drew nearby bystanders to pile on and help me keep him down. My favorite piler on was the off-duty Philly police sergeant on vacation who, after I hastily explained what I believed was happening with, the upskirting, began to deliver several forceful knees to the ribs of this sick fuck creep. Emphasis on the sick fuck part. I had to lay on top of the guy who was violating my girlfriend right in front of me a few minutes prior. We are sweaty from the chase and ensuing struggle, and I just have to lay on him at the bottom of this people pile. I could feel his sick fuckness oozing out, and it was repulsive to behold, let alone be squished up against for minutes on end. But the saving grace is the sickfulness was the exact same thing triggered my feeling, and drove me to do what I did. Eventually, the cops came and took the creep away. They recovered the recording device, and found that he upskirted 4 women. The city charged him with verism, Class C felony, and a third-degree assault, because he ran over and injured an older gent who was walking into the store at the time the creep was bolting. Sadly, he never served a day in jail. He turned out to be a wealthy local commercial developer who had no prior record, who could expensive lawyers who were able to get all charges dropped. The only recourse I have these days is to I make it a point to search for and click the old local news articles about every now and then, so those pages stay high on the page when you Google his name. This is probably going to be buried, but when I was like 14 to 15, my friend came to me and said something along the lines of, "What would you say if your friend said they were in love with someone twice their age?" For context, she was asking more WWYD questions the day before about conjoined twins, and then earlier on about knife throwing. She'd watched American Horror Story Freak Show and was writing her own stories in the same sort of setting. Never read it, because holy shit, she had the worst handwriting I have ever seen, and it would take an hour to get through a page. But I digress. I thought this comment was weird, but just part of her stories, and ignored the weird feeling. Turns out she'd met a 40-something-year-old man on Whisper, and she'd been essentially groomed via the internet. She met up with him and things happened. This relationship went on until she confessed to a counselor, who then called the police. She didn't want to testify against him because she was convinced that they were still in love. She only broke out of it when it was revealed that he had pornographic pictures of other young girls. I used to think that if I'd just trusted my gut, I could have stopped it. Then she got into another online relationship that was extremely emotionally abusive and altogether just toxic. And when I tried to get her out of it, even when she was completely on board with just leaving her, she would go back to them, and there was nothing I could do. She would explode at me for supporting another friend's relationship and not hers, and eventually just abandoned me for someone who didn't know the full story and agreed with everything she said. I don't know what the point of this is. Always trust your gut, but some things you just can't change, I guess. This is just going to get buried anyway, but it's therapeutic to type out edit. Math is hard. When I was young, I had an uncle, family friend who was my mother and stepdad's good friend / somebody who they used to use hard drugs with. His name was Dave. Now Uncle Dave loved us kids and loved his stepkids, but he loved us girls, and in particular me and my childhood best friend Erin, who was only a year older than me, the most. Always giving us a lot of attention, being kind, giving me lol eyes, always had me and her or myself and my sister sitting on his lap. If we climbed up, has often rested his hand on our thigh or around our waist or climbed over him. Keep in mind, we're 5, 6 years old, something we did with relatives when the grown up were around talking, or we wanted attention and to play. Dave would stay over out if he'd been around drinking, and one day, when I was 7, I was in the bathroom making sure I had what I needed for a shower. He walked past the bathroom door, shirtless, and I saw him in the mirror and made a joking comment saying, "Haha, I can see you boob," as I was a bit of a cheeky sheet, let's be honest, to which he laughed and said, "You've seen mine. You should show me your boobies." My little brain screamed, and it had my mother lecture me and my siblings about grooming and abuse, and I knew that something like that is a huge no, and responded with the likes of, "No, grown up aren't supposed to do / see that." He promptly walked away, and I felt really creeped out and made sure that the bathroom door was locked. I brushed it off. My mum always referred to me as somebody who overreacted, but the bad feeling stuck. About 5 to 6 years later, during my rugby training, my parents ran into Dave's ex-wife after many years of no contact, and she told them that she found out Dave had been sexually abusing his stepdaughter Erin for years. He'd flex perth when confronted and went around Australia in a caravan with his best mate. 4 years after finding out, I had intense anxiety when I went out, afraid he'd see me and hurt or abuse me. Fortunately, I'm not scared anymore. But my heart breaks for Erin. It really fucked her up. She ended up at 15 being abused and groomed by her new stepfather and had a baby with him over the years of it. The mother blames her, not her POS partner. I'm a bit late to this, but I used to work for a major city as an EMT. We got called out to a sick person, which could literally be as serious as a heart attack or just someone with the flu. We get to the residence and a woman greets us and tells us her son has been throwing up for the last couple of hours and won't eat or drink. Possibly a stomach bug. She leads us to this 4 to 5 year old boy. The first thing I noticed about him was a knot on his head as I approached. I asked mom if he had been playing and fell down, as there were other kids running around in circles. Mom says he had fallen off the back of the couch. I start talking to him, and the child confirms this. I make small talk with him, and the entire time I'm doing my assessment something feels off. My gut is literally screaming at me, but I just can't make out the words. Because my gut is acting like this, I convince mom we should take him, just to make sure, because of his stomach. We get him in the back of the ambulance and this child is just off. He's zoning out, he's sweaty. I tell my partner to step it up, which means we are going code 3, lights and sirens. We get to the children's hospital, and I pull one of the docs aside. I tell him what's going on, and that something is off. I ask him to CT scan the child's head. In comes a dick waving contest, because I was telling this doc how to do his job. Doctors don't take kindly to that. They're gods. One threat of a formal complaint and some choice words later, he agrees to CT the child's head. Turns out the kid has a brain bleed from falling off of the back of the couch. He was taken to neurosurgery immediately. Last I heard from the staff he was doing okay. This was some time ago, and I'm glad that little boy can run around and play with his friends still, as I have a son of my own now. My sister brought her new boyfriend home for the family to meet. He was a strong Christian. My parents loved that sheet. Good looking, intelligent, worked as an accountant, very practical and good with money obviously. Also was more polite than the average person, very nice and kind. Everyone who met him was just charmed to bits. I did not like this guy from the very start. I don't know how to explain it. Something about him just made me feel uneasy. On paper he was good in the definition of stable. My mom always told me I was just jealous, and that I needed to get over it. I could not shake it. Upon first meeting him, my sister asked me, right in front of him, mind you, what I thought of him. I said, you give me a bad vibe. I don't know what your deal is yet, but you can't hide it forever. He was Prince Charming. The whole family loved him. And he and my sister were finally engaged after 4 years of dating. During the entire time I was pretty vocal about my feelings toward him, especially after they got engaged. I just knew this dude wasn't right. After about 6 months of engagement, my sister got cold feet and decided she wanted to see what else was out there. Upon her trying to move out of their joint apartment, there was a massive fight which ended with him slashing her tires so she couldn't leave and wrapping her on the hallway floor. After it happened, and my sister finally got away, she had confessed to me that his mother had mentioned a year or so prior to the rap that when he was 14 his younger sister also accused him of rapping her. My sister didn't want to believe it, I suppose, and she kept that knowledge from all of us. This was the second time in my life that I had gotten awful unexplainable vibes from people, and they have turned out to be correct. Most people I'm indifferent to when I meet them, but I have learned to really trust my gut when I do meet someone that rubs me the wrong way. I'm an independent guy and work remotely from home most days. I also live in a townhome community, something that will be relevant later one day. I wanna say it was July 12th. I was sitting at my desk trying to fix a printer issue on a computer a couple hundred miles away when I heard a loud pop. The customer was waiting on me to fix the computer, so I tried to tell myself it was a car backfiring, or something falling off a truck on the main road outside, or maybe even some neighborhood kids playing with firecrackers, it being only a week after Independence Day and all. But something just didn't seem right. After a couple minutes of not being able to shake the feeling, I walked over to my window and opened it up. Nothing seemed amiss, so I went back to working on the computer, but I still couldn't shake the feeling. So a few minutes later I walked downstairs and out onto the back deck. The AC units were blasting on high, so I couldn't hear much, but again, everything looked normal. So I went back to work on that computer. I still had this feeling of doom, and a few minutes later I heard a commotion outside. I couldn't quite make out what it was. On any normal day I might have thought it was kids playing or something, but not that day. I walked into the bedroom to look out the front window, and that's when I saw several police cars, a fire engine, and 2 ambulances. Come to find out, one of my neighbors shot himself. The pop I heard was the rifle shot. It was especially sad because this guy was the Hank Hill of our townhome complex. He was the nicest guy you could imagine. He was also a DIY master and always gave good advice about fixing this or upgrading that. He had a guy for everything from gutters to carpet cleaning, and he was the guy who always had a 9/32 drill bit you could borrow, or the handful of #10x screws you needed to finish a project. He was also the neighborhood snake killer, mouse hunter and spider angler, never afraid to do what scared the hell out of the rest of us. I still think about that guy almost every day. Way late to the party, but have to share. One summer my cousin and I are both staying with my grandmother for several weeks. We had taken to hanging out on her deck for an hour or so before bed. One night as we sat on the deck I was overcome with a feeling that I wasn't safe. I said to my cousin, "Wow, I didn't realize it was so late. We need to get home." Without any hesitation she said, "Oh, yeah. We need to go say bye to grandma and get home." We got up, closed the door, locked it, then closed and locked every window in the apartment. I don't think either of us slept all night and my grandmother thought we were crazy. Next morning, we leave the apartment to go to breakfast. There were several cops in the crime scene unit. Grandma stops to talk to her neighbor who explains that some guy got into apartment through an open window in the night. Hearing something, the dad went to check on his daughter and found the guy. The guy managed to get away. Learned over the next few days that several people had thought they saw someone looking in windows, hanging out in shadows etc. at night, but never reported it. About a week later there was an attempted rap in another nearby apartment complex. The woman fought him off with a knife. He ran and was never caught. I can't prove any connection to these events, but I believe that a man was watching us on the deck, and our comments about leaving the apartment, going inside and locking everything up tight is why we were not harmed. I have never had a feeling like that before, and I hope I never have reason to have one again. This is a bit of a long story, so please be patient. About 10 years ago, I moved into my ex-boyfriend's studio with him. My roommate had gone psycho, and I had to leave fast. Due to close proximity, we did end up getting back together, but felt it wasn't appropriate for us to be living together so quickly. After apartment hunting for a couple of weeks I found this primer place. A guy had several studio bungalows in the back of his backyard, so while I would have roommates, I would still sort of be living on my own. It was teensy tiny, but it suited my needs. Had a bit of garden, was in my price range, and was about 15 to 20 minutes from my work on public transportation. Boyfriend met the landlord and some of the other tenants, and was completely cool with the situation, in a non-controlling way. I had notoriously bad judgment, and was way too trusting. He wanted to make sure I was safe. Out of the blue, the night before I'm supposed to move in, boyfriend freaks out and begs me to stay with him for another week and not move in the next day as planned. I figured he was just going to miss me and wasn't quite ready for me to move out just that second, so I called the landlord and told him that I wasn't going to move in until the following week. 2 nights later, boyfriend and I are watching the 10 o'clock news shortly after I'd gotten home from work and the top story was a breaking news piece. At the house next door, a teenage son shot and killed his parents and shot wildly into the night. The news team was interviewing my landlord, who said that one of the bullets went right through the front door of his only vacant bungalow, and it was lucky no one was in there. Boyfriend and I did the math. Based off of when I got off of work and travel time, I would have been unlocking my door when that bullet hit. This is a really old story, but whenever a thread like this one pops up, I can't help but post it. This was a real fucking long time ago. I was pretty young, and admittedly not exactly a hard worker. I couldn't keep a job worth shit, because I kept showing up to work drunk or high. Eventually, an old friend of mine relented and hired me, mostly because he was in roughly the same financial situation as me, relatively. I mean, he ran his own business, if you could even call it that, but that thing was basically just, like, 2 other people besides us. I don't know how any of them put up with me. Looking back, I must have been intolerable. Anyway, us 4 spend a lot of time on the road, taking jobs wherever people would take 4 idiots fresh out of college. One of our jobs was doing some legwork for a museum close to our hometown, and that's when the curator of the museum comes onto the scene. Dude looked nice enough, but something about him screamed sleazy to me. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was off point anyway. A few months later, the museum was expecting a shipment of some really good shit, like medieval armor or something. I don't remember the details, just that it was like serious stuff, when the guy accompanying the shipment goes missing. But the artifacts in his van, and the van, obviously, were, like, unto shade. Not even a fucking smudge point anyway. We bring the stuff to the museum, and the curator gets super nervous, and says we shouldn't have brought it, because of some stupid ass rumor about it coming to life. I still remember the face that my friend shot me when he heard this fucking gold. No way in hell this guy isn't involved point anyway. A little investigation later, and turns out that the curator wasn't just behind the kidnapping and attempted murder, but also a whole fucking forgery slash theft operation in which he stole paintings and sheet from the museum and replaced them with forgeries anyway. I found the case file online. Didn't think they would put up records of cases from 1969, but whatever. I had a work acquaintance that seemed nice enough, but I always kept him at arm's length because I got this weird vibe from him. He and his wife worked opposite shifts, and they had 2 kids. He lived 2 blocks away, so if he needed to run to the store or whatever he would call me, and I would watch the kids and gfo sap. I didn't hear from him for a few months and we no longer worked together, so I didn't think anything of it. One day he calls me and tells me his 9-month-old had passed away the month before. Real nonchalant. He said it in a way that I thought he was talking about a coworker. It didn't sit with me. He became the champion of SIDS awareness, wearing his son's face on an oversized button. I kept my distance. 6 months later, it was a week before Christmas. My phone was busted and I wasn't always getting my calls. This was back in the early 2000s. I was shopping with a friend and saw I had 5 missed calls from him and a few voicemails. I brushed it off and kept shopping, never listening to the voicemails. Later that night he called again, left another voicemail. I never checked it. The next day I'm on my computer, the TV is on behind me, and the news is telling a story about a man who killed his daughter. They hadn't named him, but were giving all these details. His job, the wife's job, the name of the street they lived on. I turned around just in time to see his mugshot. I ran and grabbed my phone and listened to the voicemails. The first one, he was asking me to go to the mall with him and his daughter to see Santa. The next was pretty much the same. The third message, the late night message, he was sobbing something happened to daughter. It's bad. Please call me. He beat and strangled her to death and then called me. We had barely spoken months. It's been more than 10 years and it still weighs on me. When he confessed to killing his daughter, he admitted to suffocating his son. He was tired and the baby wouldn't stop crying. I knew something wasn't right. When I was younger and lived with my parents, we were pretty bad about getting our cats spayed slash neutered. I was too young to know any better honestly, so we had a ton. Missy, our oldest female cat, just kept having kittens. Honestly, I really don't know why my parents never got her spayed. But anyway, she had kittens again, and they spent a lot of time in the back garden. There was one really sickly kitten who I was always pretty worried about, and for some reason, for days before, I'd been worried about our small open drain at the back of the house. It had a plug over it so nothing big could get down it, but it was still a small drop to get to the plug. I kept checking on it out of worry, because I knew the kittens were outside a lot. One day, when I was playing with our cats out back, I suddenly had this feeling of dread come over me. I'd been worried about it before, but it was just a nagging sensation then. But it was so horrible this time, like I just knew. I stood up really fast and just ran over to the drain. The sickly kitten had fallen down there. I pulled it out and put it away from it. Sadly, there's no happy ending here. The kitten was sickly and died, although no one who knew about it told me that directly until a lot later, and my dad eventually gave away a lot of our cats. I still think about that sickly kitten though sometimes. I grew attached to it at some point, and when it just disappeared, I'd check the drain out of habit. I'm a lifeguard and have been for 6 years. I'm very proud of my job, and I love being able to have skills most people don't have, or most people don't think are necessarily important until they need it. I have never once had a feeling of dread come over me at work until a few months ago. I can usually pick out kids that we will eventually need to get in the water for, but it's never a feeling of this is going to be horrible. A few months ago, I was watching the kids come out of the slide, and all of them were doing fine. I happened to turn and watched one kid slowly climbing up the stairs, and I just thought, oh shit, this isn't going to end well, but the kid was tall enough, so we couldn't exactly stop him from going down the slide. Facility wanted to be more fun and safe. For context, the slide emptied out above the water, and the water was very deep, like 8 feet deep. I quickly threw my hair into a ponytail and stood at the absolute edge of the deck, waiting. Sure enough, as soon as the kid hit the water, he was in full-on panic. He was drowning, waving his arms, splashing, desperately trying to grab onto something. I, just knowing it wasn't going to turn out well, hit the water right as he did. I swim over to him, and before I could tuck the rescue tube under his arms, he grabs onto me and shoves me underwater. He panicked, and I pushed him off of me. The rescue was an absolute mess. He ended up being okay, and mom was upset I pushed her kid off of me. He later apologized for it. I've never once had a feeling quite of oh shit the way I did that day. New neighbors moved in next door. Husband, wife, 2 little kids about my younger brother and sister's ages. Really friendly family. The wife was the breadwinner and worked from home. Husband took care of the house/kids and was a real good handyman. Like legit, he would build things and fix stuff all over the neighborhood. I really didn't like him. Something about him just felt off, even though everyone else seemed to think he was great. He creeped me out. It was like his smile was a mask and I avoided him. Come to find out that he was secretly a huge asshole and a homewrecker under that friendly howdy neighbor facade. Not just constantly cheating on his wife, but relentlessly and specifically targeting other married women to do so, when he could have as easily gone after single ones. I'm not saying that the wives bore no blame in the situation, but he would constantly show up unannounced, bearing gifts, offering to fix things, acting like a handsome knight in shining armor, and always pushing for more, particularly with women who were going through rough patches emotionally. He ruined marriages all across town, including with another neighborhood couple whose marriage was already strained by having 2 children with serious special needs. Oh, and also he had an STD the whole time that he never told any of them about and spread it to everyone. Oh, and also he would volunteer his skills for local charities and then steal money and equipment from them. He wasn't the nice, friendly neighbor everyone thought he was. He was a manipulative sleazeball and I totally called it, but it's a hollow I told you so. I wish I could say I intervened and made a difference, but I didn't. Nursing student clinical. I was assigned to a patient who happened to have come from the same rehab that I also worked at as a CNA, so I was somewhat familiar with her. We got along fine, and she was wonderful to learn from. The second day I had her, we were preparing her for discharge back to my facility to begin her rehabilitation. Some unusual things were going on that my nurse brushed off as her just being anxious. I tried my best to help comfort my lady, but I could tell she was apprehensive and did not feel ready to leave yet. She said she felt like she still was not well and that she was afraid if she left that she would die at my facility. One of her symptoms was a painless, colorless swelling to one of her legs. Swelling to one leg as opposed to both makes a big difference in identifying the cause. Her doctor ultimately decided we were only going to monitor her condition, and she ended up discharged to my facility anyway. I didn't feel okay about that, but my nurse assured me that she was fine. 2 weeks later, at my next CNA shift, I met my patient again, and she greeted me happily and looked much better. I told her so, and she told me that she had actually been back to the hospital and discharged again in that time. She'd had a clot in her leg that through and went to her lungs. She made it, thankfully, and on top of that, they found out her cancer was back. I felt terrible, but she said she didn't blame me or anybody. Her anxiety was high, and she definitely acted out. Now that we knew what was wrong though, she was relieved, and her condition continued to improve. I'm gonna trust my gut more in the future. When I was in high school, I would sometimes cruise around the streets near my house after a shift at my part-time job. I enjoyed the solitude after a night of customers and BS. One night, around 10 p.m., so it was already dark. I finally decided to head home and turned onto a dirt road that I almost never saw any other cars on, no matter what time of day. The car driving behind me turned onto the road as well, and I got a terrible feeling. I kept driving, taking 2 more turns as usually to get home, but instead of pulling into my driveway I kept going north. Past my house, the road splits. There is one street to the right and one to the left, but the one to the left is a sharp turn that means pretty much turning your car around and takes you back south. I took this turn abruptly to test the car behind me, and the car also turned. Now I know I'm being followed and keep driving south. We lived in a rural area, so the police station is a good 20 to 25 minutes north, and I'm currently at a loss of what to do. Then I had a thought. A few streets down I know there is a mechanic company. My family knows the owner well, and we always go there for car maintenance. That is currently storing boats for the winter. I speed up, taking each turn fast and without any warning until I get to the company and pull into their parking lot. The lot is currently hidden visually from the street by a line of large boats. I pass it every day, so I know this already. I pull in behind the boats and turn off my car lights to wait. Suddenly I hear a car come down the street, very slowly, and as it nears the hidden parking lot it stops. After a few very long moments of silence I hear a faint thump coming from the car, then it peels off down the street. I waited for at least 10 minutes before leaving the lot and racing back home. My husband and I were returning from a board game night with friends. We drive by a bus stop and continue away before asking one another if we'd seen a guy laying down. It's a pretty no area for homeless people, but this seemed different. Point we turned around and found the guy laying on the sidewalk. I yelled at him from the car in case he was on drugs or had a weapon, but he didn't even flinch. Point immediately called 911. When the police/EMTs arrived they had a hard time waking him up, but we are eventually successful. He was pretty belligerent as they attempted talking to him and looking at his backpack. Point it was the middle of the night in November and near freezing. He had a sleeveless shirt on. It's pretty freaky to think about. If we hadn't called, he may not have woken up. Point another one. After a late night out, my husband and I do a shared Lyft drive. It's going alright. We are next for drop off, but then the driver, a smaller girl from Nepal, gets another ride. Annoyed, we did do shared so whatever. His stop is actually before ours, so she pulls over, but he doesn't get out. Point she tells him this is what he put, but he says no, he wants to go to Union Square and this is Union Street. It won't let her change it in app. She has to cancel it. All the while he keeps going on about how he didn't make the mistake. My husband, being an app developer, tells him what he's describing isn't possible. The app can't choose an alternative destination. I tell him to get over it. He clicked the wrong address. He's clearly intoxicated and needs to just vacuna his tatas. She has me put in our address in maps, but as we are going the guy continues complaining and talking shit. Finally she pulls over and says he needs to find a new ride. He refused to leave. I tell her that my husband and I will remain with her until he's gone because I feared for her safety. Point the idiot doesn't care. He just keeps on going about how I'm a bitch and he didn't do anything wrong and his date will be so mad. Finally at Union Square, he lets out one last long speech about how he never did anything wrong and we were mean, etc. I tell him we don't care and he needs to go or we will call the police. He does leave after apologizing if he did anything wrong. Point. So a 15-minute ride became an hour. He had no qualms about arguing with 3 people, though the driver hardly said a word. She was clearly scared. I'm sure he'd have had no issue taking things further against her, so nothing big, but I'm glad I listened to my instincts. I don't think it was life-threatening, but it was creepy AF. So I was at my family reunion where we used to rent cabins about an hour off the main highway. There were about 5 duplex type cabins. They both had porches attached to them as well that had conjoining doors. On the other side of the road, across from the cabins, there was a campsite where you could park your RV or pitch a tent. Point. So I was like 11 years old, and let me tell you I was a rotten turd. So I was playing with my cousins, and I was screaming very loudly. It was a little late, like 9 PM, so yeah I was being a sheet. Point. Now my aunt had an RV and was across the road from us, but you kind of had to follow a smaller road to get to the RV part across from the cabins because there was a huge ditch between the road and the RV park. A lot of my aunts and uncles would go across the road and sit and talk outside the RV. Anyways, I was screaming and being loud and obnoxious with my cousins, and I started to run across the very small ditch on my side between the cabins and the road to go near the ditch to hang out at my aunt's RV. Since I was done being an obnoxious brat, all of a sudden I see a man, kind of short, wearing a white shirt coming towards me going up the really large ditch. I said, "Oh hey Uncle Billy," name changed. He didn't say anything, which was so weird since he's a loud, funny guy. It was incredibly dark and we were kind of far away from each other because this ditch was really large, so I thought that maybe he didn't know which kid I was, so I said, "Uncle Billy, what are you doing?" That's when I got this feeling. He got across this huge ditch and started walking across the road really quickly and going near the grass in front of our cabins. That's when I said oh and just ran. I was smaller then, so I just booked it as fast as possible, ran behind my cabin, and kind of creeped beside the cabin near the bushes hiding some large electrical box on the side, and I just jumped behind the bushes. There were bugs and shit, but I did not know this strange man, and he was terrifying, so I just sucked it up. After about 5 minutes of standing there, I slipped out and went into my cabin. I told my family what happened, and it turned out they knew. How did they know? This complete and total stranger came running through the duplex cabin screaming, "Where are they?" So my mom and grandmother were talking to these complete strangers about what happened. Apparently, when he couldn't find us, he just left. I was really creeped out because why didn't he just call the police or the park ranger? Nah, just chase a child through a cabin. When I was 7 and 8, there was this relatively young teaching assistant for kids with disabilities in my school. I didn't have a lot of friends, but I have always loved talking to teachers. So he wasn't my teacher, but he was around a lot, and he ended up talking to me often. I figured it wasn't anything special. I knew another special ed teacher who liked to help me learn English, but this guy seemed really eager to hang out with me all of the time. He started hugging me a lot, and one time, after he refused to let go of me, I told my mom. She said it was probably nothing, and as a single mother with a kid who didn't have any male role models, she thought this was an awesome opportunity. I tried to ignore my gut feeling, but it wouldn't go away, and soon after he touched me. I didn't tell my mother because I thought she wouldn't believe me, but I made every effort to stay away from him. This proved extremely problematic since he lived approximately 5 minutes away from me. So one day, I left school and was walking the short distance home alone when I heard him shouting my name and running after me. I tried walking faster and pretending I didn't hear him, but he was of course faster than me. He started talking to me, and I politely replied to him. He said he had soda and cinnamon buns at home, and I could watch some TV with him before going home, and since he lived so close I would be home before mom could even begin to worry. Well, being raised with opera, I remembered vividly, never go to the second location. Trust your gut. I was scared at this point, and felt bad that I was such a clingy and scared kid that my mom had to deal with. But I made up an excuse and ran home. A few months later, the school was closing for the summer and everyone was in a park. He came up to me and talked to me and followed me around until my mom noticed it. She came up and started a conversation with him, but he promptly asked her to take a photo of him and me with his camera. She did, and then took one of us with her own camera. That summer he wrote me, addressed to me, literally, a couple of letters, asking if I would come over to his place and hang with him and so on. At this point my mother managed to get me to tell everything, and she wrote him a letter telling him to never contact me again, and accused him of being a pedophile. He responded with anger and basically called her crazy. A few years later, with the help of my therapists, I reported him. Nothing came of it, except that he smiled at me every time we crossed paths. We still lived in the same area. I'm sure if I had followed him that day, something worse than touching me under my clothes would have happened. And I still have the picture of us. Okay, so as someone who was molested as a little girl, I'm very cautious around all males, no matter the age, just until I get a feel for them. And I'm typically really good at sensing when someone is a sheethead or not. So a few years ago I was like 16 or so, and we were going up to New York City for a couple days. Well, my stepdad had grown up there and had family about 45ish minutes away in NJ, so we decided to fly in close to them so they could pick us up, stay the night with them, and then head up to New York City and stay in our hotel until time to drive all the way back to Texas. Well, we stayed at his sister's house and she only had one spare room and it had a twin bed and a trundle, so there really wasn't room for me up there with my mom and stepdad being a bit larger, and there was zero floor space to lay up there either. So they are like, oh yeah, you can just sleep on down on the couch in the living room. And until I met these people I was fine with that. But the moment I met the cold, glassy, cloudy stare of his creepiest brother-in-law, let's call him B, I knew that sure as heck wasn't gonna fly. First off, he just gives me that vibe, and I'm shy, so I just try to hide behind my mom as best I can. Well, my mom kept also standing in front of me and stepping between us casually while we made our way into the restaurant. She waits as I was the last to go inside, stops me, and whispers, hey B is looking down your shirt, pull it up. He gives me the creeps. And I'm immediately 100% more focused on him being a sleeve bag. So throughout the course of the evening I notice he'd always without fail direct the conversation to me. If people were talking he'd just turn to me and ask me all these questions, and yeah, to an extent that's just getting to know someone, but he was doing it so much that it felt like an invasion. So we get back to their house and my stepdad is catching up with everyone. I'd never met these people before. Photo albums came out, family stuff. But B kept on trying to concentrate on me, and if I wasn't behind my mom or right next to her he was literally putting his hands on my back in that creepy uncle rub pat way. I hated it. So I get my mom alone, and she is like, yeah, he is a nope, and I'm like, yeah, definitely a nope, and we decide to grin and bear the cramped quarters of sharing the trundle bed. To which he gets a bit offended by being like, well, the couch is perfectly fine to sleep on, you don't have to do that. And making me feel like it's rude to reject the offer. But my mom stepped in and told him I was just a mama's girl and that I was shy and felt better sleeping with her. Flash forward to that night when my family unit is in that room getting ready to sleep. Stepdad tells me that B was under investigation for some sort of molestation or app of his own now grown daughters. Only reason he didn't get taken away was because for some unspoken reason the mother decided to force the investigation to stop. Stepdad brushed it off as B being B, and that you can't help it. I still don't fully trust him for bringing my mom and I into that house without at least warning us beforehand. Stepdad would have let me sleep on that couch, and if I had I'm 95% sure it would have ended badly. I'm just glad that, since my dad was a scumbag, my mom and I have great radars for pedophiles and rapists preventing further damage. I know this isn't the same as some of these other stories, but along the same sentiment. Just under 2 years ago I developed a pretty bad migraine that was pretty persistent. It came and went, but I never really thought twice about it as I tend to get headaches pretty often. I even went to a doctor who pretty much agreed that I was fine and just had a bad migraine. Then one night at work I had this awful feeling, like dread spreading through my body. I don't know how to describe it properly, but in that one moment I just knew something was wrong. After 3 hospital visits and almost 2 months later I was finally given validation with a diagnosis of CVST, which in simple terms is blood clots in the brain. All the emergency doctors told me I was having a migraine and refused to send me for a CT scan. I got pumped full of morphine and sent home, not even considering my medical history and the fact that I was on birth control, which can cause clots. My eye doctor was the one that provided me with evidence via a picture of my inflamed optic nerve. At that point I was partially cross-eyed and seeing double due to ocular hypertension. I was admitted that night. I think many people ignore their bodies when it is trying to tell you something is wrong. Even I wasn't 100% convinced until I got the diagnosis. I just wanted to share this in case one person takes that extra step to get things checked. Your intuition is a great ally.